Chapter 1, Prologue. I knew I was going to screw this up. Neo looked at the duck. He skillfully moved his fingers, smashing the buttons on the controller, trying to maintain the lead position in the race. His face contorted. Freewebble.com. He was first. But he knew he was going to lose. He just knew. I'm definitely going to. The second player, his friend, quickly caught up. Suddenly, the second duck fired a missile and blew his duck. He was not able to dodge it. Fuck! He almost threw the controller, but remembered its cost and, with a frustrated expression, sat down. From the room next door, the irritating laughter echoed. Ha 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 ha. Kowtow to this daddy. Neo's expression worsened. He lost the bet. He would have to pay for the party tonight. The worst part was Francis boasting. The bastard would keep gloating for a week. Stretching his fingers, Neo stood up and patted Klein, the last and the third player of the match, on the back. Guess we will have to split the bill. Erg. Klein's face was flushed and he was muttering gibberish. Before Neo would get a good look at him, the door opened and Francis entered with a smile. There is no need to be sad, my sons. It's just impossible for a child to defeat his father. The fuck? Just because you won, did you really call your dad your son? Neo retorted. He turned to Klein. Hey, let's go. Klein stood up with a stagger. He kept his head low and dragged his legs with a limp while twisting his arms strangely. Klein? Neo asked with a hint of caution. His friend, Klein, was acting strangely. Are you okay? Neo took a step towards Klein when suddenly Klein looked up. His eyes were bright red and the skin on his face was cracked like a zombie. Gagor. Klein pounced on Neo and tried to bit his neck. By pure reflex, Neo twisted his neck and dodged the attack. But Klein pushed him down and sat on top of him. Arga! The blood-red saliva fell on Neo. Klein would have bit him if Francis did not kick away Klein on time. Fuck is wrong with you, Klein? What are you doing? Francis shouted as he helped Neo to his feet. However, he knew. Klein was not himself at the moment. Greg Haga. Neo and Francis reacted swiftly when they heard the strange sounds. It was not coming from Klein. Outside. Cries of help and strange noises were coming from the hostel's yard. Zombie apocalypse? Neo asked. Stop being a nerd, Neo. That only happens in movies. Tell that to Klein. The zombified Klein stood up. His shoulder was dislocated from Francis' kick. However, the injury seemed to not affect Klein at all. We need to run. Neo quickly acted. Although he was not physically gifted like Francis or academically gifted like Klein, he was quick on his feet and actions. He pulled Francis out of the room and locked the door from outside, leaving Klein inside. The zombified Klein kept scratching the door, but did not use the knob to open it. It solidified Neo's conjecture of a zombie apocalypse happening. After all, zombies were stupid. What should we do? Francis asked. We need to check the situation outside. If it's really a zombie apocalypse, we need to. Neo stopped speaking and coughed. His hand was covered in bright red blood. And Neo, your face. He touched his mouth and found his skin falling out like peeled orange. Strangely, he did not feel any pain. Did this happen from Klein's saliva that fell on me? He could not complete his sentence. His vision spun and he lost consciousness. Erg. I feel like shit. Neo woke up groggily and rubbed his eyes with a yawn. He felt weird. As he stood up, he realized his point of view was higher, as if he had grown taller. He looked at his arms, only to find them pale white and thin. An ominous sense of unease appeared in Neo's heart. Why was his body feeling so alien to him? He rushed to the bathroom and looked at the face reflected in the mirror. Black hair, sunken cheeks, crimson eyes, sharp jawline, and a face that might have been called handsome if it was not malnourished. Who was this? The boy reflected in the mirror moved along with him. At that moment, a rush of memories surged inside his head. He recalled the moment of his death. The zombified Klein, the zombie apocalypse, and the drop of saliva that infected him and killed him by, probably, turning him into a zombie. It was not pleasant. If I died, then where I am? Anne? This body is not mine. Did I transmigrate? Breathing heavily, he returned to his room and sat on the bed. The round trip from the room to the bathroom left him exhausted. Either he was greatly malnourished, or he had a weak constitution. Hopefully, it was not both. In the end, it took him 2 days to accept his transmigration. He died and came to another world. It was unbelievable. But it happened. What am I going to do now? He spoke to himself while munching down on the sandwich. Currently, Neo was living in an apartment alone. How did he know he was living alone? Because there was only one toothbrush, the shoes and clothes were all same sizes, and no one came to the apartment in the last 2 days. Secondly, the body into which he transmigrated was also named Neo. Neo Hargraves. Somewhat rich, because he could afford to rent an apartment alone, no contact from the family, and a student of Demigod Academy. Demigod Academy. Neo opened the Academy's acceptance letter he found in the apartment. An academy where the demigods, the ones who possess the blood of gods, train and familiarize themselves with their powers. This world had superpowers and magic. Neo should have been shocked. But his sense of surprise was numbed after witnessing a zombie apocalypse. Demigod Academy. It has the same name as the academy in that novel. Licking his lips, he opened the letter. Since he was accepted in the academy, he also had the blood of a god. But which one? He did not know. According to the letter, he would receive the answer as a revelation after he awakened his god blood. The academy would help him awaken. Suddenly, he heard a voice inside his head. Ding! Synchronization complete. Chapter 2, Akashic Record. Synchronization complete. Awakening God Blood. God Blood awakened. Registering user. User, Neo Hargraves, registered in Akashic Record. Neo's eyes widened when he saw the lines appearing in front of his eyes. He tried to touch them, only for his hand to pass through without touching anything. Watching the game-like screen, Neo spoke with trembling lips. S status. A screen appeared before his eyes. Neo Hargraves. Rank, mortal. Affinity, death, shadow, darkness, void. Bloodline, monarch of death. Unique skill, death. Quest, none. The status screen was the same as in the novel Son of Zeus, the Lightning Thief. Neo had to accept he was inside the world of the novel. He finally understood why he could not access internet in the last 2 days. In the world of the Son of Zeus, the Lightning Thief, only demigods who awakened their god blood could use the internet, which was also known as the Akashic Record. He opened his smartphone and downloaded the Akashic Record Internet app. With his device as the receiver, he navigated through the Akashic Record. After an hour-long search, he concluded he was in the world of Son of Zeus and not in a world that was similar to it. Wow, fuck. He massaged his forehead. Anyway, what is this Monarch of Death bloodline? Actually, he knew what it was. And that was the problem. Monarch of Death was the name of bloodline of Hades, one of the 3 great gods. Among the 3 great gods, Zeus, Hades, and Poseidon, only Hades had no children in the novel. Who is Neo Hargraves? Why didn't he appear in the novel? I have the Academy's acceptance letter, so he should have gone to the Academy. But I don't know anything about him. Unable to find any answers at the moment, his focus went to the unique skill. Since I have the bloodline of a great god, the skill should be fairly strong. He checked the skill's description with a grin. Unique skill, death. Skill effect, you die. What? It's not your opponents die but you die? I will die if I use the skill. His expression contorted. He finally understood why Neo Hargraves, or any other child of Hades, did not appear in the novel. All of them died after using the unique skill. In this world, one had to train their unique skills to grow stronger and rank up. After training the unique skill to a sufficient level, one could awaken more unique skills. Is this my only hope? Neo's eyes fell to the quest part. Quest section did not exist in status screen of anyone in the novel. It was probably an advantage unique to Neo. However, there were no quests at the moment. There was no guarantee a quest would help him either. If it did, he did not know how long it would take for the quest to arrive. Neo had to solve the problem himself. I can just give up on growing stronger, but I won't do that. With the bloodline of Hades, I have the potential to become the strongest. Giving up here is stupid. I don't want to live a mediocre life again. Unlike his friends, Neo was not very smart or highly athletic. He had quick thinking, but that was just another way of calling him average. Average. No one wanted to be just mediocre. Neo was the same. I need to train my unique skill to grow stronger. But I don't want to die. The answer to his problem was simple. Resurrection. He had to resurrect himself after he died. Revival is anything but easy. He massaged the back of his neck with one hand inside. A man's gotta do what a man's gotta do. He packed his backpack with food items and took the cash, totaling $10,000, he found hidden in the apartment. There were methods that only a reader like him could use. Leaving the apartment, he took a taxi to the nearest market. The ingredients. First, I should get the herbs. Lunaflame, Starshade, Emberthorn. Despite sounding fantasy-esque, they were common herbs in this world. He navigated through the chaotic market and entered the herb shop. The receptionist, a man with a goatee, bulky arms, and the lower half of the goat, turned to him. Welcome, what can I get you? I need Lunaflame, Starshade, Emberthorn. We have them. Please wait for a minute. Neo watched the receptionist come shopkeeper with mild interest. In this world, everyone had a bloodline, originating from their ancestors who lived in the Age of Gods. In rare cases, some had parents who were the source of the bloodline themselves. Their parents could be gods or mythical monsters. Neo did not know if he was Hades' son or if he inherited the bloodline from his ancestors who might be Hades' children. There are the herbs. It's $5,000 for all three. The shopkeeper returned. Neo sucked in a sharp breath after hearing the price. He could have upgraded his gaming setup with so much money. Although it pained him, he brought the herbs. After completing the purchase, he visited a liquor store. The guard at the store's gate stopped him. You can't enter. We don't allow minors. I'm the student of Demigod Academy. He showed the ID he received along with the Academy's acceptance letter. The guard's face changed from surprise to shock and finally to awe. He saluted by putting his fist over his chest. Sir, I apologize for being rude to you. Don't worry about it. Neo spoke nonchalantly. So, can I enter the store? Yes, sir. We are honored to have a student of the Academy visit our shop. The Demigod Academy was the biggest academy on the continent. Only the genius among the demigods could enter it. A student of the Academy was treated as a celebrity wherever they went. Entering the liquor store, Neo was quickly approached by a staff. "What can we get you, sir?" "Baram liquor." He thought for a bit. "The cheapest one." The staff took him to a VIP room and told him to wait while they brought the liquor. He entered the room. After a few minutes, a man with golden eyes and star-shaped pupils entered. "This is the Baram liquor you've requested, sir. How much is it?" He took the bottles. One was Braam liquor he requested and the other seemed like a high-quality liquor. "It's free and this is gargoyle liquor, our shop's speciality. It is a gift. There is no need to pay for it. We are honored to have an academy student visit our shop. It is unthinkable to ask for you to pay us." Watching Neo's unconvinced expression, the man added while rubbing his palms together, "You don't need to pay. But if you like our liquor, we hope you will tell your fellow academy students about our shop." Neo had underestimated the Demigod Academy's influence. While it was true only genius demigods went there, most of them were rich and had influential connections. Everyone wanted to curry a favor with them. Noticing the free liquor in his hands, he thought back to the herb shop. He should have revealed his identity there too. "Thank you. I will remember to tell my friends about your store. It's our pleasure." He left the shop satisfied. "I've got the herbs and the liquor. Now the only things left for the revival ritual are a living sacrifice and divine water." Since he was trying to revive himself, the sacrifice had to be someone who was similar to him. Chapter 3, Unique Skill. The sacrifice had to be a demigod, with the blood of a powerful god if possible. Divine water was harder to get than a living sacrifice. It was a nationally guarded secret and only the strongest demigods had access to it. Getting it was impossible for normal demigods unless they read the novel like Neo. He checked the map on the Akashic Record, internet. Damn it, why is the Yokohama beach so far? Neo took a bullet train. It took him 8 hours to reach the city where the Yokohama beach was located. After getting off on the station, he visited the beach and brought scuba diving gears from a rental shop. Before diving, he took a short break. "I feel like shit." He was tired. His body was too weak. Just traveling was enough to make him feel like he ran a 100 kilometers marathon. He wished he could get someone else to bring him the divine water. But the place where he was going to get it was a secret that, if leaked, could start war between nations. Divine water was too precious. Everyone wanted to get it, as much of it as possible. "Okay, I'm ready." Neo took the boat to the location he remembered. He wore the oxygen mask and dove into the water. The sea was neither cold nor hot. He could see schools of fishes. Some fishes were bright in colors, some had stripes while some were large and moved alone. Since he was near the beach, he reached at the seabed fairly quickly. He began his search for the sea cave. By the time he found the entrance to the sea cave, he felt he was about to die from the exhaustion. After making sure the entrance was not marked, he entered the narrow space in between the coral reefs. It was tight. If he had been a bit less thin, he would have not been able to enter it. Neo arrived inside a water cave. There was air inside the cave, so he removed the respirator and inhaled. The cave was dimly lit thanks to the glowing funguses. It had a small pond in the center. Looks like the mermaids haven't found this place yet. He knew it when he saw the cave's entrance unguarded, but seeing the empty cave confirmed his suspicions. In the novel, this cave would have been found by the Mermaid Kingdom and become a part of their property. He did not know when it was supposed to happen. This place came into play when a villain, gravely injured by the protagonist, came across it by luck, and killed the guard mermaids to use the divine water to heal and strengthen himself. The villain wreaked havoc on the mermaids' country and was later defeated by the protagonist. Due to the incident, the protagonist was able to grow closer to the princess of Country of Mermaids. Now all of this divine water is mine. Neo did not feel guilty for stealing the divine water. No divine water equals no way for the villain to save himself equals the mermaid kingdom is not destroyed. He was solving the problem at its source by taking the divine water. Moved by his own heroic spirit, he poured the Braham liquor into the pond and threw the herbs into it as well. The herbs quickly melted and a sweet aroma, containing the liquor's traces, wafted in the cave. He removed his clothes and stepped in the alcohol-flavored pond. The only thing left was a sacrifice. Well, the sacrifice was Neo. The plan was simple. Neo would sacrifice himself to revive himself. It was a loophole in the ritual. But Neo believed he, the son of Hades, the god who ruled over death, should have at least this much leeway. The Grim Reapers would not nitpick. Probably. If it doesn't succeed, I'm dead. He took deep breath to calm himself. Truth be told, he was not using himself as a sacrifice because he did not have a demigod to sacrifice. There was no shortage of bastards who deserved death. However, to increase the chances of resurrection ritual success, the sacrifice had to as close as possible, physically, emotionally and spiritually, to the soul targeted to be revived. Who was the person who was similar to him in appearance, had similar values, and lived a similar life? Neo himself was that person. Hence, sacrificing himself was the best choice. After submerging himself in the pond, Neo had completed all steps. Now, he had to kill himself, negotiate with the Grim Reaper, and return. Here goes nothing. He closed his eyes and activated his unique skill. Death. It was cold. Neo felt he suddenly appeared in a winter region. At the same time, his innards were burning. The waves pulled him along. He opened his eyes when he felt something touch his back and found himself on a beach. The sky was pitch black with three gigantic red eyes looking down from high above. The sand was black, sticky, and rancid. The air was hard. Every time he took a breath, it felt like he was pushing solid stones through his lungs. This place was the Underworld. The place where the souls came after the death. There was no heaven or hell, just endless pain in this hellish place after one's lifetime came to an end. You are here, O child of Monarch. A grating voice screeched against his eardrums. He saw a figure cloaked in darkness rowing towards him. Its body was hidden in the cloak's darkness, only the two spheres of blue flames were visible which Neo thought of as its eyes. Come with us, O child of Monarch. We will help you cross the river. The figure raised its hand to bring Neo over when it suddenly stopped. This smell. O child of Monarch, why do you carry the scent of sacrifice? Suddenly its voice turned chaotic, like the screeching of a banshee. Chapter 4, Negotiating with the Grim Reaper. Suddenly its voice turned chaotic, like the screeching of a banshee. Who dares treat the child of Monarch in such manner? Do tell me their names. Even if they arrive at the river 10,000 years later, we will remember you, O child of Monarch, and make them pay for what they did to you. The Grim Reaper sounded angry on Neo's behalf. It was a good sign. Hopefully, the Grim Reaper was biased in Neo's favor. Freednovel.cm. No need to worry about. Let's carry on with the ritual. If you wish so, O child of Monarch, we shall begin the ritual. But if you wish for revenge, just say a word. We shall make their deaths painful beyond imagination. The voice reverberated through Neo's spine. Then, in accordance to the promise made 500 years ago, you, who have been sacrificed and carry the aroma of the One, should be taken in exchange for another soul to be revived. However, the exchange must be fair, both souls must be similar, and we do not take any responsibility for the body of the revived soul. If the vessel is damaged, the revived soul would die as soon as it is revived. Do you still wish to carry on with the ritual? Neo nodded. His body was not damaged, so he could be revived as long as he returned quickly. Tell me, who is the soul dost wish to revive? Mine. Suddenly, there was a short moment of silence. Pray tell again? The soul I want to revive is mine. I am the sacrifice too. Is it against the rules? No. We do not think so. Silence. What are you waiting for? Send me back. Please wait, O child of monarch. The sheer absurdity of the situation gave the Grim Reaper a pause. This has not happened before. While your words are not against the rules of the promise made 500 years ago, they seem wrong. We shall confirm the next step of actions with the monarch. Ha! You are going to disturb the great god Hades over such a small matter? Neo quickly spoke up. The great god of Hades, probably, like other gods, saw other humans and his children as nothing more than his subjects. Neo knew he was misusing a loophole in the revival ritual. So, if the great god Hades knew what he was doing, he would refuse to revive him. Neo had to stop the Grim Reaper from going to the great god Hades. What is your job? To help the souls cross the river. Yes, but that's not all. You are the trusted servant of the great god Hades who was given an important job. If you are going to ask the great god Hades for help in every little matter, what is the point of you being here? You have to make the decisions yourself. This is what you must do. But the current situation is abnormal. It is not a decision we can make by our own choice. Then refer to the manual. The Grim Reaper was confused as to what was the point of Neo's words. However, it listened. Someone like Neo, who carried the blood of death, was naturally above him, and, as a trusted servant of Hades, it was natural for the Grim Reaper to treat the kin of his master gracefully. The Grim Reaper's chest swelled with pride when it realized it was Hades' trusted servant. Why do you think there are manuals for everything? I do not know. TCH. Neo's gaze sharpened, which made the Grim Reaper pay attention. Manuals are to teach the newbies what must be done when a certain situation arrives. But we were not given a manual about the promise made 500 years ago. There is a manual. What was the promise? To revive a soul when another soul, covered in the aroma of the one, is sacrificed in an equal exchange. There you go. You have your manual. Use it to see if there is a problem with my revival. Neo asked with a serious expression. Am I going to revive a soul? Yes. Am I covered in the aroma of the one? Yes. Is the exchange of souls fair? Yes. So, is there any problem with the ritual's conditions? No, we do not see any problem. Neo quickly hid his smile and opened his mouth. See, I knew there was a reason why the great god Hades chose you as his aide. You are competent at your job. These days people like you are hard to find. The Grim Reaper bobbled its head up and down to nod. His voice grew soft. O child of monarch, you have taught us much. We thank you for your generosity. Now, let us complete the ritual. A string of smoke came out the Grim Reaper's hand and enveloped Neo. Neo found it hard to breathe. The smoke entered his orifices and suddenly he gagged. He was back in the water cave. Unique skill EXP +1. Unique skill, death, 1/10. Looking at the screen before his eyes, a smile dawned on his face. He did it. Neo returned from the embrace of death. Now, I just need to do it a few more times. It was going to be a long day. Chapter 5, Training Arc. Neo breathed loudly. His chest heaved up and down. Death was exhausting. His fingers twitched uncontrollably and he had trouble moving his body. Damn it, it feels shitty to be revived. After taking a few deep breaths, he was ready to go again. He submerged himself in the pond and activated his skill. Death. The sensation of dying was no longer alien to him. He had the leisure to carefully feel it this time. Previously, he had been too nervous to pay attention to his senses. The gravity disappeared and an instantaneous pull jerked his body. He felt cold and his innards burned. Opening his eyes, he found himself in the underworld. Child of Monarch, why did you return? The Grim Reaper, still at the same place they met last time, asked Neo. Neo patted the sticky grains of sand off his body and stood up. After the last success, he was more confident. I'm here due to the revival ritual. Can you send me back? We can. The Grim Reaper, unable to understand what was happening, nodded. He believed Neo, inexperienced in the revival ritual, might have mistakenly sacrificed himself again. We will send you back, but please, do not return by mistake again. Death is not a child's toy. The living should not touch it too many times. The Grim Reaper decided to forgive Neo for the mistake. After all, he carried the bloodline of the great god Hades. He was royalty. Then, goodbye, O child of Monarch. We wish you a blessed life. The black clouds rushed out of the Grim Reaper and sent Neo's soul back to his body. Unique skill EXP +1. Unique skill, death, 2/10. He woke up with a groan. The water splashed inside the pond, making him slightly cold. BRRR. I should finish it quickly or I might catch cold with this damned weak body. He dived into the pond and used the death skill for the third time. The familiar sensation passed through his body. Again? We hope we are wrong, but... Oh child of Monarch, are you doing this on purpose? As soon as Neo woke up on the beach, he came to face and angered the Grim Reaper. The flames in the Grim Reaper's eyes flared. Do you dare belittle death? Even if you are the child of Monarch, you are not above death. A chill crawled up Neo's spine. The air turned heavy and it was crushing Neo under its weight. Neo's legs started to shake. His teeth clattered. However, his eyes remained calm. There was not an ounce of fear in them. He stared at the Grim Reaper without backing down. The Grim Reaper calmed down after watching Neo's expression. What is it, O child of Monarch? Do you have something to say? I'm training. Train, ing? Neo pursed his lips. Didn't you say it yourself? I'm the child of the great god Hades, the god who rules over death. But... I don't know anything about death. How can the son of the great god Hades don't know about his domain? It's insulting to him. So, I'm trying to learn about death by experiencing it myself. His words pierced the Grim Reaper's heart. The Grim Reaper's body trembled. Just when Neo thought he was going to attack, he got on one knee and bowed. We apologize for being unable to understand your intentions, O child of Monarch. WE. You were looking far ahead, and yet we dared to shout at you. Please, allow us to pay for this unforgivable sin by sacrificing our life. The Grim Reaper raised its arm. A cloud of darkness oozed out and transformed into a pitch-black scythe. The scythe was about to behead the Grim Reaper when Neo spoke. Stop it. He took a step and stood before the Grim Reaper, looking down at him with his crimson eyes. You were doing your job. I'm happy you stood up for your principles even if you had to face me, a child of your master. O child of, the Grim Reaper choked on his words. O great child of the Monarch, we thank thee for thy generosity. The way the Grim Reaper addressed him changed. It meant he finally accepted Neo as the kin of Hades and a fellow being of death. Stand up. Neo helped the Grim Reaper to his feet. Thewenv.com. When he touched its cloak, a chilling cold permeated into his body through his fingers. He barely kept his face straight and managed to not make a fool of himself. Now, can you send me back? We can, but... Is there a problem? No, however, O great child of the Monarch, while you have not broken any rules, you have repeatedly touched death with your soul. If you don't allow your soul to rest, you will lose your emotions and your soul will be corrupted. When that happens, I won't be able to send you back to the realm of living." Neo found it hard to believe the Grim Reaper's words. However, he knew the Grim Reaper had no reason to lie. Besides, Neo had not read the last volume where the gods were introduced, and his knowledge of this world was not omnipotent. He had to be careful. Just now, he had come too close to his true death. The thought of spending an eternity in the underworld sent chills down his spine. Noticing Neo's expressionless face, the Grim Reaper knew he was beginning to change. He was too calm after hearing the devastating news. However, the Grim Reaper did not feel the change was bad. It was a great change in its eye. The son of the great god Hades should have such qualities. He should not fear death, and instead unearth the method to control it. Just like Neo. Maybe if it's him, he can accomplish what the other children of the monarch failed to do. Too many children of Hades had been a failure. If Neo could prove himself worthy, the Grim Reaper thought it would not be bad to invest in him. Chapter 6, Unique Skill Evolution. Thinking so, the Grim Reaper made up its mind. It would help Neo. "O great child of Monarch, you can return to Underworld 3 times again. But after that, you must rest for 3 days at the minimum. We will send you back now. If you wish to continue the training, we will wait for you here. I will do that then." The Grim Reaper returned his soul to the world of living. After coming back, Neo saw the increasing EXP. He decided to raise the EXP to the limit before he rested as per the Grim Reaper's instruction. Underworld. When Neo's soul left for the world of living, the 3 gigantic eyes hovering in the air blinked. The darkness of the sky stretched into a thin smile. They had seen all. From Neo's first appearance in the underworld, to his trickery against the Grim Reaper, and his resolve that allowed him to keep training even if he had to kill himself over and over. Death was not simple. Many souls went insane after touching it once. The insanity and fear of death could corrupt all. Yet, Neo was standing tall after touching it twice. He planned to meet death many more times in the future. He had potential to become his successor. The sky continued to smile, amused, as it waited for the future to unfold. Underwater cave. Achoo! Achoo! Neo shivered from cold. freewebnovel.com. Divine water was supposed to strengthen the body. And, while he could feel his body growing stronger, he was so weak he got cold from staying inside divine water for a few minutes. "I need to do something about this body, achoo." Neo wiped his body with a towel and wore the clothes for a few minutes. He sat on the edge of the divine water pond. Brrrr. It's cold. After a few minutes, he removed his clothes and re-entered the divine water pond. Dying repeatedly was taking a toll on his body and soul. But he could not stop training. This opportunity was a blessing. After all, it was rare to find a vial of divine water even after spending a fortune. Neo was using an entire pond for himself. And he could return after visiting Underworld. In the entire history, there were less than 5 mortals who achieved the same feat. He submerged himself into the pond and activated the skill. There was a sense of weightlessness. His body jerked and he arrived in Underworld. "We shall send you back." Just as he opened his eyes, a cloud of black smokes covered him and he woke up inside the divine water pond. Neo's body was shaking intensely. His teeth clattered and his eyes became bloodshot. He just wanted to stop. However, he hardened his resolve and returned to the underworld. Arriving in the underworld, he noticed his complexion had turned pale white. Just standing straight took a lot out of him. The Grim Reaper silently watched his resolve and sent him back. Blurg. Waking inside the water cave, Neo puked blood. He fell to his knees. His vision was spinning, and he could not put strength into his limbs. Don't fall asleep. Don't fall asleep. He bit his tongue. Blood trickled down from the corner of his lips. He activated his skill again. You've performed splendidly, O great child of the monarch. Please take this as a gift from us. Neo felt cold bones touch his forehead. However, he did not have the energy to lift his head and check what was touching him. Unknown information appeared in his mind. We eagerly look forward to our next meeting. The black cloud covered his vision. Neo was back to the cave. He titled his head and saw the pond's boundary. It was only at an arm's length. But the distance seemed as big as a chasm to him. He felt incredibly weak. Is this overdose of divine water or soul corruption from Underworld? Neo knew his condition was the result of one of the two. His mind was screaming at him to let go and sleep. However, staying inside the divine water pond any longer was dangerous. If he absorbed more divine water, he would explode like an overcharged battery. He tried to swim and get out of the pond. His limbs were as heavy as rocks. While he dragged himself away from the divine water, he failed to notice the blood oozing out of his eyes and mouth. He was about to lose consciousness when he noticed the screen before his eyes. His eyes widened. Slowly, a subdued laugh escaped his lips. Neo could have trained without pushing himself to the limit. However, he did the exact opposite. An unique skill EXP +4. Unique skill, death, 10/10. His hard work was recognized. Neo blacked out. He did not see the screen flashing before his eyes. Unique skill has been mastered. Evolution will begin. Unique skill death has evolved into immortal. His injuries began to heal at a rapid pace. At the same time, he grew thinner. He lost the muscles and the little fat he had on him. After his body devoured the stored energy reserves, it greedily consumed the divine energy in the air. The divine water pond trembled. As if commanded by someone, the pond's water began to turn into mist. It filled the underwater cave with divine energy-rich air. Neo's body used the absorbed energy to heal and strengthen him. He gained stronger muscles, his bones became as hard as steel and his blood gained a slight hue of gold. Rank, Mortal Awakened. Neo stopped consuming the divine energy and the divine water pond returned to its original state. Blissfully unaware of what was happening, he embraced the sleep. Suddenly, voices emerged from the entrance of the water caves. Is this the right place? Yes, I saw the divine water pond here. I hope it's true, princess. If we can find our own divine water source, our country will finally have some leeway. Two women stepped into the cave. It's just there. Amelia stopped speaking when she laid her eyes on the boy who was sleeping naked, next to the pond. A/N. If you are enjoying the novel, vote with golden tickets and power stones. It helps me, the author, with visibility on the web novel app. Over and out, Failed Writer 101. Chapter 7, Hiding the True Thoughts. Amelia looked at Clara with a dark expression. It looks like an intruder. Get ready to fight. Clara mouthed to her. They readied their weapons and approached Neo without making any noise. Clara took the lead. As Amelia's bodyguard, she was one of the strongest demigods in the mermaid country. Just as they were about to reach Neo, he groaned. He shifted his head and looked up. His eyes slowly opened. Reacting swiftly, Clara dashed forward and attempted to apprehend Neo. She was about to strike him when he laid his eyes on her. Suddenly, a terrifying presence descended in the water cave. Clara and Amelia were frozen stiff from fear. The hair on their nape stood and they found themselves lowering their heads, unable to meet Neo's eyes. Who are you two? Neo asked as he groggily stood up. He woke up because he smelled the scent of approaching death and found two women in the cave. Both of them were far more beautiful than anyone he had seen in his previous world. The one near him had sea blue hair and held a spear. She wore black tights and yellow shirt that accented her curves. The women at the back had silver hair and red eyes. She seemed closer to Neo in age. Her blue shorts and gray tank top highlighted her jade white skin. She held a bow and had an arrow, made of water, knocked at the bowstring. Neo noticed her gaze directed at his lower half. His brows furrowed. "Stop staring at it." Despite being disoriented and flustered, a calm and impassive voice left his mouth. Although his life was in danger and he just exposed himself to them, compared to the pressure in the underworld, where even breathing was painful, the current situation was lukewarm for him. Sorry." Amelia's face flushed and she lowered her gaze. After wearing his clothes, Neo's vigilance dropped. At the same moment, the terrifying presence disappeared. Clara exhaled in relief. She almost fell to her knees. Unlike Amelia, she was close to Neo, and was affected by his presence severely. Who are you?" Clara put strength in her legs and glared at Neo. She was ready to fight him to the bitter end. The presence Neo radiated was of death. It was so thick that Clara and Amelia, who did not have death affinity, could sense it. Even a lich or a necromancer would not have such thick presence of death. Clara gulped heavily. Her body shivered when she recalled the person who had a similar presence of death. "Why you, have you gone to Underworld?" Amelia's eyes widened with horror when she heard Clara. No one could return from the Underworld. No one. It was a universally accepted fact. Only the strongest demigods, who were comparable to natural disasters, might be able to achieve it. This meant the boy in front of her was a demigod who had reached the apex. His young appearance was a lie and he was an old monster who had lived for centuries. When Neo did not respond, Clara's suspicion only increased. She was sure Neo was a powerful demigod. Damn it, why is he here? Does the divine water here belong to him? Her thoughts grew chaotic. We tried to attack him, he will definitely kill us. I need to send the princess back at least. Clara shifted her weight and she got into the stance. Just as she was about to attack, Neo spoke. Amelia de Beaufort and Clara Winterfeld. To what do I owe the pleasure of meeting two high-ranking members of the mermaid country? While he sounded calm, his thoughts were the exact opposite. Fuck. 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 Why did they have to come today? Neo knew about Amelia and Clara as they were pivotal characters in the novel. He could predict what was going through their head. I'm safe because they think I'm strong. But if they find out the truth, they will kill me to keep the location of Divine Water Pond a secret. Neo was just an awakened. He would be defeated, even if Amelia fought him blindfolded, let alone Clara, who was a powerhouse in the Mermaid Kingdom. He was in deep waters right now. Why are you not answering? Despite his inner turmoil, Neo maintained a calm Ade. Oh, are you surprised by what I did after waking up? I apologize for it. I battling a foe until yesterday and mistook you two for him for a moment. Clara and Amelia felt their throat go dry. If they were surprised when Neo recognized them, they were downright terrified at the moment. They could see the dry blood stuck on Neo's skin and the floor of the water cave. Who could be strong enough to hurt him, a powerful demigod, to this extent? However, they realized another thing. Neo was friendly. It did not seem he had intentions to hurt them. As a proof, he could have killed them if he wanted, but they were still alive. This was a chance. I greet the Exalted One. Amelia curtsied. We did not know the Divine Water Pond belonged to you. We shall leave as soon as possible. Clara understood the signal. She bowed and followed Amelia to leave the water cave. They walked with subdued but hurried steps. "Wait." Neo suddenly spoke up. "Why were you two here?" Amelia and Clara felt their hearts stop when Neo called them just as they were about to leave. However, Neo did not have any other choice. They were stronger than him and could kill him. But meeting them here was a chance. For them and for him. Before they could give an excuse, Neo asked, "You wanted the divine water pond?" They tried to hide their thoughts from showing on their face, but Neo could see it fairly easily. The corner of his lips rose. "I can give it to you, but..." Chapter 8, Status of an Awakened. "I can give you the divine water pond, but I want something in return." Their expressions underwent quite a few changes when they heard him. Doubt, hope, distrust. Amelia opened her mouth. "Really? We can pay as much money as you want." "Not money." The divine water pond had served its need. It could bring Neo fortune if he sold it. But important treasures could not be brought with money. "I want a tremor-ranked magic spell." "What?" That's the inheritance of our royal family. We can't give it to outsiders." Amelia felt torn. She wanted to get the divine water pond, but a tremor-ranked magic spell was too much. Magic spells were divided into 5 ranks. Whisper, Echo, Resonance, Reverberation, Tremor. The mermaid country had only one tremor-ranked magic spell. It was given to Amelia's ancestor by the great ocean god, Poseidon. The spell was the reason why her ancestors could establish the mermaid country in the harsh seas of Alaspa. Amelia was lost in thoughts when Clara put a hand on her shoulder. The bodyguard looked at her with a deep gaze. A sigh escaped Amelia's lips. She understood what Clara meant. They had no choice but to get the divine water pond. She saw Neo was not going to budge and spoke. "I can't make an important decision like that myself. We can appeal to the queen, my mother, and I think she will agree to your demand." Her words would have sounded like a lie to anyone. The queen of the mermaid country was called the Tyrant Queen. She was not someone who negotiated and instead took everything from others. While it was true the Tyrant Queen urgently needed divine water in large amounts, she could force Neo to give it to them without any compensation. Amelia did not think such a scenario would come to pass. Neo was strong. Her mother wouldn't be able to use her weapon, the overwhelming strength of hers, to take the divine water pond from Neo. Neo thought about it. He found Amelia's words to be plausible. And although he was not strong, he was sure the Tyrant Queen would not take the divine water pond from him unethically. The reason was related to why she urgently needed the divine water. "I have no problem with it. When can I meet the queen?" "Right now." "Let's go, right now." A small smile appeared on her face. She looked especially beautiful at the moment. The three left the underwater cave after Neo wore the respirator. He couldn't breathe underwater without it. Amelia and Clara found it weird how someone like him had to use oxygen tanks. But they did not point it out. They came out of the underwater cave and Neo noticed a gigantic eastern sea dragon swimming inside the sea. The sea dragon had blue scales. It had a ferocious expression and a powerful aura. All the fishes in the vicinity had disappeared after the dragon's appearance. Noticing Neo's lingering gaze at the sea dragon, Amelia explained, "That's our ride. Only the azure sea dragons can travel in the Alaspa Sea." She could talk underwater without problem. Clara was the same. Both of them had mermaid bloodline. Underwater seas were their home turf. They swam and positioned themselves above the azure dragon's back. At the moment, a no-water zone appeared at their location. They landed on the dragon's back with their feet. Neo could see that the water was being blocked by an invisible dome, probably an ability of the azure dragon. He could breathe without problem. They began the journey. The sea animals ran away whenever they sensed the azure dragon. Traveling underwater, Neo felt the journey was no different from an airplane ride with a good view. Neo could see Amelia sneaking glances at him, as if she wanted to talk but was afraid to initiate the conversation, and Clara staring at him with furrowed brows. He did not converse with them and instead focused on himself. He had yet to see the changes brought by the evolution of his skill. Status, he thought. Neo Hargraves. Rank, Grade 5 Awakened. Divine Energy Purity, Grade 1 Awakened. Stats. Strength, 18. Speed, 21. Dexterity, 17. Constitution, 12. Luck, 0. Affinity, Death, Shadow, Darkness, Void. Magic Spell, Necrotic Touch. Bloodline, Monarch of Death. Unique Skill, Death, Immortal. Quest, None. His status screen changed after he evolved into an Awakened. His stats were on the low end for an Awakened, which was understandable since he evolved recently. The luck, however, was quite surprising. He did not know anyone with luck below 1. Neo's divine energy purity was very high. He attributed it to him absorbing a large amount of divine water. The magic spell is the one the Grim Reaper gave me. I wonder what rank it is. Necrotic Touch. Rank, Tremor. Mastery, Apprentice. Effect, applies death mark to the target through touch. Max stack, 5. Demigods mainly fought with magic spells and used their unique skills as trump cards. To use magic spells, one had to burn their god blood. While the god blood could be naturally restored over time, consuming too much too quickly could kill the demigod due to anemia. Neo was surprised to see the rank of the spell. It seemed the Grim Reaper he met was a high-ranked personnel. Thinking again, just not any Grim Reaper would have been sent to bring the soul of the bloodline of Hades. Unique Skill, Death. EXP, 10 out of 10. Skill Effect, you die. The death skill had been completely mastered. Thanks to it, Neo gained another skill. He checked the new skill's detail with anticipation. It had to be powerful considering how much trouble he had gone through to get it. Unique Skill, Immortal. EXP, 0/100. Skill Effect, you gain an extra life every 24 hours. Max stack, 3. His face contorted. What was this fucking bullshit? The skill was incredibly useful, but what would he do with so many lives? If an opponent could kill him once, he could kill him twice. Even 3 or 4 times. Damn it! Were all skills from the Monarch of Death bloodline so weak? Calm down. It isn't a powerful skill, however, it's remarkable as a support skill. Besides, time passes slower in the underworld. I can go there to train my magic spells. Neo sighed. It seemed he had to keep dying in the near future. Chapter 9, Mermaid Country. Watching Neo sigh, Clara became more distrustful. She seemed sure of her thoughts. Neo was weak. Other than the aura of death, he had nothing on him that made him look strong. The divine energy leaking from his body was incomparably weak and he had poor control over it. Was he bluffing about his strength? No, did they misunderstand him in the first place? He never said he was a high-ranked demigod, they thought he was one by themselves. If it was true, there was no need to bring him to the mermaid country. Clara looked at her spear. Her fingers twitched. She had only thought about grabbing it when she suddenly noticed Neo staring at her. He shifted his gaze to the spear and scoffed. Did he detect my bloodlust? Clara got more confused. It was clear Neo had a very high affinity with death element, to the point he could detect even the faintest bloodlust directed at him, but his poor divine energy control said he was an awakened demigod at best. What is it? He is strong or is he weak? Clara decided against taking any immediate action. She would watch him for now. The Azure Dragon reached the Alaspa Sea. Neo gasped inwardly when he saw hundreds of hurricanes, both small and giant, in every direction. The sky was covered with clouds and the undersea was pitch black due to the absence of light. Without the sunlight, one would not know they had entered a hurricane's range unless it was too late. The Azure Dragon swiftly flew through the gaps of hurricanes. It seemed to know the range and force of the sea devils, and managed to navigate like a professional bus driver. The hurricanes disappeared after they traveled for half a day. The clouds parted, the sunlight returned and a shore appeared in the distance. "We are here," Amelia smiled. She commanded the Azure Dragon to circle the shore and drop them in a secluded region. Neo was breathing heavily when they got off the Azure Dragon's back. He had dark circles underneath his eyes and his muscles were sore. Riding the Azure Dragon for a day without rest wrecked his weak constitution. "Damn it, why am I so weak after reaching awakened rank? Am I cursed or what?" "You don't look good," Amelia noticed his condition. Unlike Clara, who stayed quiet, she did not hesitate to speak right now. "I know." Neo didn't let his face show the exhaustion. "I was using the divine water pond to heal myself." "Is this the side effect from your fight? Who was your foe? Are you gathering tremor-ranked magic spells to increase the chances of your victory for the next time?" Her rapid-fire questions and sparkling gaze made Neo take a step back. "Princess, we should go," Clara interrupted her before she overwhelmed Neo. He looked at her thankfully. They left the shore and came across a carriage hidden next to the giant beach rocks. It was left there for occasions like today. A carriage? They are using carriages when the rest of the world has cars. Damn, am I in Bunas or what? Neo thought. He should not have expected much from a country that followed monarchy in this day and age. Amelia climbed the carriage first. After entering, she noticed Neo breathing heavily and unable to move his body much due to soreness. She gave her hand to help him climb. Neo frowned. But he was indeed feeling weak. He was fighting sleep and exhaustion through sheer will. Just when Amelia thought he did not need her help, Neo grabbed her hand and stepped into the carriage. A smile blossomed on her face. Clara took the reins of the carriage and drove. While on the way, Neo decided to take a short nap. He needed to be in his best condition before meeting the Tyrant Queen. "Wake up, we are here." A melodious voice woke him up. Neo felt irritated. He had fallen asleep for a few minutes before he was told the time was up. Opening his eyes, he saw Clara at the door and Amelia in front of him. "It's already been a few hours. We even delayed our meeting with the Queen to let you rest," Clara explained. Neo did not feel he had slept at all. Maybe the short nap was a bad idea. He exited the carriage and saw an extravagant palace. The Azure Spire Palace stood out as a breathtaking marvel. Its massive structure adorned in rich shades of blue glistened like sapphires under the sun. The rich history and the regal opulence meant to be showed through the palace were clear to Neo. They entered the palace. "Are we meeting the Queen immediately?" Neo asked. "Yes. She is busy with the audience, but she has asked to meet you as soon as possible," Amelia answered. While the two conversed, Clara followed Amelia silently like a faithful shadow. They reached the door of the audience chamber. The guard bowed to them and stepped into the hall to announce their arrival. The audience hall. The Tyrant Queen, Elizabeth, sat at the throne. Her silver hair cascaded like moonlight, and her crimson eyes, deep and enigmatic, glowed like rubies, exuding an aura of both allure and danger. Her gaze held the coldness of a distant star, yet there was an undeniable charm that drew all eyes to her. On the both sides of the audience hall, there were dozens of ministers and citizens. Today's audience had been abruptly halted by the Queen. They did not know what was happening. fruabnal.com. As they waited, a guard entered the hall. The Princess Amelia de Beaufort is arriving with an esteemed guest. Amelia and Clara stepped inside. Immediately, the eyes of ministers were drawn to the doors, waiting for the esteemed guest, like hawks for prey. It was an open secret that Amelia was looking for divine water source to save the queen. However, most of them were against it. So, they had to be vigilant to know if the esteemed guest was truly capable of saving the queen. If he was, then he was an enemy. Chapter 10, Private Meeting with the Tyrant Queen. If he was capable of truly saving the queen, he was an enemy. Perhaps reacting to their hostile aura, an overwhelming presence erupted into the hall through the doors. The audience froze and the queen watched with interest as a dark-haired youth entered. At a glance, he looked weak, not even able to control the divine energy leaking from his body. However, they could feel the heavy aura of death on him. The guards reacted. "Who are you? Apprehend him." They swiftly encircled Neo and pointed their weapons at him. His aura made him look like a monster ready to pounce on them. They mistook him for an intruder. "Let him be," the queen spoke. The ministers wanted to advise the queen against letting such a dangerous person free. However, they noticed something wrong about her expression. She was smiling. Her lips, soft and succulent, were stretched into a small, irresistible smile. A chill went down everyone's back. "It's the sign of the slaughter's arrival," someone muttered. The queen maintained her gaze on Neo. Her eyes were glowing and, hovering before Neo, she could see something no one could. Name, Neo Hargraves. Rank, Grade 5 Awakened. Bloodline, Monarch of Death. The audience hall was enveloped in blanket of silence. It was broken by Neo, who was in a daze. "You?" He stared at the thick aura of death covering the queen. His strong death affinity allowed him to roughly guess the time of arrival of others' death. Death had touched her already. She was resisting its call through her overwhelming might. "But you will die in 3 days." Neo's words brought a catastrophic change to the mood in the audience hall. Some were skeptical of his words. A few looked distraught. Most of them were happy. Amelia grabbed his wrist. What? How can you be so sure? We have the divine water pond. The divine water won't help. You can use it to concoct potions and elixirs, but it's already too late for her. She would die. Just like how she died in the novel. The tyrant queen maintained a calm expression despite the news. Looking at her, no one could guess she was at death's door. "Today's audience is adjourned," the queen spoke. Her smile snapped the people out of their stupor. Thinking carefully, how could an awakened demigod like Neo guess the time of the tyrant queen's death? However, it was weird. The queen was not killing him after his discourteous words. They suddenly had a terrible thought. Was this the queen's plan, to see who supported her death, and she planned to kill those who she deemed guilty? While the ministers were dragging their feet out of the hall, the queen told Clara, "Bring him to my office." She stood up and left. Neo turned to Amelia and saw her staring at the floor with a blank gaze and clenched fists. "Please follow me," Clara spoke. She took Neo to another room. The doors were not as big as the audience hall but equally majestic. "He is here, my queen," Clara spoke after knocking the door. "Send him in." Entering inside, the first thing Neo noticed was the tyrant queen, Elizabeth. She was preparing tea with a smile. "I never thought I would meet a kin of the great death god, Hades, in my life." A recently awakened demigod at that, she spoke while beckoning him to sit. "Why are you here?" "To sell the divine water pond." He sat on the sofa. His eyes were unconsciously drawn to the potted plants next to the window. "Is this why Amelia brought you here?" I have to refuse your offer. I don't need the divine water since I'm going to die either way. As expected, she knew. However, the fact she called Neo to meet her meant he had something she needed. However, she added, I could think about it if you, the Death's inheritor, could save me. I can try, but I need to know what is happening to you. Neo knew why she was about to die. He still needed to hear it from her mouth. Because it would be suspicious if he knew something no one other than the queen did. I'm cursed. She revealed the answer easily. Neo thought he would have had to bargain more. He faked a thoughtful expression. In truth, there was no need to think, this was the reason why he came here. To collect the hidden piece that allowed the villain to destroy the Mermaid Kingdom single-handedly. The tremor-ranked magic spell he asked for was just a smokescreen. I can save you. Of course, you must also give me the tremor-ranked magic spell that the princess promised. The vulnerabilities hiding behind her calm expression showed for a split second. But she hid them quickly. She brought the 2 teacups and placed them on the table. As she sat across Neo, she poured tea into the cup. Elizabeth had asked him if he could cure her as he was the blood of death. Never did she imagine he could actually do it. She stopped her arms from trembling and spoke calmly. If you have this much confidence, you must have something you want from me. Your most prized possession. He smiled. Give it to me. He couldn't say it outright that he wanted her weapon, the replica of Poseidon's trident. His words, however, were direct enough for her to understand him. You want the Poseidon. She stopped speaking and turned to the doors. A playful smile appeared on her face. She spoke loudly as if she wanted the person hiding behind the doors to hear her. My most prized possession. You want my kingdom? You'll have to marry my daughter for that to happen. What? Neo did not understand what she was talking about. Why did she suddenly change the subject from Poseidon's trident to the marriage? Oh dear, I don't mind it since you have a noble bloodline, but I don't want to force my daughter into a political marriage. Not when you are weaker than her. I don't want to marry your daughter. Neo, irritated, decided to answer back. If your kingdom is your most prized possession, I'd rather marry the queen and become the king, instead of being the princess fiancé. The queen cupped her face with one hand. My goodness, are you saying you want me? A/N. If you are enjoying the novel, vote with golden tickets and power stones. It helps me, the author, with visibility on the web novel app. Over and out, Failed Writer 101. Chapter 11. Discussion between crazy bastards while having a tea. What the fuck was this woman talking about? He gave a metaphorical answer. Why was she taking his words seriously? Are you sure? If you are okay, an old woman like me. No. The doors were pushed open. Amelia rushed inside, followed by Clara. The bodyguard looked apologetically at the queen for being unable to stop Amelia from eavesdropping. Nobody is marrying anyone. Don't reject him so fiercely. He has quite a few good qualities. If you spend time with him, maybe you will come to like him. At her mother's words, Amelia's gaze unconsciously moved towards Neo's lower half. She looked away with a flushed face. The queen noticed her actions. Oh my, what did you two do before coming here? We did nothing. Anne stopped changing the subject. Amelia sat on the same sofa as her mother and glared at Neo. If a stare could kill, he would have been skinned and boiled 1,000 times by now. The tyrant queen, Elizabeth, picked up her teacup and sipped it. You've heard my daughter. I don't think I can give you my most prized possession. Neo frowned. Only Elizabeth knew about the replica of Poseidon's trident. It seemed she wanted to negotiate with Neo in front of her daughter with the code word. While Amelia thought of the most prized possession as a marriage with her mother and her, in truth, the queen and Neo would talk about the weapon. So, Elizabeth continued. How about another offer? I'll hear it at least. I will let you live if you promise to save me. She placed the teacup on the table. Her expression said it was her final offer. As expected of a tyrant, Neo knew this was going to happen. Mom, why are you doing this? Amelia asked with a frustrated expression. She knew nothing was going to change her mother's thoughts. Similar situations happened countless times throughout her childhood. Although she hoped Neo's strength would deter her, after hearing everything through the door, she knew her expectations were not going to be fulfilled. Elizabeth looked at Neo to see how he would react. But he picked his teacup with a smile. It's a realistic offer. Sadly, I can't accept it. So you are ready to die? That's the problem. Neo took a sip. I'm immortal. Ha? Are you bluffing again? Amelia reacted. Her mother and Clara pondered over Neo's words seriously. The children of the 10 high gods and the 3 great gods inherited powerful skills. Zeus' familia could control lightning and Poseidon's lineage reigned supreme over the oceans. With that logic, Hades' descendant should be able to command death. There has never been a Hades child in the history. We can't predict if his words are truth or lie, Clara thought as she stood behind Elizabeth's sofa. Neo's words took the tyrant queen by surprise. However, she recovered quickly. If that is the case, my offer won't work. She added. How about I torture you if you don't save me? I can start by pulling out your nails, dripping hot wax on your skin and slowly use worse torture. Sounds painful. Neo maintained his calm. The tyrant queen frowned at his composure. He put his teacup down. But I think I can endure 3 days. After that, I'll be fairly compensated for my troubles. Neo did not say who would compensate him. However, all of them knew the answer. The people in the audience hall were happy to hear about the queen's death. Someone placed a curse on the queen. No one except Amelia was trying to save her. Almost everyone was somehow helping in the rebellion against the tyrant queen. Those people, when they find Neo endured 3 days of torture and refused to save the queen even though he could, would treat him like a hero. They had to. After all, a rebellion was justified only until they had justice on their side. Not treating Neo as a hero would work against them. So, it was checkmate for the tyrant queen. You came prepared. The tyrant queen refilled his cup. I'll accept your offer. Crazy bastards. They are talking about murder and torture while snacking. Clara thought she was the only sane person in the room. Even Amelia had been desensitized to death after seeing her mother's actions for years. While Amelia bit her lips, unable to reject or accept her mother's deal with Neo, the tyrant queen added. However, I need a proof of your capabilities. As you wish. Neo stood up and approached the potted plants on the window. The flowers had yellow star-shaped petals. They were beautiful. Necrotic touch. Wisps of black smoke came out of the tip of his fingers. He could feel the blood in his arteries and veins burning. It was exhausting. Maintaining the skill for a single second was as draining as traveling on the Azure Dragon's back for a day. However, he didn't hurry. He maintained the ade of calmness and touched the petals. The flowers immediately withered when the black smoke seeped into them. They lost their colors. Just as they were about to die, Neo called the black smoke back. And the flowers regained their life. Neo turned around. He smiled. The tyrant queen had a shocked expression on her face. Even she could not remain calm after seeing what he had done. It looked like a curse. You can cancel your curse after it has been casted, she spoke. It was an impossible feat. Curses, once activated, could only be transferred from one target to another. Neo did not correct her misconception of his abilities. His magic spell was tremor-ranked and thus allowed him to have a greater control over its impact. Freewebble.com. Just like the deal he had with the Tyrant Queen, he had no intention of telling her the truth. He had lied. Only the curse caster could save the queen. Neo could not do it. And the caster's identity was never revealed, since the mermaid country was already destroyed by the time this backstory was shown. However, Neo had a plan. And he had already executed it. Now he just had to wait for the result. Chapter 12, First Quest. Neo had a plan. He had already executed it. Now he just had to wait for the result. The Tyrant Queen nodded after seeing his abilities. "We'll do as you asked." Suddenly, a screen appeared before Neo's eyes. Quest. Objective: save the Tyrant Queen, Elizabeth. The mermaid country is isolated in the harsh seas of Alaspa. Its unfavorable location has led it to be exploited by other countries since its establishment. Elizabeth changed the situation through her overwhelming might. With her crowning, she made sure no country and demigod could look down on her homeland or exploit it. Her radical methods, while uplifting for the mermaid country, earned her the nickname Tyrant Queen. After years of peace, the people of mermaid country have forgotten the times when they were exploited. In their eyes, the Tyrant Queen is nothing but an uncontrolled slaughterer who is ruining their reputation and making enemies with powerful demigods. Believing that the Tyrant Queen's actions would soon bring retribution, the mermaid country has decided to revolt, to remove the Tyrant Queen before her enemies destroys their country in order to eliminate the Tyrant Queen. Reward: Immortal EXP plus 50, Water Affinity. Failure: Ire of Amelia de Beaufort. Do you wish to accept the quest? Y/N. There were many important details in the quest description. He scrolled above and reread it carefully. The story was as he remembered. The rewards were good. 50 EXP was equal to using the immortal skill 50 times. It would save him 50 days of training. As far as Neo knew, nobody could gain an extra affinity. They were born with fixed affinities and, in rare cases, the demigods could awaken their dormant affinities after going through a life-death situation. Gaining a new affinity was unheard of. Freewebble.com. For this type of reward, the failure was only receiving Amelia's anger. It was clear what he needed to choose. Quest accepted. Since you've accepted the request, we can start now, the Queen spoke. She smiled. We'll purge the palace. Ha? Mom, are you going to kill everyone? Not everyone, sweetie. Only those who seem to have a hand in the rebellion. Almost all the palace people supported the revolt unanimously. One of them might have been the caster of the curse. Elizabeth did know the identity of the caster. She could not do the purge as she might have killed the caster unknowingly. If that happened, she would have been unable to lift the curse. Her hands had been tied. However, with Neo's arrival, she did not need the caster to remove the curse. As you wish, my queen, Clara said. When can you start the remedy? The queen asked Neo. Tomorrow. I need to make some preparations today, he answered. The Tyrant Queen saw no problem with the Neo's appeal. The curse casted on her rendered her, an exalted demigod, helpless. It happened because she had no defense against the curse and the curse was applied over the years without her knowledge. But that didn't mean the curse was weak. No. To work on an exalted demigod it had to be incredibly powerful. Taking a day to complete the preparations was already a lot less than what she had imagined. If he was not the kin of Hades, Elizabeth would have thought Neo was lying. Clara, call my personnel guards and, until tomorrow, you will guard Neo. Elizabeth ordered. Amelia, you will stay with me while Clara is protecting him. She sent them after the short briefing. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed Amelia staring at him with a glare. The doors closed and he heard a chuckle from Clara. She quickly wiped the smile before returning to her expressionless face. "You don't need to be so uptight with me," Neo said. "I'll show you the guest room," she said as she ignored his advice. Two entered a room in a secluded corner of the palace. Neo was appreciating the grandeur of the room when Clara locked the door behind him. She swiftly approached him and covered his mouth with her hand. The dagger in her hand pierced Neo's neck. His eyes widened. He choked on his blood as he stared down at the dagger. It was you." Never had he imagined the leader of the Queen's personnel guard to join the rebellion. Clara grabbed his face and muttered, "Let's see if you are really immortal." She activated the curse. Neo's skin twisted and it began to rot at a visible pace. However, before he could even feel the pain, he was already dead. Clara let go of the dagger. His body fell with a dull thud. She waited. Would he really stand back? Was he actually immortal? How could a mere awakened demigod cheat death? It did not matter. If he was an immortal, she would imprison and hide him until the Tyrant Queen died. 10 seconds passed. 20 seconds passed. A minute went by. Neo did not revive. He was not an immortal. Clara released the sigh she had been holding unconsciously. She felt relieved. "Come." She snapped her fingers. At the command, the shadows inside the room trembled. They shrunk and merged, and transformed into a boy with green hair and yellow eyes. "Why did you kill him, sis?" "He can heal the Queen. I've verified his abilities." "That means," his boy's face hardened, "the Queen will soon do a purge." "Not soon. She is about to start right now." Clara looked at the blood spilling out of Neo's neck. "We need to spread the news of his death to stop the purge. The Queen will realize I've joined the revolt. So, I'll go into hiding for a few days." Her brother, Paul, nodded. No matter the cause, Clara could not be captured. Because she was the leader of the revolt. And the caster who used the curse on the Tyrant Queen. The revolt would fail if she were caught by the Queen. "Take his body. We will pin the blame of his death on the Queen and say the Queen killed him because he couldn't save her." Paul did not understand who Neo was to be able to cancel his sister's curse. However, he knew now was not the time to ask. "I'll do as you've ordered." He shapeshifted to a splitting image of Clara and left the room. Chapter 13, Training in Hell. Neo opened his eyes beneath the dark sky. His plan worked. He met a person who was directly related to the rebellion. Since it was Clara, the original plan had to be changed. The job became easier. He could skip most of the steps and heal the Queen while stopping the rebellion. It was all good. "I feel like shit." Neo knew Clara had the ability to use curses. But he never expected her to betray Elizabeth. There was an important reason behind his oversight. In the novel, the resurrection ritual was attempted by the protagonist and Amelia to revive the Tyrant Queen. They used the divine water pond for the ritual. During the ritual, the Queen refused to be resurrected. She told them to revive Clara, who died during the battle with the villain that destroyed the mermaid country. For Elizabeth, Clara was like her own daughter. She raised her and his brother, Paul, with love and care after she saved them from the pirates. A feeling of disgust rose in Neo's heart. Not only did Clara stab Elizabeth in the back, she took care of Amelia and replaced her mother. Was it Clara's way of apologizing for her mistakes? It was revolting. "Oh, great child of Monarch, you returned earlier than what we had decided." The grating, yet somehow soothing, voice snapped him out of his thoughts. He looked ahead and saw the Grim Reaper. "A situation happened and I was sent back here." Neo noticed something. The Grim Reaper was not surprised he came to the Underworld without using the resurrection ritual. Does he know about the immortal skill? As if reading his thoughts, the Grim Reaper spoke. It is fine if you came early. You have evolved and your soul has been strengthened. The limit of corruption your soul can endure has increased. The Grim Reaper continued. And with your skill, you should be able to enter the Underworld at your discretion. However, do keep in mind you have to return eventually. The Grim Reaper was not looking at Neo but above him. Neo followed his gaze and noticed the screen. Time remaining, 11 hours, 58 minutes. Time passed slower in the Underworld. 2 days in there were equal to 1 day in the world of living. The time on the screen was how long he could stay in the land of death. When the timer reached 0, he would be forcefully revived. He could return before time was up if he wanted. Can you see the screen? Neo asked. We cannot, O great child of Monarch. After receiving the answer, Neo thought about what he should do. Returning right now was useless. His body would be with Clara. She would kill him again after he revived. Immortal gave him the chance to resurrect once per day. He used the chance already. If he died again tonight, he was dead. Time remaining, 11 hours, 55 minutes. Almost 12 hours. It was equal to 6 hours in the world of living. Neo died around 3 p.m. After spending 6 hours of real-world time in the Underworld, he would be revived at 9 p.m. He would gain the revival chance at 12 p.m. 3 hours. I can't risk dying as soon as I revive. Or I'll die permanently. Neo had to somehow stay alive for 3 hours after he returned. He tried to think of a way but nothing came to his mind. In the end, it all boiled down to luck. If he was revived in a dangerous place or a safe place. What will you do now, O great child of Monarch? Will return or will you wait? I will train in the Underworld. There was a high chance the rebels had his body with them. After the revival, he would need to fight his way out of their lair. He was weak right now. His progress in the Underworld would decide if he could hold out his own against the rebels or die without achieving anything. Standing up, he noticed the surroundings properly for the first time. The sea of blood-red colors stretched beyond the horizon and something large continuously moved under the sea. His death affinity blared alarms as soon as he thought about stepping into the water. Don't go there, his senses were telling him. The beach, made of black sands, had a putrid odor. Bones of unknown animals jutted out at irregular intervals. At the far end, a white fog hid everything. The sky was covered in eternal darkness, and 3 gigantic eyes looked down from above like moons. Underworld was as unpleasant as ever. However, he felt comfortable there. As if he had returned home. After completing the survey of the surroundings, Neo came to a conclusion. There is nothing to train with here. His only magic spell was Necrotic Touch. It needed a target to activate. Since he could not use it on the Grim Reaper for obvious reasons, he was left with no way to train. He clenched his feet. He needed to increase his strength urgently. It was impossible without training. O great child of Monarch, do you perhaps need our assistance? I need a target to train. Can you help with it? Neo decided to be shameless and made the request. It will be our pleasure. Clouds of smoke rushed out of the Grim Reaper's hand and formed a scythe. He thumped butt of the weapon on the ground. The beach shook. A simple action from the Grim Reaper brought an earthquake. The tremors quickly died down, but Neo noticed something was off. His face hardened. The bones protruding out of the ground were moving. They are ancient warriors of the Underworld, the Golwaks, created during the Titanomachy War. After the war, they outlived their purpose and were allowed to rest. Now, thousands of years later, all of them have disappeared. That doesn't mean they were destroyed. The creation of the monarch are not so feeble to be defeated by time. They still sleep beneath the underworld, waiting for the day they are to be called again. Beware, their thirst for battle and blood has only increased after years of hunger. An arm crawled out of the beach. Neo could feel the aura of death multiplying by dozens of times. His own aura was a joke in front of it. He gulped. His throat was parched. Slowly followed by the arm, a head and torso appeared. It looked similar to a human skeleton except for the two horns, green flames burning in its eye sockets, and the sword in its hand. Its cracked, dirty bones made it look old and ferocious. Dangerous. His senses were screaming at him to run away. What is this? It's getting hard to breathe. A thick aura of death covered the skeleton. When he used his death affinity to sense it, all he saw was a human-shaped darkness with emerald eyes carrying a sword wrapped in dried blood and flesh. Would my necrotic touch work against it? Neo asked. It will, O great child of monarch. There was no time to ask why the spell that corrupted one's life force could work on a Golwak. The skeleton rushed at Neo with a blitz. Neo crossed his arm to protect himself. Something snapped when the attack connected and he was thrown away like a rag doll. Chapter 14, Training Like Hell. His body bounced several times before coming to a stop. Special lesson, it's strong even without muscles, he thought. Neo's training with death skill increased his mental endurance. Thanks to it, he ignored the pain and looked for the Golwak's next attack. Instantly, his vision was covered with a foot coming down to stomp his face. There was no time to rest. He jerked his head. The Golwak's attack missed, but it didn't let up as it raised its sword. Neo, on the ground, was unable to dodge. He used the necrotic touch and grabbed the Golwak's feet. The spell didn't activate. Neo's divine energy control was poor and he tried to use the magic spell in a hurry. Thus, he failed to trigger the spell. Just as the Golwak was about to swing the blade, Neo, in a hurry, pulled its leg and made it fall over. He grabbed the sword that had fallen out of the Golwak's hand and swiftly created a distance between them. Huff! 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 Golwak was strong. The skeleton stood up with a low growl. Its eyes were fixed on the sword Neo stole from it. But Neo wasn't looking back at the Golwak. Shit! There were multiple Golwaks crawling out of the beach. It had friends? Neo could feel his left arm throbbing from pain. It almost broke during the first exchange. The situation was quickly taking a turn for the worse. He couldn't use his spell and... Oh great child of the monarch, as I thought, is it too difficult for the current you? Neo held the sword with his right hand while breathing heavily. Should I ask for help from the Grim Reaper, or maybe tell him to lower the difficulty? Neo froze, unable to believe the words that appeared inside his head. What am I thinking? Did I try to run away? Again? Am I going to be a loser in this world too? Didn't I say I don't want to be mediocre? He tightened his grip on the sword. I need to make the effort. There is nothing free in this world. Fight. If I can't win, I'll die fighting. I won't become a failure again. Neo renewed his resolve. No need. I can do it on my own, he answered the Grim Reaper. Amused, the Grim Reaper watched. Neo calmed his trembling arms and drowned out unnecessary thoughts. The Golwak rushed at him with a roar. Neo did not move. He just stared at it. Focus. I can't activate the necrotic touch instantaneously. Using divine energy is like moving arms or breathing, everyone can do it. Right now, having awakened the divine energy recently, I'm like a patient who woke up from coma. He continued to analyze himself. The Golwak covered half of the distance in the blink of an eye. Freebubble.com. However, Neo continued. After all, knowing oneself was half the battle won. My muscles capable of controlling divine energy are weak. They will improve as long as I train regularly. But that won't help me now. What can I do so win at this moment? The Golwak was almost in front of him. It stomped its foot and punched. Neo grabbed its fist with his left hand. He heard a crunch, but he ignored it and swung the sword with his other hand. The blade beheaded the Golwak. Its body, lifeless, crashed. Neo's left arm flailed like a dangling branch. It hurt more than anything he experienced in his previous life. However, dying was more painful. He experienced it multiple times. Unlike what he heard, it did not reduce the pain he was feeling right now. It still hurt like a bitch. The previous pain did not make the current pain painless. It did, however, teach him to continue moving even if it was agonizing. Two Golwaks attacked him from different sides. The one of the left swung the axe and the second Golwak stabbed the spear. Neo crouched. The attacks passed over his head. He stabbed the sword in the axe-wielding Golwak's foot and activated the necrotic touch. If he could not trigger the spell instantaneously, he just had to activate it beforehand. Black smokes came out his hand, however, they did nothing. The Golwak, having received an attack, growled and tried to attack when suddenly Neo let go of the sword and used an uppercut. The necrotic touch hit its chin. Its bones began to crumble. Neo was about to continue when he felt a chill. He grabbed the sword and swung it behind him, only to feel a resistance, as he blocked the spear luckily. While his attention went to the spear-wielding Golwak at his heels, the first Golwak slashed towards his shoulder. The blade penetrated deep into his skin. It slowed, and the Golwak increased the strength behind the axe. Neo grunted and grabbed the Golwak's arm to stop it from cleaving him in half. He struggled to hold back his own against the two Golwaks at the same time. He was losing his strength. Neo failed to realize his left hand had somehow healed. Before the spear-wielding Golwak moved, Neo increased the intensity of necrotic touch. He applied 2 more stacks on the axe-wielding Golwak's hand. Instead of smoke, black ink dripped out of his palm. It spread on the Golwak's arm and its elbow shattered like a glass. The Golwak lost its balance after losing the arm. An opportunity. Neo kicked the spear-wielding Golwak and rushed at the first Golwak whose limb was destroyed. He grabbed its head and used the last remaining stack of necrotic touch on its head. With another necrotic touch applied to its jaw, the spell's strength increased and the Golwak's face crumbled into dust. Suddenly, the second Golwak pierced his left leg from behind. Fueled by adrenaline, Neo grabbed the axe logged in his shoulder and smashed it on top of the spear-wielding Golwak's head. The necrotic touch finished the first Golwak at the same time. Neo fell to his knees. The 3 Golwaks were dead. And he was at death's door. His arm, shoulder, and leg were. Ha! Neo noticed his arm was no longer broken and the shoulder stopped bleeding. It was slowly but surely healing. After he pulled the spear out of his leg, the injury started to close itself. What is this? It's your god blood. You are the heir of Underworld, and it's helping you. What the Grim Reaper described was not a skill, but an innate body constitution. The children of great ocean god Poseidon were stronger when they fought underwater. Those who carried the blood of high god Apollo grew powerful along with the sun's ascent and became weak when the sun disappeared. The heirs of the high god Dionysus were gained a boost in the task they did while being drunk. Neo was similar. His stats and regenerative ability gained a massive amplification in the underworld. It is also why you, a being of death, are weak in the world of living. Neo's face stiffened. Was the reason why he was always felt tired, exhausted, and nauseous because of his bloodline? Didn't it mean he was under a constant debuff? the Grim Reaper hit the beach with his scythe. Tremors, stronger than the last time, appeared. Trials of today will become your strength for tomorrow. As long as you keep advancing, you might learn to make the underworld descend into the world of living. When that happens, I'll be unstoppable. Neo understood what the Grim Reaper meant. The corner of his lips rose as he envisioned the future where he could fight without any restriction and have a constant buff. Glory awaits you, O great child of Monarch. So, you must train hard. The tremors died down and 8 Gulwaks came out. Neo's vision of the beautiful future shattered. Beautiful or not, he would have to survive to first. A/N. If you are enjoying the novel, vote with Golden Tickets Power Stones. It helps me, the author, with visibility on the web novel app. Over and out, Failed Writer 101. Chapter 15, Rebellion. Azure Spire Palace. Paul, who had taken Clara's appearance, met with the Queen's personal guards. Leader, is there something wrong? Why are you here, Captain? Captain, who was the kid who came to the audience hall today? The members gathered around Paul. Despite being far stronger than Paul, they did not detect his disguise. Paul released the false appearance. It's you, the members sighed. They noticed Paul was not making fun of them like he usually did after they were caught in his pranks. Sis. He changed his words. The leader has gone into hiding because she killed the kid we saw today. He had the ability to remove her curse, so it had to be done. Paul spoke with a grave expression. The Queen has ordered a purge. It's time for you all to choose a side. The Queen's personal guards looked at each other. They understood why a purge was happening. Their gazes grew determined after hearing the Tyrant Queen's cruel choice. We've made our decision long ago. That's right. We have nothing to be ashamed of, we aren't rebels. We are the patriots who are protecting our country from a tyrant. Paul raised their morale. The plan is to spread the rumors of the kid's death. It will corner the Queen and make her halt the purge. You call that a plan? Suddenly, an old man, the vice leader of the Queen's personal guards, cut off Paul mid-sentence. The Queen will go berserk if she gets cornered. Who knows how many will be slaughtered when that happens? That's true. Paul agreed. Do you have a better idea, Vice Leader? We'll do a purge as the Queen ordered. Wah! But instead of the palace people, we will bring out the prisoners and execute them inside the palace. While the curse has weakened the Queen, her senses are nothing to scoff at. We will use it against her. By killing the prisoners, we can create chaos and the palace will be filled with stench of blood. It will fool the Queen. In the meantime, we will evacuate the palace people before she catches on, the vice leader explained. That's a very good plan. Why didn't I think of it before? Paul muttered. The Queen was at the death's door. As long as they waited, she would grow weak and would no longer be a threat. Because you are still green behind the ears, the vice leader snorted. The members of the Queen's personal guard cheered for the vice leader. They got to work. Half of them went to the underground prison to bring out the prisoners, while the other half started the evacuation. The palace people were not given the reason behind the evacuation. They found it weird that they were using a hidden exit to leave the palace. However, no one raised a question since it was the order of Queen's personal guards. The screams echoed in the palace for hours. While most of the Queen's personal guards were busy with the task, the leader and the vice leader met with the Tyrant Queen in the audience hall. The hall was deserted save for the Queen on the throne, the vice leader and the leader, who was Paul in Clara's disguise. How is the progress? The Tyrant Queen asked. The task is going smoothly thanks to the Queen's grace, Paul said. He noticed the purple markings appearing on the Tyrant's Queen body. The curse entered its last stage. Nonetheless, looking at Queen's demeanor, no one could tell she had one foot in the grave. The queen nodded and looked at Clara. "Since you are here, I take it Clara is still guarding Neo?" "Indeed, it is as you." Paul froze. A look of horror appeared on his face. Frobenui.com. The queen knew he was Paul in Clara's disguise. How was that possible? While Paul was only an awakened demigod, his camouflage was perfect. No one, not even exalted demigods, could see through his disguise. "Why aren't you answering?" the queen asked. Yes, sis is guarding him." "I took her appearance to smoothen the process of purge," Paul answered despite being shaken. The queen tilted her head. Her eyes narrowed. "You just lied." She treated Clara and Paul as her own children. While she couldn't tell it if Paul guised himself as other, it was easy for her to tell him out when he became Clara. None of their habits were same. Similarly, it was easy to notice when Paul lied after being caught red-handed. She could clearly remember how many times Paul, as a kid, sneaked into the kitchen for late-night snacks and lied in the morning when she asked him about it. A small smile appeared on her face and she hid it quickly. "Where is Clara and who is guarding Neo right now?" she asked. Paul was frozen stiff with fear after having his lie revealed. He couldn't think and couldn't answer. His heart was beating so loudly he felt it would break his ribs. If he lied again and got caught, it would be the end. Suddenly, the vice leader grabbed his collar and threw him towards the door. "Run! Tell others we were exposed. I'll hold her back and buy time for you." "Oh, okay." Paul stood up and tried to rush out of the door. "What are you two doing?" The doors suddenly shut close by themselves. "What do you mean you were exposed?" Hearing the chilling voice, Paul pulled out his sword and got ready to fight alongside the vice leader. The vice leader shouted, "Paul! I told you to run. You can't do anything against." He couldn't complete his words. His body was abruptly crushed into a paste of meat and blood. It was as if he had been hit by an invisible hammer. The tyrant queen did not even lift her finger. She just sat there menacingly. "Paul!" the chilling voice commanded. "Lower your sword." She was not stupid. She knew Clara had the ability to cast curse. But they were her children. She treated them no different from Amelia. So, why? Why were her children trying to kill her? An unfathomable amount of pressure descended on the Azure Spire Palace. Anyone inside it was brought to their knees. They found themselves unable to move. They felt like they were being crushed by gallons of water. Cracks started to appear on the foundation of the palace and the whole place shook. "Drop your sword, Paul." Chapter 16, Mother's Sorrow. Paul gritted his teeth and glared at the queen. "I won't." His bones snapped. However, he did not heed her words. The pressure suddenly disappeared and the queen stared at him. Worry and anxiety were hidden deep in her eyes. Her gaze was focused on his bleeding body. But her face remained impassive. The doors of the hall opened. Amelia, along with several her personal guards, rushed inside. "Mom! Are you okay? What was that?" "Don't go there, princess. The queen has gone berserk due to the curse." The guards stopped her. They silently placed a sword behind Amelia's back, warning the queen to stop, or there would be consequences. The queen realized Amelia had not betrayed her. A wave of relief washed over her heart. She could crush the guards with a snap. But her gaze returned to Paul. They must have killed Neo or imprisoned him. There was a high chance Neo was dead. The tyrant queen never believed he was immortal. She only threatened him back then to see how he would react. With Neo dead and Clara in hiding, there was no way for the queen to save herself. After her death, Amelia would suffer. Because she was a tyrant's daughter. What are you doing? Paul glared at the guard who had placed a hidden sword behind Amelia without her knowledge. While he was against the queen's tyranny, he knew Amelia was innocent. His words cleared the queen's thoughts. She knew what she had to do. Get out. She waved her hand and a powerful gust of wind threw all of them out of the audience hall. The doors closed behind them. Amelia stammered to her feet and banged her wrists on the door. Mom! Open the doors! Open, it! Hick! Hick! Pee please! Tears flowed out of her eyes. She turned to Paul and held his shoulder with trembling hands. We need to find Neo. He can save Mom. We have to hurry. Paul looked away. Amelia did not know about Clara's ability to use curses. In fact, even among the rebels, only the queen's personal guards knew about it after they decided to rebel. Curses were frowned upon. In the past, the tyrant queen told Clara to keep it a secret for her safety. Without knowing anything, Amelia was in the dark and requested for help from the rebels. We can't find Neo. He went missing few hours ago. Sis is searching for him, Paul spoke. What? The despair in Amelia's eyes was slowly replaced by anger. Did the rebels kidnap him? She asked with seething rage. I don't know. But, before Sis left, she told me his disappearance was strange. He wouldn't have been kidnapped if he listened to Sis. Sis said he kept wandering in the palace. Almost as if he wanted to be kidnapped. freeebnville.com. I see. Amelia's expression darkened. Thinking that the queen might come after them at any moment, Paul hurried. Amelia, you need to evacuate. The queen has gone berserk. I'm worried she might harm you too. But... Amelia! Stop hesitating. Face it that we can't save the queen now. Paul shouted. He spoke his next words in a low voice. You are this kingdom's future. If you die, we would lose everything. Amelia knew what Paul meant. The tremor-ranked spell of the mermaid country could be inherited by 2 people at a time. With the queen on death's door, Amelia was the last possessor of the spell. If she died, the spell that protected the kingdom would disappear forever. I promise you, Amelia. I will do my best to save Mother. So, leave it to me and go. Listening to his words, Amelia broke down into tears. Underworld. Neo's back rested against the sandy beach. His clothes were ripped and dried blood was stuck on his body. I feel like shit. The beach was filled with corpses of gullwax. Some were slashed in half, some had crumbled into dust, and some had been brutally bashed with fists. He absent-mindedly stared at the sky. Time remaining, 00 hour, 30 minutes. He had been fighting for only 12 hours? Wow, fuck. It felt like days to him. I'll kill myself if the growth I felt was also an illusion, saying so pulled up the status screen. Neo Hargraves. Rank, Grade 5 Awakened. Divine Energy Purity, Grade 1 Awakened. Stats. Strength, 19. Speed, 21. Dexterity, 17. Constitution, 14. Luck, 0. Affinity, Death, Shadow, Darkness, Void. Magic Spell, Necrotic Touch. Bloodline, Monarch of Death. Unique Skill, Death, Immortal. Quest, Save the Queen, in progress. His strength and constitution increased by 3. It was a massive increase. Normally, a demigod needed to train for a few weeks to increase the stat by 3. Neo felt his growth speed was justified. His training intensity, unlike normal people, was beyond nightmare difficulty. He could not remember how many times he broke his bones and was nearly decapitated. These sick Gulwaks were perverts who liked to behead their enemies. Audience hall. The Tyrant Queen stared in the air absent-mindedly. Where did things go wrong? She never experienced love. She trained until her hands bled. She stood against the countries trying to exploit the mermaid nation alone. Why was she being turned into the evil? Hadn't she always put the country before her own well-being? To be honest, she did not care about the rebellion, being called evil, or how others called her a tyrant. It happened because of her own choices. She wouldn't deny them. But watching her own children leading the rebellion broke her heart. She covered her face with her palms. Tears slipped from in between her fingers. They were the tears of a mother. She could barely maintain the countenance of a tyrant. How could she care about dignity after what she saw? Time passed. Elizabeth wiped her tears and stood up. She left the audience hall. Her steps carried the grandeur of a queen, her gaze was cold and confident like a tyrant, and the feeble mother was no longer to be seen. The palace was empty. The Tyrant Queen returned to her room. To rest. Forever. Azure Spire Palace. Paul carried Neo's corpse towards the Queen's location. It was for an important task. Neo, an awakened demigod, could cure Queen's curse. He was capable and thus might have someone powerful as a backer. If Neo's backer found out he was killed by the rebels, they would be thrown from fire into frying pan. Paul planned to pin the death of Neo on the Tyrant Queen. This way, the rebels would not be blamed. And they might be able to befriend Neo's backer. Where did she go? Paul thought. The Queen was not inside the audience hall. He searched the palace and did not find her anywhere. She is not in the office, not in the treasury, and not in the weapons barrack. Where is she? Don't tell me. He rushed towards her room. Opening the door, he found her inside. A hollow laugh left his mouth. This fucking bitch. Chapter 17, Meeting the Curse Caster. The Queen sat on a chair, her eyes closed, most of her body was covered in purple veins, and she seemed asleep. Did she come here to die like this? How far will she to go to maintain her dignity as the tyrant? It's because you do things like this that you've made enemies everywhere. She must have been in terrible pain. Nonetheless, her expression remained stone cold. It irritated Paul. If it's going to be like this, I would rather kill you with my own hands. He was thankful that Clara wasn't here. Because she would have definitely stopped him. Even the reason Clara casted the curse was because Paul persuaded her. Paul threw Neo's corpse aside and pulled out his sword. He approached the Queen. His arms shook and his breathing became ragged. He could not help but worry if the Queen would wake up. While his complete focus on the Queen, Neo's corpse moved. The injury on his neck rapidly healed and he opened his eyes. As he woke up, he realized 40% of his divine energy was used to heal his body before his soul was revived. What a shitty skill. Paul snapped his head towards his back when he heard the voice. Before he could see Neo, Neo used necrotic touch and grabbed his face. Black ink dripped from Neo's hand after he applied 3 stacks. You're alive. Paul, his face covered in black ink, jumped back, dumbfounded. He could clearly remember the sensation of Neo's cold corpse. How? Are you an illusion created by the Queen? Neo did not respond. He stared at him with cold eyes. In truth, Neo was in a daze. Using 3 stacks of necrotic touch used another 30% of his divine energy, leaving him only 30% of the total energy reserves. He was anemic after burning so much god blood. Slightly out of it, he looked at the room. The Queen, asleep, was resting on the chair. He stood near the wall, and it was dark outside. The only enemy inside the room was Paul. You! Why aren't you responding? Paul pounced on Neo. Just as his sword was about to hit him, Neo activated the spell. The dark ink on Paul's face seeped into his skin and began to devour his lifespan. Our guy. What is this? It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Unlike the Gullwax, Paul's body did not shatter, and he seemed to be under immense pain. Was it because he was a living soul? Neo watched him calmly. He did not like torturing people, but there was no need to show sympathy for those who killed him. Now, how do I call your sister? If I remember correctly, both of you have an artifact that tells you if the other's life is in danger. As soon as Neo finished his words, his death affinity reacted. An overwhelming amount of danger was coming at him. He didn't dodge. The wall next to him broke as a hand came through it and grabbed his neck. What did you do to him? Clara questioned, enraged. She walked through the wall as if it was made of paper. Answer me, she spoke in an icy voice. Orbs of liquid metal materialized in the room. They transformed into weapons aimed at Neo. Neo, unaffected by intimidation, grabbed her arm and applied 2 stacks of necrotic touch. Clara sensed something was wrong and hurriedly threw him away. He crashed through the broken wall. This is... Clara noticed the black markings on her hand. Her face hardened as she recalled Neo's curse ability. She could feel her lifespan draining at a snail's pace. It was not dangerous for her, but it could kill Paul, an awakened demigod, within a week, and Paul had a stronger curse cast on him. Neo did not stand up. He remained lying on the wall's rubble and stared at the roof in a daze. It's a death mark, he explained. Once that appears on your body, you will die, no questions asked. Clara clenched her teeth. Her brother's blood-curdling scream filled her with despair and anger. Desperate to stop Neo, she stabbed a sword into his leg and twisted it. Release the curse on my brother or... Her words were struck in her throats. She thought Neo would scream or cry from the pain, just like her brother, but he stared at her with a calm, unmoving gaze. I told you, he spoke unhurriedly. I'm immortal. Death threats or torture wouldn't work on me. In panic, Clara forgot Neo was supposed to be dead. Her face went under countless changes when she realized he was actually immortal. While Clara was frozen, Neo stood up and approached the table with a limp. He sat with a thump before he prepared the teacups. Where are the tea leaves? He opened the teapot. Clara, can you get me some tea leaves? They should be in the cabinet. What? Tea leaves. In the cabinet. Why are you so calm in the current situation? Her face twisted into a grimace. What's wrong with getting snacks? I'm parched and hungry. The queen was halfway through the door of death, her brother was screaming in pain, dozens of weapons were aimed at him, and his leg was bleeding. He wanted snacks in this situation? Crazy bastard. Just get me the tea leaves. It's not like you can kill me. Clara knew that. Only the curse's caster could do something about the curse. If she wanted to save Paul, she had to listen to him. Of course, it was a lie woven by Neo. Necrotic touch, a magic spell, would disappear after his death. It would not linger like a curse. Neo took the tea leaves Clara brought and started making a tea. Sit, he said. Both of them stayed silent after she heeded his words. Clara was furiously thinking of a way to save her brother, while Neo was appreciating Clara. When she attacked him, although enraged, she used a non-lethal attack, and did not dare to kill him before she confirmed her brother's safety. Unluckily for her, her actions worked against her. What do you want? She asked as Neo calmly sipped the tea. And stop, please, my brother is in pain. Chapter 18, Saving the Queen. Neo didn't agree or refuse to her request. He ignored her and focused on the tea. Clara barely held herself back from killing him. What do I need to do? She questioned again. Neo answered this time. Save the queen. He added. I will remove the death mark from you and your brother if you do that. If Clara removed the curse, the queen could single-handedly overturn the outcome of the rebellion. However, if she refused Neo, Clara did not care if she died, but she didn't want Paul to die along with her. She had to make a choice. The rebellion or her brother. She bit her lips until they bled. Suddenly, Paul called out to her. Sis, save me, please. It hurts. It hurts so much I want to die. His face was covered in tears, snot, and blood. He continued to claw his face and worsen the injuries. Clara's heart shook when she saw the miserable sight. Are you even human? How can you do that and drink tea like nothing? She shouted at Neo. I wasn't the one who killed me. Neo placed the cup on the table. Why should I be lenient to someone who killed me? He did nothing. I was the one who killed you. And you will die too if you don't accept the deal. Clara abruptly closed her mouth. She could see it. Neo was calm. Too calm. He was used to death. Killing others was no different from breathing for him. He didn't value life. Still, Clara could not make a decision. Was it correct to give up the rebellion for only her brother and herself? No, that was too selfish. Before you refuse. Neo suddenly spoke. Don't think this will end here. What do you mean? Remember what bloodline I have. Monarch of Death. Neo nodded. If you refuse me, I will make sure both of you go through something much worse for the eternity you will spend in the underworld. His words were like a bomb dropped on her head. She wanted to say it was impossible. The god of death, the End's jury, and the Grim Reapers were impartial. But Neo was an exception. He was the death's inheritor and he came back to life. He did something impossible. It was very likely he was capable of achieving what he just said. Clara wanted to take time and think before answering, however, every second she wasted thinking was another second where his brother underwent unimaginable pain. I will do it. She bit her lips. I will do as you said. So please stop hurting my brother. Let him be for a few minutes. I want to hear him scream. Neo looked at the time. There were 2 hours left until the immortal recharged. If he let Paul go, what was he supposed to do? Dance? He had a reason to stall for time with his answer, even if he looked like a psychopath. As minutes went by, Clara thought about killing Neo countless times. However, she recalled his warning and stayed put. She was far stronger than Neo, and still she was helpless. Clara felt miserable. It was 1 a.m. when Neo finally moved. We should save the queen, she has only a few hours left. He picked Elizabeth up in a Princess Carry and made her lie on the bed. Her body was hot and she was barely breathing. The injury on his leg sent jolts of pain across his body when he moved. However, he kept his face expressionless to maintain the facade of being the one in control. He placed a chair next to bed and sat on it. Transfer her curse to me. Paul, remove the death mark on him first. Neo snapped his fingers and Paul stopped screaming. He frothed from his mouth and lost consciousness. The death mark has stopped devouring his life force violently so he doesn't feel pain. But he is still losing it at a rapid pace. Neo looked at her with a chilling gaze. freewebnovel.cm. Don't think about playing any stupid games with me, if you don't want to win stupid prizes. He warned her. Clara nodded. I'll start the transfer. You need to have physical contact with the queen first. He grabbed Elizabeth's palm. Clara closed her eyes and focused. Purple hues appeared around her. They seeped into the queen's body. A few minutes passed but nothing happened. Clara opened her eyes with a snap. She was breathing heavily. It's not working. She isn't letting go of the curse. Neo's face darkened. Try again. Another 5 minutes passed after Clara's new attempt. There was no change. Now it was clear to Neo. She wants to die. Clara stiffened when she heard him. I guess that makes sense after seeing someone she raised trying to kill her. While he had a calm expression, his anxiety was slowly starting to increase. If the queen died, he was fucked. There were more rebel members than just Clara and Paul. When they returned and found out Neo tried to save the queen, they wouldn't let him go. Clara was listening to him because her brother was cursed, but others were not the same. Saving Queen was the only way for him to survive. Damn it, why is she refusing to let go off the curse? Neo would simply die and revive since his immortal was recharged. He was not worried about it. He should have not been worried. The plan had gone without a hitch until the last stage. However, the queen's refusal was a major problem. Try again, he told Clara. They attempted the ritual several times. All of them ended in failures. The time of Queen's death slowly approached. Neo's brows furrowed. What should he do? Was there a way to motivate the queen? Tell her you don't want her to die and try again, Neo ordered. Clara listened to his words. Nothing changed. Put more sincerity into your request. Again, her words made no difference. Chapter 19, Dreamscape. Put more sincerity into your request, he ordered. Clara tried. Her words made no difference. Neo snapped his fingers and retrigged the violent devouring of Paul's death mark. He woke up with a startle and let out blood-curdling screams. What are you doing? Why are you harming Paul? I'm warning you. If the queen dies, don't think I'll let you two go. Dark lines appeared on Neo's face. He couldn't think of anything to save the queen. Not much time was left. Please save me, Mom, Paul spoke in a whimper. Neo frowned when he saw his pathetic actions. However, the tyrant queen's fingers twitched. She heard Paul? Neo looked at Clara. His eyes told her what she needed to do. She opened her mouth. Mom, please wake up. I don't want you to die. The tyrant queen reacted. Just when Neo thought he found a way out of the situation, he felt an incredible sense of sleepiness attacking him. What are you doing to me? He glared at Clara. Ha! Clara shouted. Hey, what's happening to you? Her words hinted that she wasn't behind the drowsiness. Before Neo could do something, he fell asleep. Bright sunlight pierced through Neo's eyelids. He woke up with a grunt. I feel like fuck. Rubbing his hair, he scanned his surroundings. He was at a harbor where a proud, wide, broken ship was docked. Countless citizens were gathered in the area. Listening to them, Neo found out that they were celebrating their queen's, safe return. Where am I? Neo remembered falling unconscious while trying to save the queen. He pushed through the crowds to find out what was happening. His eyes widened. He saw a young Elizabeth, with dark, sunken cheeks, coming out of the ship. She looked famished. In her hands, a little girl, 5 or 6 months old, slept. Elizabeth and Amelia, he thought. A guard approached Elizabeth. What about the king and the prince, my queen? The guard asked. Elizabeth shook her head. She tried to calm the citizens and the guards, but their sorrow was palpable. No one seemed in their right mind. Biting her lips, she hid her tears and donned an expressionless mask. Stop crying. We don't have much time left. Elizabeth spoke with a firm voice. The Falcon pirates will arrive on our island in a few weeks. We have to prepare and there are survivors on the ship. Take care of them. And my queen, what about reinforcements? Can't we ask other countries for help? The guard asked with a fearful expression. I've tried but they refused. Our country has no longer anything of value to give them, they have no need to help us. The queen moved towards the palace. The people were shocked and helpless. They seemed sure of their eventual demise at the hands of the pirates. However, seeing the queen, who stood firm, they regained a bit of hope. The soldiers and the citizens got to work. After a bit of the time, Neo noticed familiar people among the survivors of the ship. Paul and Clara. Both of them were kids, Paul, only a few months or perhaps of the same age as Amelia, and Clara, a year or two older. Neo was scouting the surroundings when he heard someone talk to him. The queen had been living with her husband until now. Her ship was attacked on her way here. Turning around, he noticed a 10-year-old Amelia. No. She looked similar to Amelia, but something was different. He couldn't put a finger on it. Still, he could tell she was not Amelia. Who are you? He asked. Guess who I am, she gave a cheeky smile. Elizabeth's secret child. She stared at him as if looking at an idiot. No one can talk or see you except me. Shouldn't you have thought I was this dreamscape's owner? Oh. Neo's eyes slightly widened. He looked at her carefully. I didn't know you were a pervert who thought of herself as a kid, despite being so old? You weren't going to call me old, right? The pressure of the tyrant queen surrounded her. Neo took a step back and shook his head unconsciously. I wasn't. Good, she smiled. Follow me. They walked on the beach alone. Neo knew he had to persuade her to transfer the curse to him, but judging from the situation, it seemed Elizabeth pulled him here for a reason. She must have something to say to him. He decided to hear her. The pirates won't be able to defeat my country, she told him. I know. Since the mermaid country is still standing, you must have won against the pirates. That's not it. She shook her head. The pirates never attacked. After all. She turned on her heels and faced him. They were annihilated when they attacked the ship. Why didn't you tell your people about it? All of them are worrying the pirates will attack again after their ambush on the ship failed. Elizabeth let out a smirk. It was a good thing she was a kid, otherwise Neo might have received a heart attack seeing her smile so much. I couldn't tell them how the pirates were defeated. Can you guess how it happened? Neo thought about it. The answer was clear. She did it with the help of the Tremorank spell of the mermaid country. Unlike what everyone thought, the spell was not the country's heritage. It was given to Elizabeth by Amelia's father, the great ocean god, Poseidon, when the pirates attacked. This was revealed in the novel. No one knew the true identity of Elizabeth's husband other than her. You can't guess it? Neo stayed silent. The pirates were defeated by my twin sister. It was the first time he heard about Elizabeth having a sister, much less a twin. She laughed when she saw his expression. So even you can make a face like that? Twin sister, he asked. Yes, my twin sister. She was Amelia's birth mother and the wife of the great ocean god, Poseidon. What? A/N. If you are enjoying the novel, vote with golden tickets and power stones. It helps me, the author, with visibility on the web novel app. Over and out, Failed Writer 101. Chapter 20, The Truth That Was Never Shown in the Novel. What? Neo was dumbfounded. Elizabeth explained to him. Her sister lived in secrecy. No one knew she even existed. Her sole purpose was to replace Elizabeth if she was assassinated. The heirs of Mermaid Country had been assassinated countless times when the country refused other nations' demand in the past. The practice of having a hidden heir came into existence due to it. My sister didn't like a life like that and ran away. After her disappearance, my parents grew, well, let's just say my life became not so good anymore. I was married to a prince of another country and had to live with them. He never loved me. She chuckled. Turned out he liked men. To hide the secret, I had to undergo insemination. I gave birth to Clara and Paul. As he heard her, his mind was thrown into chaos. Amelia was her sister's daughter? Clara and Paul were her children? It sounded like nonsense. However, a lot of things made sense. It explained why she would take care of two orphans so much and why was she hurt when Clara and Paul tried to kill her. They were her actual children, not just adopted. Thinking logically, since Amelia looked similar to her, and no one knew Elizabeth's sister's existence, she had no choice but to act as if Amelia was her daughter. When the pirates attacked the ship, my sister returned with Amelia. She defeated the pirates, and gave me the tremor rank spell on Amelia, saying she was on a run and had to leave as her life was in danger. She asked me to protect Amelia before she left. After explaining everything, she looked at Neo to know what he thought about her life. This was the first time she told someone about it. There was a single thought in his mind. What the fucking abracadabra shit was this? Was why something so important never explained in the novel? Maybe the author planned to reveal this during the final arc. Neo calmed down after reaching a conclusion. Why are you telling me all this? I don't care about your past. His words made Elizabeth freeze. A downcast expression appeared on her face. Right, why would anyone care about me? She returned to her tyrant queen demeanor. I don't want to live. Leave. I have no intention of giving my curse to you. No, I won't leave you. He stared at her with a determined gaze. You won't die as long as I'm here. If she died, Neo would be in deep shit. And she had to give him the tremor rank spell and the replica of Poseidon's trident. What? You just said you don't care about me and now you don't want me to die? Are you making fun of me? A terrifying pressure descended. Don't overstep your boundaries, kin of death. Her chilling voice sent shivers down his spine. However, he maintained his stance. I'm not making fun of you. It's you who are making a mockery of yourself. What are you trying to achieve by telling me about your past? You just want someone to acknowledge you, Reborn.com. Elizabeth flinched as if he had hit the nail on the head. He continued. Does your life have meaning only if others say you are important? No. Stop trying to look at others for support. You and only you can determine the value of your life. He stood before her and looked down at her. Not me, not my acknowledgement, and not your children. That's easy for you to say. Elizabeth clenched her fist and let go of her mask for the tyrant. She screamed from the depth of her heart. No one wants me to live. They curse at me every day as if I'm blight on their life. Even my children think it's better if I die. Not everyone. Neo answered with a calm tone. I, for one, want you to live. And Amelia too. He added. Did you know, after Amelia first met me, she thought I would kill her? But when the slightest chance appeared, she tried to take the divine water pond to save you, even if that put her life in danger. Elizabeth lowered her face. Her shoulders shook. She loves you. But I am a tyrant. She knows it and I know it too. Silence descended between the two. Only the noise of the sea and Elizabeth's hiccups continued. Tears dripped onto the sandy beach. I'm not crying. I don't see any tears. A tyrant never cries. Is that so? If you tell anyone what happened here, I'll imprison you and torture you. Sounds painful. He smiled. Does that mean you are ready to leave with me? She wiped her tears but didn't look up. Hold my hand if you want to leave together, she said. He followed her words. I don't care what happens to you after you take my curse. Even if you die, it's your fault. Just as they were about to disappear, he heard a small whisper. Thank you. She raised her head and smiled at him. It wasn't scary like her usual smiles. Her smile was lovely. Neo woke up with a groan. Not much time passed since he lost consciousness. The hours he spent with Elizabeth in the dreamscape were mere moments in reality. What's happening to you? Stop shouting, he ordered, irritated. I thought you were about to lose consciousness. You don't need to think. Just do what you are told. Clara clenched her fists. Her nails dug into her palms, but she did not talk back. Suddenly, the purple veins on Elizabeth's body wriggled. They moved towards her arm and seeped into Neo's arm as he held her hand. The curse is transferring. She let go of it. Clara exclaimed. Neo grunted. The pain was beyond anything he imagined. He felt he was skinned alive and dipped into salt water. She had been enduring this for days? He shuddered. His skin cracked, revealing purple veins, and his body rapidly deteriorated. He felt someone grabbing his hand. Raising his eyes, he noticed Elizabeth looking at him with a stone-cold gaze. She looked calm, but the warmth of her hand revealed her worries. Elizabeth tried to sit, but Neo stopped her. Rest. Don't worry, these two won't do anything to you. His lips turned black and his nails started to fall off. It didn't take long for him to lose his eyesight and hearing. I'll back. Neo tried to smile, only to fail miserably. It made her heart ache. Don't forget. I'm immortal. He went limp in her hands. Elizabeth had no choice to believe his words. Because she did not think she could forgive herself if he never woke up again. Chapter 21, Amelia's Resolve. Elizabeth was snapped out of her thoughts by Paul's voice. It stopped. The pain stopped, he muttered. A dark shadow appeared on Clara's face. Neo died and curse on Paul lifted. It meant he didn't use curses. It was something else, she thought. He got us good. She was enraged. However, she reined her thoughts and focused. Elizabeth's curse was lifted only a few moments ago. If it was now, Clara might be able to finish her. The weapons floating in the room transformed. They aimed at Elizabeth when suddenly they exploded. Clara felt as if a truck rammed into her. Her body flew backwards and she broke through several walls. Did Neo stop you two alone? Elizabeth asked Paul. He was still feeling the lingering pain and unable to answer. I asked you a question. Suddenly, an intense pressure smashed Paul into the ground. The weight slowly increased. Paul could feel his body crying in pain, however, unlike before, where Elizabeth stopped in the audience hall, she continued mercilessly. Elizabeth hated it. She did not want to see her children in pain. But she understood. They had crossed the line. It was either them or her. KRK. The floor cracked as the pressure doubled. He told us he would kill us if we didn't save you, Paul answered. How could Neo, an awakened demigod, threaten you and Clara? You two are far stronger than him? The Tyrant Queen added in a cold voice. Tell me everything without leaving anything out. Just as she finished her words, Clara returned with a strong vigor. Her body was covered in a silver armor and she held a spear. She was smashed into the ground, just like Paul, as soon as she entered the room. Paul was horrified when he saw his sister unable to do anything. He explained everything. From how they killed Neo, to how they lied to her about the purge, how Neo suddenly revived, and tricked them into thinking he could use curses. Elizabeth's gaze softened. She caressed Neo's hair. He wasn't as strong as made himself look, in fact, he was extremely weak. Elizabeth saw, and Amelia told her, just how moving from one place to another was enough to tire him out. Still, he put himself on line to save her. Not once, but twice. He laid his life for her. Elizabeth knew he must have a reason to go to this extent to help her. However, it didn't change anything. He was the only one who helped her when everyone tried to stab her in the back. If it wasn't for him, she would have died, and blamed herself for everything that transpired. She was in his debt. A debt she wouldn't be able to repay, even if she gave him her life. After all, she could do it once, but he gave her his own life twice. "Leave," Elizabeth commanded. "I don't want to meet you two ever again." A beat later, she blasted Clara and Paul out of the palace. They wouldn't die from the attack. However, their injuries would take months to heal. It was weird. Despite everything, she couldn't kill them. A drop of tears slipped out of her eyes. What is this? "I'm crying too much today." She wiped her eyes and looked at Neo's corpse. He was abnormal. Even if he was immortal, which Elizabeth doubted, he did not seem to care for his own life. True immortality did not exist. Elizabeth, after reaching exalted demigod rank, knew this for a fact. Some artifacts and abilities allowed one to circumvent around death. But all of them demanded a huge price. Death was impartial. If you wanted to cheat death, you must pay something of immeasurable value. What price did Neo pay? What kind of life did he live to die twice as if it was nothing? She was curious. It was the first time was interested in a person's life other than her family. She didn't understand why she felt like this. "Mom!" Amelia appeared. She was visible through the broken wall. Several of the Queen's personal guards followed her. "What happened?" "I saw Sis and Paul were hurt." Before she could complete her words, the guards exploded into gory mist. Amelia froze. "Why did you return?" "You should have evacuated already," Elizabeth asked as she beckoned Amelia to come to her. I couldn't leave you alone." Despite saying so, Amelia couldn't approach Elizabeth. The Queen killed the guards brutally. Had she really gone berserk? Suddenly, Amelia noticed the purple veins on Elizabeth's body had disappeared. The curse. It's cured. Amelia's eyes widened and she rushed at her mom. She hugged Elizabeth with a jump. Tears fell from her eyes. How? Neo forced the curse's caster to transfer the curse to him. He died in my place. Amelia felt shocked. Hearing her mother's words, she felt she might have thought wrong about Neo. Will he revive? He said he was immortal. Yes, I think he will. But it seems there is some sort of cooldown in his ability. If Neo was here, he would have been shocked to know Elizabeth deduced his unique skill after hearing about it once and said, as expected of an exalted demigod. A small smile appeared on Amelia's face. I need to thank Brother Paul and Sister Clara. If they hadn't found Neo, you would have. Hick. Hick. As Elizabeth patted Amelia's back. They didn't bring Neo to me. Neo brought them. Amelia felt there was something weird about her mother's words. Neo brought them? He needed the curse caster to transfer the curse. Amelia blinked. What was her mother trying to say? She understood her words, but the implications behind them made them impossible to be true. Clara could use curses. The words turned Amelia's world upside down. Her mind froze. She stared blankly into the air while Elizabeth explained everything to her. And no. That's not possible. This guy. Yes, Neo must have tricked you. Amelia. There is no way Paul and Clara will try to kill you. Amelia. There is no way. Hick. Hick. Elizabeth hugged Amelia as she cried her heart out. No matter how much Amelia tried to deny it, the truth was before her eyes. Chapter 22, Necrophilia Kink. No matter how much Amelia tried to deny it, the truth was before her eyes. Neo was dead after Clara transferred the curse to him, and her mother punished her siblings for the rebellion. Hours passed. Before long, Amelia stopped crying and remained motionless as she hugged her mom. I hate it. Amelia muttered. I hate Paul and Clara. I hate this country. I hate everyone who tried to kill you. Her words were laced with malice and impure intentions. Stop it. Elizabeth spoke. There is no need to take revenge. But I don't love this country anymore either. So, let's leave. Amelia agreed to her suggestion. But she wasn't satisfied leaving them alive after what they did to her mother. She wanted to make them go through worse pain. However, Amelia was weak. Only her mother could punish the rebels and she had refused to do so. So, she would bide her time. Until she was strong enough to crush this country and its people. When should we leave? And what about the international issues? Even if you step down, the major world powers won't accept your resignation without a proper reason. I know. That's why the tyrant queen must die today. Follow me. The queen stood up with a stagger. Amelia quickly moved and supported her. Thank you, as Elizabeth said, she flicked her finger and Neo's corpse floated behind her. Amelia alternated her gaze between her mother and the corpse. We can't leave him here. It seems he resurrects in the same vessel. After explaining, the queen opened a hidden corridor inside the wall. They moved through it and appeared on a hill far from the castle. From there, the castle and the capital city of the island Mermaid Country could be seen clearly. The queen went berserk and destroyed everything while killing herself in the chaos, Elizabeth said as she was supported by Amelia. She raised her arm. Her body quivered and a trail of blood left her lips. As if pulling something, she brought her hand down. In the distance, the Azure Spire Palace was flattened. Amelia could not feel the tremors since she was too far from the palace. However, she could see the landscape undergoing a terrifying transformation with a single gesture of her mother. The city sustained some damages and the palace was destroyed beyond recognition. With this, the queen is dead. Elizabeth puked blood. Mom! Don't worry. I just overexerted myself. Elizabeth sat down on the grassy ground. She could feel her consciousness slipping through her grasp. I'll take a short nap. As her heavy eyelids closed, he saw Neo, who lay next to her. Why hadn't he resurrected yet? A few hours had gone by since he died. Elizabeth couldn't help but worry if everything was all right. Underworld. Neo wiped the sweat. He stared at the corpses of Gulwax scattered around. Splendid work, O great child of Monarch. You can rest now, the Grim Reaper said. Neo suddenly lost the strength in his body and fell on his back. Knowing he was safe, his body gave out. His time in Underworld was almost up. He didn't revive immediately after his death, as he knew there was going to be a lot of work in the world of living, and he did not want to deal with it, but training in Underworld was anything but easy. Quest, he said in his mind. Quest, save the queen, completed. Water affinity awakened. Immortal EXP plus 50. Status: Neo Hargraves. Rank, grade 5 awakened. Divine energy purity, grade 1 awakened. Stats: Strength, 20. Speed, 21. Dexterity, 17. Constitution, 14. Luck, 0. Affinity, death, shadow, darkness, void, water. Magic spell, necrotic touch. Bloodline, monarch of death, Fewind.com. Unique skill, death, immortal. Quest, none. Neo gained only 1 strength with this time's training. It was far less than the 3 stats he gained last time. He needed to increase the training intensity if he wanted to keep up the growth rate of the stats. Unique skill, immortal. EXP, 51/100. After confirming he received the rewards, he decided to return. "Oh great child of Monarch, we have a proposition," the Grim Reaper said. "Will you listen to us? Speak." This was the first time the Grim Reaper spoke up. Neo was curious about what he had to say. "Since you have learned the basics of the combat and would soon begin training, we wish you would allow us to assist you." Neo was confused. Fighting multiple Gulwaks at once wasn't counted as training? In the Grim Reaper's eyes, what Neo did until now was no different from a kid trying to learn crawling. It was the basics of the basic. Okay, Neo nodded. He was going to regret it. He knew he would soon curse his past self for agreeing to the Grim Reaper's request. But it was an opportunity to grow stronger. His growth was already stagnating and the Demigod Academy was about to start. Neo's current strength would place him in the bottom 10% at best. He was weak. So very weak. Even though he had necrotic touch, he was under a constant debuff in the living world, due to which he could use the spell not even 10 times. I wonder what kind of training he will prepare. Since he can give a tremor rank spell like a candy, I bet his training will reap good rewards. Ding! Quest, complete training of the Grim Reaper, Barbados, Part 1. Reward, Holy Affinity. Nice, he thought when the quest arrived. Holy Affinity was as rare as Death Affinity. Moreover, it was strong against Dark-type affinities. In normal circumstances, Neo would have been weak against holy magic users. However, as long as he completed the rewards, and got the Holy Affinity, he would not have to worry about it. I'm looking forward to the training. Goodbye. We wish you a happy life, O great child of Monarch. Neo used the immortal skill. His vision went dark and he felt a pull. It felt like he was swimming against the current. Opening his eyes, Neo, revived, felt the divine energy being drained to heal his injuries. Ugh. I'll need to make sure I die with as less injuries as possible from next time. The energy expenditure to heal is no joke. Clarity returned to his eyes. He was lying on a grassy hill. Amelia sat on top of him, frozen, and stared at him with wide eyes. From the position of her hands on his shirt, it seemed she was trying to unbutton his clothes. I can explain, she stammered. Neo alternated his gaze between her hands and shocked expression. A sigh escaped his lips. Sorry. I didn't know you were into necrophilia. Had I known, I would've. Chapter 23, Big Problems. Neo apologized. Had I known about it, I would have revived after. I told you it is a misunderstanding. Amelia stood up and moved away. She couldn't decide if she should feel insulted, angry, or embarrassed. Your clothes were ruined. I didn't want to leave you looking like that and you were taking too long to revive, so I decided to sneak a peek? No. As I said, it's a misunderstanding. I wasn't doing anything wrong. Amelia's ears turned beet red. Her reactions were funny. He wanted to tease her more but he felt windy down there. Neo looked at his clothes. Calling them ruined was underplaying it. After Clara gave him a beating, his clothes had more holes than a pampered kid's wallet. I'll take the clothes you prepared, he said. Thanks. He changed into the new set of attire prepared by Amelia. While he was changing, Amelia turned away. So, thank you for helping us, she spoke solemnly. Don't mind it. I didn't do it for free. Silence descended. Both of them said nothing. Neo was trying to think of his future plans. He didn't bother initiating a conversation. The quietness bothered Amelia and she spoke. Are you really immortal? Yes. Is that even possible? We were taught something else at the academy. Only now did Neo remember Amelia was a second year at Demigod Academy. In the novel, she left the academy since she had to take over the throne after her mother's death. Demigod Academy? Yeah. The professors taught us things about the great death god, Hades. He didn't seem to be a god who'd let even his children cheat death. Things, huh? Neo didn't bother asking about details. He knew exactly how Hades was treated among the demigods and gods. They feared his powers, and no one truly respected him. The only reason Hades was one of the three great gods was due to his overwhelming strength. You are awake. Mom! Elizabeth returned. She stared at Neo silently. He returned her gaze. Why are you two looking at each other like that? Amelia stepped in between them. Nothing, Elizabeth answered. We should go. I've completed the preparations. She gave a bag to Amelia. The three moved down from the hill and went into the direction of the beach. They traveled through forests by foot to make sure no one found them. It took them a few hours to reach their destination. Both Elizabeth and Neo were exhausted by the end. Should we rest? Amelia asked. We haven't had dinner yet too. We can take a break later. Let's eat while we are moving, Neo spoke. Elizabeth agreed with him. She whistled after standing at the seashore. Neo was looking at the sea to find the approaching azure dragon when suddenly the clouds parted. The moonlight fell through the gaps and an azure sea dragon descended from the sky. It had silver scales and was at least 5 times larger than the previous dragon Neo met. The dragon landed on the beach. It made a pleasing grunt when it saw Elizabeth and Amelia, and allowed them to caress its body. You can touch him, Amelia told Neo. Just as Neo was about to place his hand on the silver scales of the dragon, it snorted and an invisible force pushed Neo back. Neo heard Amelia laughing beside him. Jurna doesn't like anyone besides us touching him, Amelia smirked and rubbed the dragon's belly to brag. He looked back at the dragon. For some reason, he could by looking at the dragon's eyes. If he tried to touch it again, it would crush him. Stop being stubborn, Jurna. We have to leave, Elizabeth said. The dragon whimpered, as if complaining, but when it saw Elizabeth wasn't joking, it relented. Now allowed to touch the dragon, Neo climbed on its back with Elizabeth's help. She carried Amelia and him with divine energy. Depart, Elizabeth commanded. The dragon took off to the skies. It went above the cloud of seas and flew freely in the air. The journey was uneventful. They passed over the clouds and the hurricanes, so there wasn't much to see. After they left the waters area of Mermaid Country, Neo finally relaxed. Where are we going? He asked. Amelia will return to the Demigod Academy. As for me, I still have to make a decision. Elizabeth answered. Where should we drop you? Neo made a deliberate pause to make it look like he was uncertain. I have to go to the academy too. Amelia and Elizabeth didn't appear surprised for some reason. He continued. But how about we go to the Divine Water Cave first? It would help us speed up our recovery. Good idea. I'll give you the things you asked in there. Elizabeth agreed to his suggestion. Wait, what? Suddenly, Amelia looked at them wide-eyed. What are you going to give him? I'm not letting you marry him. Elizabeth shook her head and spoke with a sorrow voice. But that was the deal. How can I, Elizabeth de Beaufort, turn back on my words? Despite her expressionless face, Neo could see mischief hidden in her eyes. He could understand why she was teasing Amelia. Her reactions were just too cute. The banters between the mother and the daughter continued until they reached the Divine Water Cave. Before the dragon dived into the seawater, Neo's brows furrowed. He forgot to bring his diving gear. A smirk appeared on Amelia's face. What happened? Can't breathe underwater, Mr. Exalted Demigod? Neo shrugged. He didn't feel bad about tricking her back then. After all, it was a matter of life and death for him. Stay close to me. Elizabeth created a sphere of air before the dragon dove into the sea. The air bubble allowed him to breathe. They floated towards the underwater cave's entrance. I'll enter first. Follow behind me, Elizabeth said and changed the shape of the air bubble to cover only Neo. Just as she swam in between the coral reefs, a problem appeared. Her chest was stuck in the narrow entrance. Chapter 24, It is bigger than my hand. Just as she swam in between the coral reefs, a problem appeared. Her chest was stuck in the narrow entrance. Neo and Amelia stared at her with awkward gazes. Turning his head, Neo subconsciously compared Elizabeth with Amelia. There is a room for a lot of development. He shook his head in disappointment. It seemed Amelia failed to inherit good qualities from her mother. Or maybe, Amelia took after her birth mother? Neo wouldn't know since he never met Elizabeth's twin sister. Mom, do you need help? A pulsive wave passed through the undersea and suddenly the seabed was ripped apart until miles. Elizabeth, after changing the underwater landscape, turned to them. Amelia is claustrophobic, so I enlarged the entrance. It shouldn't be uncomfortable anymore. Ha! I'm not Claus. You are, sweetie. You just don't know because you've never been in confined spaces. Her expressionless face was saying to never bring up the topic again. Neo would be lying if he said his eyes didn't wander to inappropriate places. He moved his gaze away before Elizabeth could catch him. It was already morning by the time they entered the underwater cave. Thankfully, it was not destroyed by Elizabeth's rampage. Amelia left the underwater cave after a short rest. They ran away from the mermaid country without bringing anything except food. So Amelia was going to buy the basic necessities from the city while Neo and Elizabeth used the divine water pond. You can enter the pond first, Elizabeth told him. Neo didn't refuse. After making sure Elizabeth was looking in another direction, he removed his clothes and sat inside the divine water pond. He could feel his exhaustion disappearing. It was a good idea to listen to Elizabeth's advice. Just when he thought that, Elizabeth entered the pond. Naked. Neo's mind replayed the scene like a broken tape recorder. Elizabeth's slender white neck gave way to delicate shoulders, leading down to a perfectly proportioned bust. Her waist was narrow, accentuating the soft curves of her hips, which moved with a fluid grace. Every time she took a step, the twin mountains quivered ever so slightly. They were BBB. Big, bountiful, and beautiful. They swayed with the movements of her arms, making him think that they had a strange force of attraction. Neo was slightly surprised when she sat inside the pond and they floated. His blood rushed towards his waist and he felt his little brother saluting at the tear-jerking sight. You shouldn't stare so openly, Elizabeth told him with a smile. I'm not the one who came naked even though there was someone in the pond, he said. Besides, I'm letting you see me. So, it's an equal exchange. Elizabeth chuckled at his boldness. She looked below after breaking the eye contact with him. Her eyes slightly widened. She approached him and grabbed his little brother. It's bigger than my hand, her voice was filled with astonishment. Neo.exe crashed. All he felt was her hot breath tickling his skin and her soft, small hands on his little brother. It was dangerous. He could feel the dam threatening to burst. Amelia told me she saw you naked. No wonder she was afraid after seeing this. Elizabeth stretched her thumb and pinky and tried to measure his little brother. She was close enough that a little more and he could touch those mountains. Neo didn't know what to do. After coming to this world, he learned a lot. But nothing prepared him on how to respond to this kind of temptation. His pain tolerance, aura of death, and otherworldly reflexes. Nothing was useful. Neo moved on his instinct's guidance and grabbed a mountain with his right hand. His fingers sunk into the marshmallow-like ground. Acting on autopilot, he pinched the red peak. What are you doing? I'm following your lead, freewebnovel.cm. Neo answered in a daze. He failed to notice the blush on Elizabeth's face. Before he could check the firmness of the other peak, she let go of his little brother and retreated. Let's not digress. I came here to teach the tremor rank spell we had the deal about. Here? The divine water pond will help you replenish your divine energy quickly. This is a good place to learn the spell faster. While Neo's brain told him the spell was important, his little brother explained not everything was about strength and some chances came only once in a lifetime. Neo agreed with his little brother. He approached Elizabeth. We can learn the spell, but shouldn't you teach me first about? What are you two doing? Amelia's icy voice rang. Neo turned his head and noticed her at the cave entrance. She stared at him with a cold, disgusted gaze. Seeing her, his little brother returned to sleep instantly. His desires were vanquished and he came to understand the futility of the immoral temptations. Neo got out of the pond. He dried himself with a towel before dressing himself. Why do you always come at the worst time? I'm starting to think it's your hobby to peek at naked people, he spoke. Why you? She glared at him as if he was her mortal enemy. Which wasn't exactly wrong considering he was getting steamy with her mother. Why were you naked with him, Mom? She turned to Elizabeth after she realized speaking to Neo was like shouting at a rock. I didn't want to ruin my clothes, Elizabeth answered with a flushed face. She seemed more embarrassed now than she had been with Neo moments ago. What do you mean? Amelia narrowed her eyes. We don't have money. If I ruined the clothes I had on me, I would have nothing left to wear, she gave an excuse. Amelia's face stiffened. She had, in anger, refused to bring the money, weapons, and anything else from the mermaid country. Even the food was fruits Elizabeth collected from the wild. Back then, Amelia said she would rather die than take anything from their country. It wasn't her fault they were penniless. But she could have brought money if she wanted. She wasn't completely faultless. A/N. If you are enjoying the novel, vote with golden tickets and power stones. It helps me, the author, with visibility on the web novel app. Over and out, Failed Writer 101. Chapter 25, Ocean's Embrace. It wasn't Amelia's fault they were penniless. But she could have brought money if she wanted. She wasn't completely blameless. Their reasons sounded reasonable. As if. Amelia sat in the corner of the underwater cave. Why did you return so quickly? Elizabeth got out of the pond and wore clothes with slow yet hurried pace. I don't have money and I didn't want to use my bank account because, Amelia pursed her lips. I don't want to use anything from that country anymore. I have some cash on me. We can use it for now, Neo said. He checked his wallet only to remember he left his wallet and Academy ID with the scuba diving gear. Amelia noticed his actions. You are looking for these? She pulled out his Academy ID, smartphone, and wallet from her backpack. Did she take those before removing my clothes? Neo thought. That's why they weren't surprised when I revealed I was an Academy student. They knew already. I was planning to use your money, but I thought I should ask you first. So I returned and found you two being very nice to each other. Amelia's words were dripping with icy contempt. You can use my money. Now, go away, Neo spoke. It was doubtful if Elizabeth would give him the weapon in front of Amelia, since it meant revealing its existence. Thus, Neo wanted to send her elsewhere. Yeah? Amelia let out a cold smile. I'm not leaving. If you have to do anything, do it in front of me. If Neo had been forcing himself on her mom by leveraging his actions in the mermaid country, Amelia might have taken action against him. But Amelia knew her mother's personality. Instead of being blackmailed, she was the type to blackmail others. It was painfully clear who approached who. What are you doing, Mom? He is my junior in the academy. Why did you have to set your eyes on him of all people? Amelia shouted in her mind. You never showed interest in the opposite gender. You used to reject all marriage proposals regardless of their bloodline or strength. Why now? Why him? She wanted to pull her hair out. One fact was clear, she could not leave these two alone. A disgusting chill crawled down her spine when she thought what they would have done if she did not come back. Neo did not care about her thoughts. He turned to Elizabeth. Can you teach me the terror-ranked spell? Okay. He sat cross-legged next to the pond. Even though he wasn't inside the pond, he should have faster divine energy regeneration at this distance. Elizabeth sat behind him and told him take off his shirt. Don't try to do anything funny, Amelia spoke from the side. Elizabeth placed her palm on Neo's back. I'll use my divine energy to use the spell with your body. Don't resist the flow and try to remember the sensation. She was about to begin when she suddenly stopped. There was one thing she had to confirm before teaching him the spell. Do you have a water affinity? You can't use the spell without it. I do. She puckered her lips. You have death affinity too. Do you have multiple affinities? Yes. That's surprise. How many affinities can you use? Neo didn't answer. He could only use death affinity. He changed the topic to save himself from the embarrassment. I thought only 2 people could inherit the ocean's embrace. Will you lose the spell if you teach it to me? How do you know the spell's name? Shit. I saw Amelia using the spell during last year's tournament. He sighed inwardly. It was a believable excuse. Elizabeth felt something was wrong, but she decided to let it go. To answer your question, no. The part about only 2 demigods inheriting the spell was a lie. I created it to stop the ones approaching me for it. So it was a lie. Neo didn't know what to feel. It was another fact different from what he knew. In the novel, Amelia actually believed the lie and told the same to the protagonist. Looking at her expression, which was like a fish unable to close its mouth, it was clear Amelia took a bigger hit than him. Neo smirked. He found an important secret related to her before her. His smile was like rubbing salt on Amelia's wounds. She knew he was taking revenge for the dragon prank, but what she wouldn't have done to fire an arrow at his smug face right now. I'll start. Elizabeth pushed her divine energy into Neo. He groaned. Or maybe he moaned. He closed his eyes, not wanting to see Amelia looking at him with a disgusted face, and focused on the foreign divine energy inside his body. It moved through his magic circuits. Neo tried to remember the path of divine energy and the activation sequence of magic circuits inside his body. Hours passed. They repeated the training with short breaks. It took Neo 3 days to use the spell. Ocean's Embrace. Rank, Tremor. Mastery, Apprentice. Effect, grants the protection of the water spirit, Undine. A thin blue layer appeared around Neo's skin. It increased his resistance against heat, cold, and allowed him to breathe underwater. His movement speed under the water increased. He could tank physical attacks and magical attacks to a minor degree, without taking major injuries. It was an all-round defense spell. The best part was the divine energy expenditure. Ocean's Embrace consumed a lot less divine energy compared to Necrotic Touch. He could use for it 5 minutes. The time would increase with training. With Ocean's Embrace, he had 2 Tremor rank spells in his arsenal. Neo might have been the first person to learn 2 Tremor rank spells as his first magic spell. It was normal for demigods to start with low-rank spells and slowly move towards higher-rank spells after they gained sufficient mastery over divine energy. "I've given you the reward for the divine water pond," Elizabeth said while panting slightly. The technique she used to teach him was very burdensome. Only an exalted demigod like her could pull it off. "As for the reward for saving me." Chapter 26, Unknown Caller. As for the reward for saving me. She looked at Amelia, who had fallen asleep. "I can't give it you right now. You should know the reason since you want the weapon." The replica of Poseidon's trident was a powerful weapon. But there were weapons stronger than it. The reason the trident was special was due to its Immortal Slayer trait. It could kill immortals beings like Neo. He didn't need the weapon because it was powerful. By taking it himself, he wanted to make sure nobody else got their hands on it. After all, when the news of him being Hades' kin and an immortal spreads, the world powers would mark him as a potentially dangerous demigod, and look for methods to contain him in case he went berserk or rouge. It was not just him. A counter-strategy was created for every powerful demigod and demigods with powerful bloodlines. It was a necessary practice. Because it wasn't just once or twice a demigod gave in to the temptations of outer gods and switched sides. "Don't worry. I won't break my promise. I'll give the weapon to you. It's currently sealed under the Mount Columbus. I need time to break the seal. Since I have to visit the academy, I'll bring it to you there." Elizabeth had been prepared for her death. She made sure to hide a dangerous weapon like the Poseidon's trident. It couldn't be allowed to fall in wrong hands or the damage would be catastrophic. "I understand," Neo said. He couldn't wait to get it. They took another day of rest and left for the city. After arriving on a secluded part of Yokohama Beach, Amelia and Neo got off the dragon. "I'll return after leaving Journa somewhere safe," Elizabeth told them. "You two go to the academy. We'll meet there." She was probably going to collect the trident. After she left, Neo and Amelia walked down the beach together. They remained silent. Neo stopped after an hour-long walk. He was sweating heavily and feeling tired. The whole event with the mermaid country took a lot out of him, and training a tremor rank spell after that broke the camel's back. "Can we rest?" he asked while he sat on the roadside bench. Amelia stared at him and left without speaking anything. Was she going to the academy alone? "Maybe I underestimated how angry she was with me," Neo smiled bitterly. Then again, if he had a chance, he would do everything he did back then and more. 15 minutes later, when he was about to stand, Amelia returned. She passed him a canned drink. "It's an energy drink," she told him. "It should help you." Did she leave to bring this? They were on a secluded road that ran next to the shore. Amelia must have gone quite far to buy the drink. Maybe his surprise showed on his face, because she said, "I'm not angry with you. I don't like what happened in the cave, and that's all. I can never hate you after all what you did for Mom. I'm not that stupid." Her words were nice. But the way she repeatedly said she wasn't angry with him. Yeah, he didn't believe her. Neo decided to watch his back during the nights, lest he got stabbed by her. "We should move." Neo's phone suddenly rang and he couldn't complete his words. He took it out. The number was from an unknown caller. He might have ignored in normal circumstances. But his phone did not have towers before they reached the Yokohama beach. There was a slight chance the caller was someone who knew Neo Hargraves. "Let me pick this up," he told Amelia and answered the call. The caller spoke. "Where the fuck are you, you fucking cunt? Do you know?" Neo cut the call. "Who was it? Your family?" Amelia asked. It was a misdialed number. He seems quite angry at whoever he was calling. The call arrived again from the same number. "Are you sure you don't know the number?" Amelia questioned. "I'll check." He picked the call. "Hello. Motherfucker, how the fuck did you dare cut the call? Do you have a death wish? Who is this? I'm sorry, I don't recognize you." Suddenly, the caller went silent. He took a huge breath and exploded. "This fucking shit again. I swear you need to find more excuses, you fucking whore." Wrong number. Neo hung up. The call did not come again. Amelia stared at Neo with a peculiar expression. The caller was so loud she could hear him even though the call wasn't on speaker. "There are all sorts of people in the world," she chuckled awkwardly. They were about to leave when suddenly the call returned. Neo ignored it. The call kept arriving. Once. Twice. 10 times. Neo, irritated, answered the call to tell off the caller. "Neo, you fucking asshole. First, you apply to the academy without telling me, then you disappear for weeks, and now you are ignoring my calls?" He could image the veins exploding on the caller's neck. "I swear if you hang up on me this time, I'll fucking kill you. You know me? Don't break the phone again, don't break the phone." The caller muttered some words that were too quiet for Neo to hear. "Sai, where are you, Neo?" Neo didn't answer immediately. The caller knew his name. Was he Neo's friend? However, it was weird the caller's name was not saved on the smartphone. "Since he knows I'm going to the academy, we are going to meet one way or other," Neo thought. But he sounds dangerous. It's best if I meet him after we've rendezvoused with Elizabeth. She can protect me if something goes wrong. Neo was about to hang up when suddenly he heard a second voice from the caller's side. "Sir, we've traced the call's location." Amelia's eyes widened. She snatched the phone from Neo's hand. Before she could break it, the caller began to laugh hysterically. "Neo, did you hear that?" The caller spoke in a low tone. "You are fucking dead." Chapter 27, Sundara Villain. Who was this person? And don't you dare say you don't know him because the caller definitely knew you. Amelia held his hand and dragged him away. They had to leave before the caller came to find them. Neo could only divert her question. He didn't know the caller's identity himself. "Can you contact your mother? We might need her help." "I can't. Since I stayed with you two all the times, I had no chance to buy a smartphone for her." It took them a few dozen minutes to find a taxi. They asked the taxi driver to take them to Bullet train station. From there, they purchased a ticket for the station nearest to the academy. Neo didn't know why, but he was sweating heavily. It seemed to him that his body recognized the caller's voice and was afraid to meet him. As soon as they got off from the bullet train, they realized something was wrong. "Get ready to fight." I know. The station was empty. The people on the train were being stopped from getting off. Who is it? Who has the power to evacuate a whole station in broad daylight, thought Neo. They waited. But nothing happened. What should we do? Amelia asked. Waiting won't change anything. Let's try to leave the station, Neo said. As they walked, they noticed that the staff members were also missing. The station looked like a ghost town. Suddenly, Neo noticed a presence. He signaled Amelia towards the man at the station's entrance. The man, a blonde, had a scar that ran from his right eye to his lower jaw. He was extremely handsome. He wore a black suit and puffed a smoke. "You are 2 minutes late. Do you understand you just wasted my 2 millions?" the man said. The voice matched the caller. Neo recognized the identity of the man from the scar. First Elizabeth and now him? Why am I getting entangled these types of people, he thought worriedly. Get in the car. The man threw the cigarette before sitting inside the car parked at the entrance. Amelia raised her bow. We should fight. He doesn't seem strong so. No, let's listen to him. Neo told her with a dry throat. The man, Henry Hargraves, was as dangerous as Elizabeth, perhaps even more. Whom? Henry Hargraves? The same Hargraves as Neo Hargraves? Brother? Neo asked cautiously. Henry lowered the window and gave him a stare. What? Did you get your memory back? Henry scoffed and opened another cigarette. Amelia visibly relaxed after knowing he was Neo's brother. She wanted to ask why Neo had been acting as if he didn't know him, but, judging from Neo's expression, she felt there might be bad blood between them and remained silent. Should we enter the car? She asked. Yeah. Amelia and Neo sat in the back seat while Henry drove the car. The car moved through the busy road for dozens of minutes. Just when Amelia felt something was wrong, they stopped at a red light, and Henry looked in the mirror. Did you go to the mermaid country? Yes. TCH, you look famished, fucker. Did you fucking eat something or not? Henry took a puff of smoke. And why is that bitch's daughter with you? Amelia reacted when he insulted a mother. But Neo stopped her by placing his hand over her hand. Don't move. Please don't move, Neo tried to tell her with his eyes. Henry and Elizabeth had bad blood between them. He hated Amelia because he couldn't kill Elizabeth with his own hands. After Henry went rogue in the novel, the first harem member he killed was Amelia. Henry continued to talk. Anyway, why did you go to the mermaid country? To heal the queen. There was no point in lying. Henry could find the information easily with his contacts. Fucking shithead, won't you try to deny the responsibility like you always do? Henry threw the cigarette but from the window and pulled out another from the pack. He took a puff. Fuck. I couldn't even sleep because of you, fucker. What do you mean? Ha ha ha, look at his dickhead. Do you seriously don't know what is happening? Henry saw Neo's frown and Amelia's confused expression. You really don't know? Wow, fuck. He pulled out a newspaper from the car's footwell and threw it at Neo. Neo read the headlines. Those fucking fishes said you had a hand in bitch's death and you kidnapped her daughter. Congratulations, fucker, you are an internationally wanted criminal. Senior Templars are already after your ass. What? That's a lie. He didn't do anything wrong. He is the one who saved you, ouch. Neo pinched Amelia's hand before she revealed Elizabeth was alive. She looked at him with confused eyes. He shook his head and looked at Henry. I hope you took care of the issue? Of course, there is no way I'd let those damned fuckers harm my little fucking shit of a brother. The red light turned green. Henry stopped speaking and focused on driving. Who is your brother? Amelia whispered. Is he an exalted demigod? How can he stop Senior Templars and talk like it was nothing? No, he is a normal person. In simpler terms, Henry couldn't awaken his god blood. Then, how? Amelia asked. He is rich. Filthy rich. Amelia closed her mouth and looked at him as if she couldn't believe her ears. However, he wasn't lying. Wealth was just another form of strength. The car stopped in front of a high-end restaurant. Henry got off. "Bitch, come out. I can't stand anymore looking at a starved fish like you. We are going to stuff you until you explode." While Amelia and Neo followed Henry into the restaurant, she leaned towards him and whispered, "He loves you despite how he acts, doesn't he?" She giggled. "I know what they call people like him. Sundara." Neo gulped as he noticed her impression of his brother improving. Henry certainly loved his brother. When Henry's brother mysteriously passed away in the novel, he believed his brother died in Academy's ranking competition and turned against the Academy. In later stages, Henry razed half of the continent to the ground and killed majority of the characters and harem members. Henry did all of this because he wanted to avenge his brother. And Neo wasn't his brother. "I'm fucked if he finds out I took over his brother's body." Chapter 28, Should I Kill Her? Neo didn't like taking over Neo Hargrave's body and living while tricking his family. However, he had no intention of revealing his identity. Neo was a victim too. He never asked to possess someone else's body. He just woke up one day and found he became Neo Hargraves. "Eat, bitch," Henry said. They sat on a table filled with lavish food. Neo did not touch the food immediately. "Aren't you curious how I thought I could save the queen?" "I am," Henry answered. "But we can talk after you aren't hungry anymore." Neo chewed the food with slow, graceful movements. It was awkward. He was trying his best to imitate what he thought was Neo Hargrave's behavior. This must be how rich people ate. "Why the fuck are you eating so slowly? Did you hit your head? Or are you trying to look cool because of that bitch's daughter next to you?" Apparently Neo Hargraves was different from his imagination. Neo let go off the weird way he was eating and started to eat normally. He looked at Amelia. "Don't sit there and stare at me. That asshole just said, 'Eat,'" he told her. Neo peeked at his brother. Even though he called him asshole, he did not react. As expected, these guys talk like this, he thought. "How did you stop Mermaid Country from coming after Neo?" Amelia asked after she chewed. They must have sent someone after him if they released the news about him. It did not look like Henry had any plan of answering her. But he spoke when he noticed Neo staring at him curiously. "I asked them for proof and told them to stop if they had no proper justification," Henry added. "They refused, of course. So I told them I'd nuke their country if they don't stop." "Ah. I forget that. They don't have mom's protection anymore. Mermaid Country is now easy to threaten. Now." Henry clicked that tongue. "I don't fear that bitch. Rather, I wanted to kill her myself. Do you know how much money I lost because of her?" Amelia was ticked off by the repeated insults. She didn't stop even after seeing Neo's signal. "Isn't that too much to say? I don't like how you..." "Bitch, stop talking. Don't think you are safe. Depending on Neo's answer, I might kill you right here, right now." She closed her mouth abruptly. The previous favorable impression of Henry was overturned in her mind. Henry ignored her glare and turned to Neo. "Since you finished eating, tell me. What happened?" "I awakened my god blood," Neo answered. "My skill could save the queen, and I approached Amelia." He hid the existence of Divine Water Pond. If Henry knew about it, he might ask Neo what he did with it. That would definitely lead to Elizabeth and Henry's meeting. Neo felt a shiver crawl up his spine. He had to stop these two crazy bastards from meeting each other. They were enemies and they would definitely fight over the Divine Water Pond. "What's your skill?" Henry asked. What is it, fucker? Don't you dare say you forgot. I haven't forgiven you for registering into Demigod Academy. I'm immortal. Henry blinked. It took him a moment to understand Neo's words. You tried to transfer that bitch's curse to yourself. Henry smashed his fist into the table and glared at Neo. Amelia didn't feel afraid, but Neo did. Because he knew Henry's hidden identity. You fucking bitch. What would have happened if you died? Did you forget our promise to Mom and Dad? Henry grabbed Neo's collar. Tell me. Why did you put your life on the line? If you don't have a good reason, I'll kill you myself. Suddenly, Henry frowned. He turned to Amelia. Was it this bitch? Or did her cunt mother blackmail you? Henry pointed his finger towards Amelia. Recognizing the motion, Neo realized to his horror that Henry was about to kill Amelia. He didn't care if it meant revealing his powers. Wait a second. She is pregnant with my child. Neo spoke the first words that came to his mind. Huh? What? Amelia let out a confused voice and Henry seemed baffled. Neo didn't care what he was saying and continued. After I failed to save the queen, Amelia and I were depressed. We weren't in our right mind and things happened between us. Nothing happened. Don't lie to him. Amelia became livid. Her face was beet red. However, her embarrassment only supported Neo's words. Is that true? Henry asked. Yes. No, it isn't. Listen to me. Why are you believing him without any proof? Amelia wanted to cry but had no tear. She didn't understand why Neo was doing this to her. As she tried to stand, Henry pushed down on her shoulders. Sit. It's not good for the child if your blood pressure becomes too high. I'm telling you I'm not pregnant. It's okay, I understand. Even if it was a mistake, it is my duty as an adult to stand by you two and guide you. You don't understand anything. Amelia, Neo approached her. What? Neo looked at her with his usual serious expression. She became flustered when he stared at her intensely. We don't need to hide it from our brother. I trust him. Stop lying, please. Watching Amelia's vehement protest, Henry became doubtful. Neo noticed that and used the secret trick up his sleeve. He activated Ocean's Embrace spell. His body was covered in faint blue light. This is the tremor rank spell the queen passed on to me. You should know. Only 2 people can inherit that spell. So, it's really true. Henry clicked his tongue. Isn't she an academy student? Is it safe for her to attend such a dangerous place in her condition? Henry asked. We have no other choice. If the news about our child spreads, others will know I, as her fiancé, must have inherited the tremor rank spell. It would cause trouble since I'm not strong like her mother to protect the spell, Neo explained. Chapter 29, Templar Course. That sounds reasonable. At the side, Amelia was grinding her teeth in complete fury. She stared at Neo as if she was going to kill him. Neo ignored the chill on his back and asked Henry. Can we leave for the academy? I need to reach there by tomorrow to receive my rank. Henry puckered his lips. Thanks for reminding me, fucker. Care to explain what came over you to register into the most difficult course of the Demigod Academy? Neo Hargraves was in the Templar course. After completing 2 years of academy, he would become a junior Templar. Templars were the official knights of a temple. Among the billions of people living on the continent, only 100 people received a junior Templar certificate every year. The recognition, money, and power a Templar wielded was unimaginable. The top 25 Templar of every year could attend the college and try their hand on senior Templar course. If they passed, they could challenge a senior Templar. Needless to say, each senior Templar was an absolute monster. It was rare for a senior Templar to lose their position to a junior Templar. The current 81 senior Templars had been there for 100 years. You'll rest today. The rank registration won't start until tomorrow, fruebubble.cm. Henry did not leave room for negotiations. After booking 2 rooms near Academy, Neo decided to crash for the night at 5 p.m. You want to sleep now? Henry asked. Yes, I'm tired from last few days. The reason was simple. Immortal had 3 charges right now. Another charge would appear at midnight, but it would be wasted since the skill was at max stack. If he slept at 6 p.m. and spent 6 hours of real time in Underworld, he would regain the charge he lost as soon as he woke up at 12 a.m. He needed Immortal at max stack for the Academy's ranking battle that would happen tomorrow. Because 20% of the students died during it. Henry gave him a dubious look and allowed him to sleep early. For some reason, he sent Amelia with him. Amelia shut the door with a slam and sat at the king-sized bed. Why did you lie like that? She asked in a calm tone. You don't look angry, Neo noticed. I thought you would attack me as soon as we were alone. Sigh, there must be a reason why you did what you did. We may have spent only a bit of time together, but I know you aren't someone who acts impulsively. For someone who seemed relaxed, she sure was glaring hard at him a few minutes back. Amelia always tried to act prim and proper in front of others. And yet, she was somehow always shouting at him. Am I such an asshole that she can't bear my actions? He thought. He curbed the thoughts and answered her. My brother must have thought you kidnapped me. It wouldn't matter even I tried to convince him otherwise. If I didn't lie back then, he would have killed you by now. Why would he kill someone without any justification? Amelia stopped speaking. She covered her face. My mom would. If she thought someone kidnapped me, she would end the kidnappers' lives, even if they had genuine reasons. Was his brother the same? Amelia looked at Neo sympathetically. She could relate to him. Despite that, she thought Henry was a good brother. Henry, after confirming Neo's safety, did not try to pry into Neo's secrets. He never asked Neo about his bloodline or tried to force him into answering the questions he was clearly evading. After answering her, Neo prepared to kill himself, sleep. Are you really going to sleep now? She asked. I have a weak constitution. I need plenty of rest before tomorrow's competition. He lied on the bed and stared at her. What? She questioned. Aren't you going to leave? Don't tell you want to sleep together? Wah dash. Amelia took a large breath and calmed herself down. We have to sleep together if you don't want your brother to find about your lie. Fair enough, Neo yawned. Just don't touch me while I'm asleep like you did last time. I told you it was a misunderstanding. Neo used the death skill to kill himself painlessly. I wonder what kind of training Barbados prepared for me. He tried to be open-minded to accept all kind of surprises. Nevertheless, the Spartan training managed to knock the living daylights out of him. Top floor, Dover Hotel. Henry took a puff of smoke. He stood next to the window, his eyes were glued to the sunset. An old man in butler uniform entered the room. Master, is it true young master made the Mermaid Queen's daughter pregnant? What do you think? He took another puff. Young master was lying. He has a habit of trying to smile whenever he lies. A chuckle left Henry's lips. That fucker really thought he tricked us. Fucking dickhead, he is 100 years too early to lie to me. Master, if I may be so presumptuous to ask, why did you let young master get away with the lie? You never liked when he lied to you in the past. Why ha? Henry rubbed the cigarette in the ashtray and took out a new one from the pack. Because of his eyes when he tried to protect that girl. Neo was a coward. After the day their parents died, Neo became a recluse who would shiver uncontrollably just at the thought of meeting other people. He was pathetic. When Henry found out Neo registered for Templar course and passed the written exams, he thought it was an impulse. Neo just wanted to lash out because Henry treated him like a kid. Henry believed it was a good chance to let Neo meet more people, so he did not stop Neo from trying to enter the Demigod Academy. But, to Henry's horror, Neo suddenly disappeared. The news of Neo's appearance at Mermaid Country brought him relief and worry. Chapter 30, Order in Chaos. At one point, Henry, unable to find Neo, almost went berserk. If he had found Neo a day later, he did not know what he would have done. Neo has changed, Henry said. When he met him today, he was no longer shaking in his boots. He looked at Henry in the eyes when Henry cursed at him. His movements and tone was filled with undeniable confidence. Neo had, somehow, grown. How did it happen? What did he go through in a few days to mature so suddenly? Young master, is he possessed by an outer god? The butler questioned. It is the only way I can explain his change. Possessed, huh? Henry felt a throbbing pain on his scar. He took out another cigarette and took a puff. The pain lessened. I didn't sense the presence of an outer god on him, and he took a drag. His habits are the same. That wouldn't be possible if he is a different person. The person was Neo. And he was maturing. I guess it's time for the chick to leave the nest. Henry smiled. He was happy his brother was changing. Honestly, he didn't want Neo to enter the Demigod Academy as it was dangerous. But in their world, weakness was a sin. Henry wouldn't be always there to protect Neo. He turned to the butler. What about the documents? I asked. I've brought them. Henry took the pile of papers from the butler. He flipped through them and clicked his tongue. That bitch left a protector for her daughter. After the Tyrant Queen's death, there were countless demigods who wanted to snatch the terror-rank spell from Amelia. However, almost any organization who tried to make a move was suddenly destroyed. It was an open warning. The Tyrant Queen might be dead. But her daughter was not defenseless. Master is the protector. Yeah, it's that bitch herself. She isn't dead. After knowing Neo's skill, Henry was sure his brother saved the queen and inherited her spell as compensation. At least the dickhead has good business senses. He earned a giant profit and removed a roadblock for me. Henry added. Create a fake identity for the bitch. His words confused the butler. Why are you trying to help the Tyrant Queen, Master? I'm helping my brother. Henry inhaled the cigarette. That bitch owes a favor to him. It's better for us if she isn't caught. Besides, no one would think I helped her. We aren't in any danger. After discussing the important matters, the butler was about to leave when suddenly Henry called out to him. Did you prepare the thing I asked for Neo's ranking competition? Yes, the butler bowed. It will be completed by tomorrow morning. Underworld. Neo opened his eyes. He saw a foot coming down to stomp his head. Swiftly rolling away, he jumped to his feet. What? 1, 2, 3. 10, 11. 20. Countless skullwhacks rushed at him. There was no time to get straight in his thoughts or ask Barbados about the training's content. He had to fight as soon as he arrived. A gullwhack slashed the dagger at his head. Neo twisted his head with minimal movements. He shattered the gullwhack's neck with necrotic touch and snatched the dagger from it. Just as he was about to fight, the gullwhack, despite missing its head, grabbed his leg and clawed his feet. ewubnovel.com. Before Neo could stomp the gullwhack, another tried to pounce on his back. He forcefully freed his right feet and, by spinning on his other feet, smashed the right foot in the Golwak's face. Without stopping, he used the momentum to drop a hammer kick on the Golwak, clawing his left foot. An arrow stabbed into his back. They have archers? Neo bit his lips. He tried to scan his surroundings when another swift spear stabbed towards his head. These damned bastards! They are aiming for my head. He barely managed to twist his neck in time, and lost his left ear and a portion of his face in exchange for his life. All the while Neo dodged the attack, he did not move away. Instead, he closed the gap and plunged the dagger into the spear-wielding Golwak's lower jaw. These fucks! He dodged another arrow. Before the spear-wielding Golwak died, Neo took away his spear. He spun on his feet and threw the weapon like a javelin. The attack pierced through 3 Golwaks and then nailed the bow-wielding Golwak to the ground. Got you! A warhammer struck his head. Neo's vision spun. His ears rang loudly and he stumbled. What happened? Blood poured out of his nose and eyes. He couldn't think straight. The Golwak smashed the warhammer into Neo's stomach and threw him into the sand. The attack, followed with pain, brought clarity to Neo's mind. He rolled away before the warhammer turned his chest into a paste. But he couldn't dodge the attack completely. His fingers were crushed. Damn it, what's up with these guys today? Neo used necrotic touch to cauterize the wounds. The fingers wouldn't be regenerated, his eyes watered, but he held on. It was the only way he could continue fighting. He broke the warhammer-wielding Golwak's knee with a kick and took a glimpse on the timer. Time remaining, 11 hours, 58 minutes. What? Only 2 minutes passed? Finally, the Ocean's Embrace spell activated. His body was covered in a thin blue film. Suddenly, an arrow struck his nape. The attack bounced harmlessly off his skin and Neo felt a stinging pain. He was huffing badly. What was happening today? Golwaks were fierce, but they fought systematically. The battles with them were similar to turn-based combat normally. They would attack, Neo would dodge, Neo would attack, and, if they didn't die, they would attack again. But today? They fought like mad hounds. All of them rushed at him and attacked without caring about friendly fire or self-harm. The worst part was they were cooperating. When Neo eliminated 2 Golwaks, it turned out they were baits for the 3rd Golwak to use. They were fighting chaotically, but somehow there was order in their chaos. I'll die at this rate. Even if I don't, I'll tire myself out. Neo needed to change location. Preferably to a place where he wasn't open to attacks from all sides like he was now. Chapter 31, Capture the Flag, Hell Edition. Neo scanned the surroundings. There were 3 locations he could go to: the beach, the sea, and the mist. He was already on the beach. The sea. As soon as he thought about escaping into the sea, his body shuddered uncontrollably. ebnovel.com. Don't go there, his senses screamed at him. The mist is the only way, he thought, and dashed to inland where the mist was. Just when he was about to enter the mist, his death affinity warned him. He crouched instantly. Something flew over him. And... ha! The Golwaks behind him were cleaved in half. All of them. Dead. The thing had flew over, it was an attack? He looked at the mist. What's in there? Neo knew he shouldn't go into the mist, but more Golwaks were crawling out of the beach. If he remained there, the previous situation would repeat. Staying in the beach was useless. Seems that you've warmed up, oh great child of Monarch, the Grim Reaper's voice came out of thin air. Is this, your doing? Do you mean the Golwaks becoming frenzied? It was done by you, not by us. What do you mean? When Barbados spoke, the Golwaks stopped moving. Neo used the opportunity to take a breather. He asked questions to keep Barbados talking. Your blood is a nectar. The gullwax, after smelling it last time, became like this. Neo felt incredulous. It seemed, from the next time, he had to make sure he didn't spill too much blood, or else the monsters would gain a berserk boost? He really wanted to cry. Since you've warmed up, we will reveal the content of the training. 5 flags appeared before Neo. In the land beyond the mist, we've prepared 5 flag bases. You have to insert the flags into them. Neo grabbed the flags. The training sounded simple, but it was of nightmare difficulty. Neo could barely survive the monsters on the beach. He almost died when he tried to enter the mist. The Grim Reaper wanted him to go into the land beyond the mist? Why doesn't he tell me to die? Oh, I'm already dead. Watching Neo's serious expression, the Grim Reaper added, We know, the training does seem simple. So, to increase the difficulty, we've decided to do this. Neo heard a snap. He suddenly felt the pressure of Underworld increase by 1,000-fold. He couldn't breathe. His eyes watered and he felt he was under twice the gravity. The death affinity, which always warned him of the incoming dangerous, went out of control. It started to claw at his throat. He tried to breathe but, like a fish out of water, he could barely do anything. We have sealed your blessing of the Underworld. With this, you will feel as if you are in your body in the living world. The increased difficulty will increase the training's effectiveness. Neo's divine energy was reduced to 1/4 and he became nauseous. It wasn't training anymore. He would die if he faced an opponent in this condition. Without the blessing, he was as weak as his real self in the world of living. Neo was on his knees, desperately trying to stabilize his breathing. He felt like an asthma patient. The Grim Reaper continued talking. We know what you might be thinking, but this is a training, not a punishment. Neo heard another snap. Information appeared inside his head. It wasn't a spell. This should help you survive and grow stronger if you use it wisely. We hope you succeed, O great child of Monarch. Barbados' presence disappeared. The gullwax began to move. They rushed at Neo, who was writhing on the ground like a tsunami. Damn it! The Grim Reaper gave him an incredibly precious gift. It was something more useful and powerful than the Tremorank spell. However, Neo was in no position to make use of it right now. He activated the Ocean's Embrace clumsily and struck an uppercut. The attack pushed back the gullwax but not before another gullwax bit his shoulder. There was no serious injury. The Ocean's Embrace saved him. He could, however, feel the gullwax's teeth slightly sinking into his skin. Neo's mastery over the spell was not enough to make him impervious to attacks. He bashed the gullwax's head against his fist and killed it. Dozens of gullwax pounced on Neo. He used the dead gullwax as a battering ram and broke through the encirclement. The number of gullwax was only increasing. Neo had no other choice but to escape from the beach. He held the dead gullwax before him and ran into the mist. His body movements were not perfect after he lost the blessing. Neo couldn't dodge when he sensed an incoming attack. He raised the gullwax corpse and placed all of his chips into his spell. A blade of invisible air split the corpse before it hit Neo in the chest. The Ocean's Embrace deactivated. He was left with a bleeding gash on his torso. But... cough. Cough. He was alive. His senses suddenly flared. Another attack was coming. Without thinking straight, Neo dashed towards the place that gave of the scent of danger and punched. His attack connected. The sound of the glass shattering rang and the enemy's invisibility disappeared. A large mantis with the lower half of snake stood before him. Neo was holding on its tail. The mantis made a shrill cry. It launched an invisible blade from its side. Neo instinctively used the mantis tail as a cover. The attack couldn't cut its body and left a huge gash. While the mantis went berserk from pain, Neo dashed and grabbed its head with necrotic touch. Its skin started to rot. The monster tried to get Neo off its head. It thrashed around, but Neo protected himself from being squashed with Ocean's Embrace. How much time passed? Neo, after applying 5 stacks, diverted his full focus towards maintaining Ocean's Embrace. Maybe because the mantis was a creature of Underworld, the spell, powered by Death Affinity, took time to kill it. Finally, the monster stopped moving. Neo lay over its corpse as black pus flowed out its rotting head. I feel like shit. Neo raised his head. He didn't know where he was. The mist hindered the visibility. It was hard to see anything more than a few meters away. We must have come a long way from the beach. I can't hear those gullwhacks. As he focused on his hearing, he suddenly heard an unfamiliar voice. Chapter 32, Land Beyond the Mist. Neo heard the splashing of water. It's a river. He got down from the corpse and gulped. His body was covered in blood. Back in the beach, the gullwhacks became frenzied due to his blood. If he didn't wash himself, he did not know what he might attract. Just thinking of facing multiple mantis monsters was enough to make him search for the river. He moved through the mist. His body was crying in pain. The healing seemed to have disappeared with the blessing. This damned body. Using 5 stacks of necrotic touch and Ocean's Embrace left him with less than half of his divine energy. He would regain the divine energy slowly in normal situations. But it wasn't possible anymore. Because he hadn't eaten anything. Divine energy came from the god blood flowing in a demigod's veins. It replenished by consuming food. Breathing divine energy-rich air might help, but it would still take a long time. Neo noticed the mist thinning. He hurried his steps and came out of the white fog. The forest was full of large, ancient trees with thick vines falling from their high branches. Clouds floated in the sky. Only then did Neo realize he had no problem with his vision even though Underworld was under a perpetual night. The forest was silent save for the noise of the river. He reached the bank with a heavy breath. The river, full of blood-red water, looked ominous to say the least. Neo slowly lowered his hand and dipped it. Nothing happened. The water was not harmful to skin at least. He removed his clothes and washed himself. After rubbing himself thoroughly, he tore his jacket and tied it around the wound on his chest and the shoulder. It stung. He stared at the reflection in the water. His cheek healed and the bleeding stopped before he lost the blessing. But his right ear never regenerated. The tips of 3 fingers of his left hand were crushed. He could hold a weapon but his grip was weak. His shoulder had bite marks. He was wondering if it might get infected as he had no medications. His chest's injury, a gash from the top left shoulder to the right waist, was the lightest wound. It looked vicious, but it barely hurt. It would have better it have been if I used the Ocean's Embrace from the beginning. His low mastery of the spell was the reason it took him long to active the spell. At least, it didn't fail like his first time with necrotic touch. After getting out of the river, he sat under a nearby tree. He focused inwards and checked the information Barbados left him. It was knowledge of how to use darkness element. Underworld was where dark-type elements were present in high concentration. After spending a long time in Underworld, the souls get tainted by these elements. The darkness element had the property to devour. Darkness was a color that took the colors from others and painted them into its color. Similarly, those tainted by darkness, or with an affinity for it, could absorb other souls/body into themselves. Depending on the mastery and luck, they could gain stats, skills and more from the consumed objects. It was why the number of souls in Underworld did not overflow. They consumed each other and kept growing stronger for eons. Neo had to do the same. If wanted to survive Barbados training, he needed to devour his enemies. Freewebnovel.c Sigma. His emotions were calm, but his mind told him it was wrong. Until a few weeks ago, he was a normal person. He shouldn't accept something like this so easily. But another part of his mind rationalized his thoughts. Anyone who spends too much time in Underworld is consumed by insanity. The monsters were no longer their previous self. They were now just monsters. The mantis he fought. Suddenly, tremors appeared. They increased in intensity. The silent forest shook loudly. Do earthquakes exist in Underworld? Neo could not complete his words. They were struck in his throat. He felt it. The source of tremor was moving towards him. And his senses were crying. His death affinity warned him. The thing approaching him was strong. As strong as Elizabeth, if not stronger. An exalted demigod. The tremors stopped and a huge shadow that seemed to cover the sky fell over Neo. He didn't move, he didn't breathe, and he didn't run. He did his best to hide by trying to melt into the surroundings. The strongest beings in the world of livings. They were exalted demigod. There was no way he could do anything against someone who was as strong as exalted demigod. Neo did not raise his head. He waited. Time passed. 1 second, 2 second, 3 second. A huge hand came down from the sky and gouged out the river. Silence returned. Neo, fearful, raised his head. He couldn't believe what he saw. A humongous humanoid being, someone so giant his torso pierced the clouds, was the source of his death affinity's warnings. The being drank the river it scooped into its palm. My blood, is it trying to drink the blood I washed into the river? Neo recalled Barbados' words. His blood was a nectar. It called out an exalted demigod to his location. The giant finished drinking. It didn't leave and stood there. Is it searching for me? Neo could feel his heart thumping crazily. His death affinity was warning him. Suddenly, everything went silent. The warnings disappeared. Tremors appeared. The giant covered an unimaginable distance with each step and left. Neo lost strength in his legs. He fell. He was breathing heavily. Damn, that was scary. He stood up when the gouged out land began to refill with the help of the flowing river. I'll consume the mantis corpse. The encounter with the giant straightened his thoughts. In Underworld, his morals would not protect him. He couldn't hesitate. Getting stronger was the bare minimum if he wanted to survive. Chapter 33, Gremlins. To use darkness or to not use it? The dilemma was a luxury a grade 5 awakened demigod like him could not afford. Besides, it wasn't like he was devouring a human soul. After making a decision, he moved towards the mist. He had barely recovered any divine energy and he was steadily growing tired. Consuming the mantis should help him recover. Yes, I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm just trying to survive. The location of the mantis corpse was not far into the mist. Despite the lack of visibility, Neo could reach the location fairly easily by referring to his memory. Fuck. Of course, it's like this, fruabnol.com. The corpse was missing. He crouched and touched the soil. The ground had marks as if the mantis was dragged away. There were multiple footprints along the path. Should I follow the traces? The mantis had weak defense, but it was fairly strong. I should get quite few stats if I absorb it. Neo's mind raced. Multiple monsters were needed to drag the corpse. They are physically weak. They didn't hunt the monster and instead stole the corpse. They are thieves, not hunters. The fact they live in groups means the individual members of their species have low combat power. they use numbers to protect themselves. All of deduction pointed out to a single conclusion. The monsters were at the bottom of food chain. They were a species that lived on scraps of others. But a group also signify they have basic intelligence. They might be able to make use or weapons and traps. Moreover, I don't know their numbers. Without the blessing of Underworld, I can't heal anymore. Fighting recklessly like I usually do is out of the question. It was dangerous. Moreover, his goal was to search for flagposts. But he wouldn't find them by searching for them blindly. He might encounter a strong monster during the exploration. These monsters, seemingly at the bottom of food chain, were the best choice for Neo to hunt. He made the decision and followed the tracks left by whoever stole the mantis corpse. The tracks took him out of the mist. He navigated through the forest and soon heard unintelligible noises. They were coming from behind and left sides. One group went ahead and two more are nearby. How many of them are there? Neo quickly looked for a method to hide. The noises were slowly nearing. He suddenly saw the vines hanging from the trees. There was no other place to hide. Return to monkey it is. The vines were easy to hold and climb with. However, Neo, after losing the blessing, became tired easily. He had climbed only half of the way when the monsters appeared. Crude purple skin, short stature, and hideously ugly. Most of them were empty-handed while a few carried a wooden club. Gremlins. Neo recognized them. He climbed the vines while the monsters focused on the path and stood on the thick tree branches. I should use the tree branches to tail them. With their short stature, they would find it difficult to climb, and if Neo was caught he would have enough time to run away. As he followed the gremlins, he realized something horrible. There were too many of them. He came across 5 groups and their numbers only increased as they went in the direction where their base might be. They approached area with sparse trees. Neo was forced to a stop and he tried to scout the gremlins' base from the distance. A few hundreds at least. They lived in ragtag huts and had created a crude wooden wall to surround the tribe's border. Judging from the infrastructure, they were either nomadic or poorly skilled. There was a burned bonfire in the center of the tribe. The corpse of Mantis was there. The gremlins seemed to be laughing and dancing as they tore a piece of the corpse and ate. Neo suddenly noticed a woman next to the corpse. Tears and snot covered her face. He couldn't hear her and tried to read her lips. "Help me. Someone. Save me." She was missing her right leg. The gremlins tore her body apart and ate her along with the mantis corpse. He bit his lips. There was nothing he could do. She was already dead and he was too weak to help. Fighting a group of gremlins, let alone hundreds, in his current condition was suicide. Still, he didn't avert his eyes. It was weird. How could he stay calm in the current situation? He was in Underworld where he could be killed any time, yet he never felt afraid. I feel numbed. Barbados warned me I'll become tainted if I touch death too many times. Neo felt it was a good change. He calmly analyzed the situation. The woman must be a wandering soul. Either a Grim Reaper didn't come to pick her up, or she ran away. She ran away and became food for monsters. It was how things worked in Underworld. There was no happy ending for the weak. Power was the only solution. Not just Underworld, it's the same in the world of living. If I don't become strong, I'll never survive the calamities. Suddenly, Neo felt the flags inside his clothes vibrate. He took one of them out. The flag, as if it came to life, whirred and pointed at the burned bonfire in the middle of the gremlin camp. A beat later, it returned to its lifeless self. Neo looked at the flag in his hand and at the bonfire. Is it telling me the flag post is there? Barbados was really trying to get him killed. Neo really wanted to cry. He took a short breath and calmed himself. It was not the time to mop around. If anything, he should be happy he found the flag post quickly. But how can I go in there and use the flag post? Gremlins were not friendly to humans. The woman showed him why. A small group might be doable, but fighting hundreds is not an option. He stared at partying gremlins while they enjoyed the feast. Partying? Oh. An idea popped into Neo's head. This might work. Chapter 34, Darkness. Devour. Gremlins were social monsters. They hunted when they were hungry, they stole when they found a target, they laughed when they feasted, they moved in groups to use the advantage of numbers, they used clubs as weapons. They had emotions. Not just joy, patience, and ambition. Sadness, rage, fear. They probably had those too. His plan was simple and it targeted those emotions. There was just one problem. It was a heinous plan no sane person would use. But when he remembered how they ate the woman while laughing, Neo felt no remorse. They were monsters. And he was going to treat them like one. Neo moved away from the camp. He searched for a solitary group of gremlins with no more than 3 monsters. Maybe it was because there was no predator in trees, and because the thick tree branches did not make noise when Neo moved on them, the gremlins never checked if there was someone above them. Neo climbed down halfway through the vine and angled himself above a gremlin. They were a group of 5. He used Ocean's Embrace before he let go of the vine. The first gremlin was crushed to death as he fell on top of it. A shiver ran down his legs, but the impact was non-lethal, maybe thanks to the spell or his demigod physique. He grabbed the heads of the nearest gremlins before they could react and smashed them together. Their heads popped like balloons. Suddenly, Neo felt a stinging pain on the back of his leg. He turned around. A gremlin was stabbing him with a crude knife. The last gremlin pounced on him with a roar just as he was about to kill the knife-wielding gremlin. Neo allowed the gremlin to bite his left hand. These little critters weren't as strong as Gullwax and couldn't pierce his Ocean's Embrace. Neo flexed his arm and hit the gremlin on his arm against the knife-wielding gremlin. They let go of him in pain and were swiftly killed by getting their necks snapped. He fell to the ground as soon as the battle ended. Huff. Huff. My stamina is the real problem here. The scene around him with the heads bashed open was straight out of a gore movie. He looked at his blood-covered hands with a sigh. I spilled too much blood. It will attract other monsters. These corpses aren't usable for my plan. Although it wasn't his original intention, he decided to devour them. He suddenly stopped. His ears turned red. Do I really need to do hand signs to use the element? After reviewing the information, he found out that using hand signs or words could alter the flow of divine energy through his magic circuits. It was a must for an amateur like him. Fuck, I need to use them. Neo gave up. He curved his fingers inward, while his thumb and middle fingers touched in a precise gesture. Devour. Divine energy rushed into his core. Inside, it transformed into something heavier and burst out. His shadow shook. It suddenly stretched in all directions and turned the ground below him pitch black. The corpses slowly sunk into the darkness. Neo maintained the hand signs and focused on absorbing the gremlins. Countless voices appeared inside his head. Huayamianiohr gravistiaid inid todimifacus has ended huamithird fourth a second when wilth is in the area coming no leaders the gods are dad. The voices of darkness made no sense to Neo. A trail of blood flowed down from his nose. He did his best to ignore the voices, lest he let the insanity take over his mind. After a few minutes, the corpses were completely absorbed. Neo let go of the hand signs and the darkness returned to his shadow. He breathed heavily while wiping the blood from his nose. His complexion was better. He felt rejuvenated and his stamina was restored by a bit. Constitution +2. 2 stats points? It's a jackpot right off the bat. The corner of his lips rose into a smile. Using darkness brought immense mental fatigue, but, right now, his biggest problem was his stamina, and it was somewhat solved with darkness element. He took the knife that had fallen to the ground. There was no blood or corpse remaining. If someone came there, they wouldn't believe the place had been filled with smashed open heads, cranium, and blood a few minutes ago. I should be able to stop them from bleeding with the knife and necrotic touch. He climbed the trees and looked for another group. This one had 3 gremlins. He dropped next to the first gremlin and slit its throat. The others tried to run, but he threw the knife and caught one of them while the other tripped, which allowed Neo to finish them with necrotic touch. After the battle ended, he tied them with vines and hung them on the trees. I need to repeat this quite a few more times. It's going to be tiring. The corpses dangled in the air. They were low enough for the gremlins to see, but still high to the point they couldn't get them off until they climbed. If Neo repeated the hangings, it was bound to affect gremlins. They had emotions. Fear. Or rage. He wondered what they, who could eat other species alive, would feel. Dover Hotel, World of Living. Amelia stared at the ceiling with a tired gaze. She rolled in the bed again. No matter how much she tried, she couldn't sleep. FreeEdenville.com. Turning around, she stared at Neo. Hey, are you asleep? He was sleeping like a log. She raised her head and stared at him with a frown. Honestly, she didn't want to think this way, but she was suspicious of Neo. In terms of appearance, Amelia was cut above the rest. She was as the same age as Neo, and they were sleeping next to each other. How could a boy in his prime sleep soundly next to her? He might swing that way. Amelia blinked. Her face brightened. She became surer of her thoughts. Her mother's advances were bound to fail. Chapter 35, Attacking the Gremlin Camp. Dover Hotel, World of Living. Amelia stared at the ceiling with a tired gaze. She rolled in the bed again. No matter how much she tried, she couldn't sleep. Turning around, she stared at Neo. Hey, are you asleep? He was sleeping like a log. She raised her head and stared at him with a frown. Honestly, she didn't want to think this way, but she was suspicious of Neo. In terms of appearance, Amelia was cut above the rest. She was as the same age as Neo, and they were sleeping next to each other. How could a boy in his prime youth sleep soundly next to her like him? He might swing that way. Amelia blinked. Her face brightened. She became surer of her thoughts. Her mother's advances were bound to fail. The thoughts she harbored against Neo dissipated. She did not need to take precautions anymore. Looking again, Neo's sleeping face seemed a bit cute. She gently touched his cheek with her finger and giggled. He was sleeping so soundly that he didn't wake up when she pinched his cheeks. His posture remained the same. Not even his chest moved. Almost as if he was dead. Amelia suddenly froze. As if he was dead? No, that's not possible. She pressed her palm against his chest swiftly and there is no heartbeat. Neo did not have a pulse either. He was not sleeping. He was dead. Amelia's face hardened. But she regained her calm quickly. Neo was immortal. He had proven it. Why did he die suddenly? He should be still alive. Was it an assassination, or was it the price of cheating death? She didn't complete her words, fearing they might come true. Nobody could die and return to the world of living without paying a price. Neo never said what he had sacrificed. What if his current condition was the consequence of it? She recalled his heavy aura of death. It was something only those who visited Underworld could have. Did he have to keep visiting that horrible place as a price of his powers? It was an open secret. Exalted demigods wanted to find methods of immortality. They knew about the underworld more than anyone else, and they were afraid of dying in going there. Amelia bit her lips. Twice. Neo died twice to help her mother and her. Twice, he must have gone to the underworld, and still, he never told them about it. Is he trying to make sure we don't feel guilty? What kind of nightmares had he seen in that world? What would he do if he could not return again? Amelia did not know how Neo could remain sane. How much courage was needed to visit the world feared by the so-called the strongest demigods? There was nothing Amelia could do. She could only pray he would not lose his way. That no matter the horror he faced, he would stand strong. Even if he was alone. Even if he had no one to support him. Please, stay safe. Forest of all beginnings. Land beyond the mist, Underworld. I'm finally done. Neo looked at the work that took him hours to complete. Dozens of gremlins were hanged on the trees. It looked like the work of a psychopath. He pursed his lips. Maybe I went too far. Shaking his head, he climbed a vine and waited for another group of gremlins. The monsters arrived. They froze when they saw the dangling corpses. One of the gremlins shouted. It tried to jump and pull down the corpses. Neo remained hidden. He noticed the gremlins growing frantic, from rage or shock, before they ran back to their camp. They gathered around the burned bonfire. It did not take long for hundreds of gremlins to join them. They shouted and made incomprehensible noise for minutes. A small group of 15-20 gremlins left into the direction of hanged corpses. They are checking if it's true that gremlins are hanged, huh? The group returned after a few minutes. They were livid. Their screeches confirmed the death of their fellow gremlins. The crowd of gremlins was about to leave and search for the perpetrator when suddenly another group of gremlin returned while shouting and roaring. They found the other sides. Neo had hung the corpses at multiple places. Since every group of gremlin went in different directions, he was able to hang them without getting caught. Hundreds of monsters rushed out of the camp. They took out weapons and swept through the forest. The gremlins looked at the tree branches to see if the killer was hiding there. Unfortunately for them, Neo was in the trees next to the base. Since the corpses were far from the camp, the monster never thought he would hide there. Now, I can start. The base had only a handful of gremlin left. Neo's action pissed them badly. He carefully moved on the trees above the base. These trees had thin branches. If was not cautious, the noise would alert the gremlins or the branches might snap. He failed to notice thin threads covering the area. The threads snapped when he moved through them. Bells hidden on the trees rang. Neo's position was revealed. Shit! The gremlins, while not wary towards the enemy on trees, made sure to protect the area above their camp. Neo's mind raced. Should he run away or should he try to complete the task? There was not much time left until the gremlins returned after hearing the bells. But if he was fast, he might be able to escape. I should. The branch snapped when a gremlin suddenly hit it with a stone. Neo barely had time to use Ocean's Embrace before his body hit the ground. He groaned. I think I broke something. As if it wasn't bad enough, he heard the noise of horns. The gremlins began to surround him. Chapter 36, this too is a part of your training. Fuck, if I'm here, might as well complete the task. Neo rushed towards the burned bonfire. The gremlins in his path were pushed away. Their attacks did nothing against Ocean's Embrace. He kicked the bonfire and a flagpost was revealed. Thank God, it's actually here. If it wasn't, he might have really cried. He pushed the flag into its place. Nothing happened. It's done, right? Don't tell me I have to make sure the flag isn't pulled out. Neo's senses flared. An attack from behind. He raised his arm. A sword sliced through the ocean's embrace and cut halfway into his arm. When the blade stopped in the place, Neo smashed the elbow of his other hand into the gremlin who stood behind him. The gremlin moved its head to dodge the attack. It pulled back the sword and kicked Neo in the back. Neo crashed into the heaps of burned bonfire. Before he could move, the gremlin jumped on top of him and stabbed the sword at his heart. An evolved gremlin? It was bigger than others, almost the same size as Neo, and had defined muscles. Neo was not its match in physical contest. Nevertheless, Neo grabbed the blade before it pierced him. Ocean's embrace saved his fingers from being sliced off. The gremlin grunted. It increased the strength and tried to push the blade. Before the spell could be breached again, Neo kicked its shin. The attack threw it off balance and Neo broke its neck with 3 stacks of necrotic touch. Neo could only see gremlins everywhere he turned. They weren't a threat individually, but even an elephant would fall against an ocean of ants. Neo tried to dash out of the encirclement. Rewebnall.c sigma m. He didn't think. There was no time to waste. He had to escape before the hundreds of gremlins returned. The gremlins attacked as if they didn't care about their life. They tried to stop him even just for a second. When Neo was confused by their vigor, they suddenly threw ropes around him. These fuckers, they are used to fighting someone stronger than them. Neo grabbed the ropes and pulled with a snap. Unfortunately, multiple evolved held the ends of the ropes. It was the end of the rope for him. Neo could not escape. Desperate, he used necrotic touch to shatter his left hand tied by the rope. The pain sent throes of agony across his mind. But he had no choice. The encirclement was stable because it was being pulled from all sides. When one of the ropes got cut, the encirclement lost its stability. Neo crouched and dashed into the group of nearest gremlins. He used necrotic touch to finish the evolved gremlin that jumped out. His divine energy was about to hit rock bottom. The anemia was making him feel as if he was about to die. A sword stabbed into his back and he realized the ocean's embrace had worn off. He could not maintain it any longer. The gremlins pounced on him. A heavy blow to his head threw him to the ground. He tried to use necrotic touch but failed. At the same time, he felt pain in his legs. His bones were being crushed and his flesh was torn apart. Neo didn't stop fighting. Just a bit more. He released his aura of death. The gremlins, residents of Underworld, were not affected in the least. However, they shrieked when Neo used the darkness element. The groups of monsters feeding on his body backed away. They stood at the border of the darkness stretching below him. Neo struggled to keep his eyes open. He didn't look at his body, afraid of what he might see. All of his energy was diverted towards maintaining the darkness domain beneath his feet. The gremlins knew it could devour them. And they understood it was Neo's dying struggle. Just a bit more. Strength slipped from Neo's grasp. The darkness began to shrink. Gremlins pounced on him with a savage grin. And it's done. Time remaining 0 hours, 00 minutes. Immortal time limit finished. You will be revived forcibly. Neo's eyes snapped open. He woke up on the hotel bed. Underworld. Barbados stared camp of gremlins. The monsters were in disarray after Neo suddenly disappeared. We miscalculated. He had a terror-ranked defensive spell. Barbados lowered his gaze at the broken branch. It was the same branch from which Neo fell and was forced to fight the gremlins. A sigh left Barbados' lips. Forgive us, O great child of Monarch. But this too is a part of your training. No amount of physical strength can help a weak mind. Barbados was the reason why Neo got caught and why the gremlins returned so quickly. He had to make sure Neo lost. Because Neo had to understand defeat. Neo, with the bloodline of Hades, had the potential to dominate the world. But that was all. Potential meant nothing if he could not achieve it. Humans had the potential to run 100 meters in 9.5 seconds if they reached their max potential. How many could actually do it? Only 0.1% of humans at best. If students studied, they had the potential to enter the best universities or colleges. How many actually cracked an exam? Barely a small percentage. Potential was just potential in the end. If Neo lacked the drive to improve, he could never achieve anything substantial. Barbados gave him the push. This defeat. It would either break Neo or it would change him for the better. We hope you will succeed, O great child of Monarch. Dover Hotel. Fuck. Neo covered his face to hide his terrible expression. I lost. Fuck. The plan failed. He almost died. Not almost. He might have survived, but he would die the next time he appeared in the Underworld. The location he would arrive in at was where he had left from. So, he would wake up in the Gremlin tribe. Besides, would he even heal? His body was badly injured in today's battle. If he reappeared with those wounds, he would die within a minute. A/N. If you are enjoying the novel, vote with golden tickets and power stones. It helps me, the author, with visibility on the web novel app. Over and out, Failed Writer 101. Chapter 37, Defeat. I was overconfident. Damn it. Neo's eyes reddened. He didn't feel afraid of death or the pain. However, the crushing defeat left a scar on him. There was not a single thing he could do. He was put down with an overwhelming difference. Fuck. 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 He muttered while hiding his face. Why? Why was he so overconfident? Was it because he defeated the death skill? Or was it because he saved Elizabeth? Maybe it was because he had support of the two of the strongest beings? Shit. He felt like shit. Did he really achieve anything after coming to this world? He thought everything would go his way since he knew the future and had the bloodline of Hades. But when it actually mattered, he couldn't put up a fight at all. Loser. Pathetic. Mediocre. He didn't change after coming to this world. Neo removed his hand and stared at the ceiling. Now what? What should a loser like him do? Return to the Underworld? Neo would be killed. He should act like a loser he was and keep hiding in the world of living. With the knowledge of the future, he could protect his life if he lived while keeping his head down. I'm not doing that. Even if his choice would lead to his death. Neo clenched his fists. His nails dug into his palm until they bled. Warning! You've left the quest area. Please return. Warning! If the user does not return to the quest area in 10 days, the quest will be forfeited. Neo stared at the screen. 10 days. He could ignore the quest. At best, he would lose the holy affinity. But how many times would he accept defeat? It's difficult right now, I should retreat, I can try again. If he thought like that once, he would do it again and again in the future. That was how he became a loser in his past world. Neo clenched his fists. 10 days. He would become strong enough to crush the gremlins in 10 days. Even if he had to die for it. He would achieve it. Neo? What happened? Amelia's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. He turned around to hide his face. Nothing, I just woke up. Contrary to the usual, Amelia did not stop talking. Did you have a nightmare? You are shivering. He was trembling? Why? Was it because he was afraid of the pain? His body shivered unconsciously when he thought about the brutal death. Pathetic. Even after dying multiple times, he was afraid of pain. Neo bit his lips. When he didn't answer, Amelia continued. It's okay if you are afraid. Everyone have times when they encounter difficulties. You can tell me. A trickle of blood flowed from Neo's lips. He opened his mouth to speak, to ask for help, but he abruptly stopped. Ask for help? What would that do? He would only become more pathetic. It's just cold, he said as he suppressed the tremors in his voice. I'm sleepy. Don't talk to me anymore. Okay. Amelia continued. But you can always talk to me if you are having a hard time. Neo didn't understand why Amelia was talking the way she was. He didn't want to understand anything right now. His mind was occupied with his own problems. The mental exhaustion from using darkness and everything else he went through in Underworld made it difficult for him to keep his eyes open. He fell asleep. Neo? Amelia raised her upper body from the bed. She leaned closer to his face and noticed the blood flowing out of his lips. Why won't you ask for help? Even if I can't do anything, I can hear you out at least. Revealing a weakness would help him reduce the burden on his heart. But Neo had closed off his heart. He would rather suffer alone than ask for help. Amelia could not do anything but wait for him. She wiped the blood from his lips and covered him with a blanket. Sleep well, she said to Neo. That night, Amelia could not sleep at all. Neo woke up when he heard the knocks on the door. He felt refreshed. Young master, may I come in? Yeah. He noticed the blanket. When did I use this? Yawning, he was about to get off the bed until he noticed Amelia holding his hand in her sleep. Before Neo could open her grip, the butler entered the room. Please get ready, young master. The Lord has called for you. I will get ready soon. While he spoke with a serious expression, he was trying to get Amelia open her hand. Why was this woman's grip so powerful? The butler ignored his actions and he was thankful for it. He would have died from embarrassment otherwise. Yawn, Neo, you are awake? Amelia rubbed her eyes and removed the strand of hair on her face. Half asleep, she looked at her hand which held Neo's hand, looked up at Neo, then back at their hands. Ah! Her face turned beet red as she let go. Good morning, Miss Amelia, the butler greeted her. Gee, good morning. I will be waiting for you two outside. Please get ready. It didn't take long for them to freshen up. They left the room and had breakfast. After filling their stomach, the butler took them to Henry's room. The butler knocked on the door. Master, I've brought young master and Miss Amelia. Come inside. They entered the room. Henry sat across the table and he calmly sipped tea. Sit, he said. Neo and Amelia followed his words. Amelia felt awkward in front of Henry's piercing gaze. Neo, however, did not feel any pressure. He knows I lied yesterday, Neo thought. It was easy to confirm the pregnancy with the methods available in this world. Henry must have used one of them. He was probably letting Amelia live as he didn't want to antagonize Neo, or maybe he had other intentions. Neo wasn't interested in knowing the reason. As long as Amelia was safe until Elizabeth returned, his job was done. Bring it. The butler placed a suitcase on the table at Henry's command. What's this? Neo asked. Your gift for passing the Demigod Academy's exam, Henry said. Chapter 38, Godslayer Series. Your gift for passing the Demigod Academy's exam, Henry said. But He leaned closer. You need to accept a condition if you want the gift. What condition? Neo asked with furrowed brows. Today is your rank battle competition. You will need to choose a rank and enter a 7-day battle royale to protect your rank. If you survive, you will be awarded with the rank you chose. Henry's words explained the rank competition. Neo knew it already. The competition was the first major arc in the novel where the protagonist and the main cast were introduced. Moreover, the competition was broadcasted live all over the continent. What rank are you planning to choose? Henry asked. Neo didn't answer. Choose any rank below 1500 and you can have the gift. Just as Neo was about to answer, Henry added. Don't be so quick to reject. Check the gift, maybe you'll accept my offer. His confidence made Neo curious about the gift. He opened the suitcase. How is it? Henry smiled. Neo took out the sword from the suitcase. The hilt had a black cross pattern and the blade was inside the sheath. His senses warned him. The blade was dangerous. He tried to pull out the blade from the scabbard but failed. It confirmed his guess. I can't believe I got my hands on it without doing anything. Its name is Obitus, Henry explained. Neo nodded. Obitus. It was a new prototype weapon made by Hargraves Corporation. It would be known as the first weapon of the God Slayer series in the future. In a world where gods were real, it was easy to guess how powerful a weapon was if it was named as the God Slayer weapon. What is this? Amelia asked uneasily. She could sense that something was not right. Obitus. It felt unnatural. Like something that shouldn't exist. It's our new weapon series. Soul weapons. These weapons grow with their wielders. Grow? Amelia's eyes widened. It was the first time she heard about such weapon. And, what did you mean weapon by our weapon? She asked. Yes, it can grow stronger alongside its user. As for your second question, Obitus is the latest product of our Hargraves Corporation. Hargraves Corporation? She turned to Neo. You are filthy rich. Neo nodded. I'll accept your condition in exchange for the gift, he told Henry. Look at this fucker lying with a straight face. Henry tapped his finger on the armrest. Fuck, take the sword. You will get your ass handed to you if you participate for a high rank without a good weapon. But, bitch, if anything happens to you, I will kill you. Mark my words. You better return safe. Thank you, Neo smiled. Henry clicked his tongue and turned away. That's right. Be thankful, fucker. You have the best brother in the world. Neo took the sword and left for the academy with Amelia and Henry. They noticed the streets filled with people. They are waiting for the live broadcast, Amelia explained. The battle rank competition is one of highlights of Academy. You can say it's an annual festival. Neo nodded. The competition was more famous than Olympics. Moreover, all major battles will be broadcasted for the citizens. Other than the tournament winners, the fan-favorite students might get nice rewards too. It was possible to catch a guild's eye if one performed spectacularly. What rank are you aiming for? Amelia whispered. I'm thinking about it. She didn't seem convinced and advised. Don't choose anything in top 100. Those ranks are reserved for children from Great God and High God clans. The top 10 students every year were member of Zeus clan and Poseidon clan. The rank 11 to rank 100 were a part of High God clans such as Ares clan, Artemis clan, and Apollo clan. Reserved? Neo asked. He knew the answer. It was something only Academy students and member of God clans should know, and he was neither of the two. It's an open secret in the Academy. If any outsider tries to enter top 100 ranks, the students from God clans will crush them through evil.com. I see, Neo said. Hey, take this seriously. Do you think I'm joking? Even the rank 2000, the last ranked student, will be hailed as a genius outside the academy. The quality of students improves drastically above rank 1000, and it improves again at rank 500. The top 100s are absolute geniuses. Some of them must have already reached grade 3 awakened rank. And the top 10. Don't even think about them. I was taught by Mother and I have a Terra rank spell, and I'm only rank 11. Even after 1 year, I can't put a scratch on top 10 students. Your year will be no different. The children of great god clans undergo the same training. Please, don't be reckless. Choose a rank below 1000 for your own safety, Amelia said. While her explanation came to an end, they reached the academy. Neo and Amelia got off after he said goodbye to Henry. Bitch! Henry called out to him when they were about to enter the gates. Go get them, Henry grinned. Neo smiled. He turned around and left. Entering the academy, he had to go towards the first year section. Goodbye. I'll see you after the tournament, Amelia said as she left. Neo entered a large hall. He could see multiple lines before the desks. A hologram floated in the air. It showed which ranks had been taken. Neo entered a line and waited for his chance. When he reached the desks, the receptionist was slightly surprised seeing his handsome face. She snapped out of daze and explained the content of the tournament. One student can choose only one rank, and you can't take a rank chosen by someone else until the competition starts. Neo looked back at the hologram. The top 100 ranks had yet to be taken. The children of great god clans and high god clans were present in the hall. They had yet to choose a rank. It was on purpose. They wanted to show no one had the courage to take what rightfully belonged to them. Sir, what rank do you want to opt for? I. Chapter 39, Morrigan de Montaigne. I. Neo was an extra. If he tried to take high rank, he would affect the plot of the novel. But this world was heading for a destined doom. Neo would die if the future was not changed. He wanted to live. He never had any intention of not interfering. Want rank 1. What? The receptionist looked at him as if he was crazy. Yes, sir, maybe you misspoke. She noticed the students glaring at her desk. Her eyes watered at the pressure of the children of god clans. This crazy bastard. He looks good, but his head is empty. The receptionist wanted to cry when Neo did not budge. If he wants to die, die alone. Why is he trying to get me killed along with him? Can you give me the rank token? Neo asked. Yes, sir. Is it not allowed? No, that's not the problem. She bit her lips and gave him the rank 1 badge with trembling hands. Any student who wanted to become rank 1 needed to take the badge from him. Neo could hide it inside his clothes, but it must remain on his body at all times. He ignored the stairs and sat on the benches at the back of the hall. The hall was enveloped in murmurs. Some laughed at Neo, some mocked him, and some pitted someone as handsome as him wanted to do a suicide. Neo blinked. Suddenly, the seat next to him became occupied. The girl with black hair that were golden underneath, and had golden eyes appeared like a ghost. Neo didn't notice her until she sat on the seat. She held a sheathed sword and sat with crossed arms. Her gaze was fixed at the hologram. Do you know the consequences of your actions? She spoke without looking at him. Maybe, maybe not. Why should I tell you? Neo wasn't startled. He expected someone to approach him when he chose the rank 1 token. Though, he didn't expect it to be her. Because that rank belongs to me, she said. You took what is mine. Her face remained as calm as a lake. If you don't want to die a dog's death, give up now. That's quite a threat, Neo said. He noticed other member of Zeus clan slowly circling them. Will your siblings attack me if I say no? They aren't my siblings and I don't need help to take care of someone who can't even control his divine energy. Neo could only smile when she poked where it hurt. His spells were strong because his divine energy purity was grade 1 awakened rank and the spells themselves were terror ranked. He improved drastically after he started training, but he had a long path ahead. Silence descended between the two. They stared at the activities in the hall. Morrigan de Montaigne, she suddenly said. Neo Hargraves. They stopped talking. Morrigan stood up after a few minutes. Your brother won't be able to protect you every time you act out of the line. She added. You should have understood your limits after the incident in the Mermaid Country. The members of Zeus clan tried to approach Neo until she told them to let him go. I will deal with him myself when the tournament starts. She left with them. Neo was not surprised she knew about the Mermaid Country incident. Even though his brother tried to suppress his involvement, the important members of Great God and High God clans would know the news with their connections. Neo exhaled. He closed his eyes and sank back into the chair. 7 days and hundreds of demigods who bore grudge against him. It wasn't going to be easy. Attention, students. The announcer gathered them. All rank tokens have been distributed. We will now explain the rules and rewards. The rules were as Neo remembered. He focused on the rewards. Rank 1 will be awarded with Starplum Divine Fruit. Rank 210 will be awarded. Rank 11 100. R.A. Starplum Divine Fruit increased the purity of divine energy by directly 1 grade. Since Neo's purity was grade 1 awakened, he would rank up and reach grade 5 mythic rank purity after consuming the fruit. The rank increase would give his spells a major boost. I must get my hands on it. It was the only method for Neo to survive the Underworld. He had to win the Starplum fruit. The tournament will start tomorrow. You can do anything you want until then. The students were sent to the dormitories. There were 5 dormitories. First one was for rank 110, second for rank 11 100, third for rank 101 500, fourth for rank 501 1000, and the last building for rank 1001 2000. These dormitories were cheap knockoff of the real dormitories. The students had to use them until the tournament ended. Neo entered his allotted dorm. It was big and luxurious with 4 rooms, a kitchen, a hall, and a private gym. He had to share it with 3 more students. Instead of waiting, he decided to eat and pump his blood with divine energy. He ordered the food to his room. I'd rather not go eat with everyone in the cafeteria. There is no need to go there and get harassed. Neo wasn't afraid of bullying. He just didn't want to waste divine energy on useless battles. While he ate the ordered food, a member of the dorm entered. The girl had unkempt pale blue hair that covered her sapphire eyes. She walked while looking at the ground, wore long-sleeved clothes and repeatedly pulled down the hood to hide her face. She noticed Neo in the hall. Their gazes intersected. See, can you stop looking at me? It makes me feel dirty. She clicked her tongue and entered her room. Neo was left stunned. What did I even do to her? Actually, he knew what he did. Leonora was supposed to take rank 19 token. But perhaps due to Neo's action, the original top 10 students all took lower rank token. It forced students like Leonora, who were late to the registration hall, to take a top 10 tokens. She was in deep waters. At least according to her. Chapter 40, You Are a Loner Too? After the lunch, Neo trained until dinner and started training again after it. He could not help but look at Obitus. The sword couldn't be pulled out of the scabbard. For now, its only noteworthy quality was its off-charts durability. How am I supposed to get its acknowledgement? He needed the sword's permission to be able to pull it out. Unfortunately, he had no idea of how to achieve that. There were several weapons placed inside the private gym. Neo stood before a sword. I need a weapon for the competition. I guess I'll take one of these. He grabbed the sword. Suddenly, Obidus let out a jolt of electricity and tazzed him. The sword from the private gym fell out of his hands. He could hear a small voice in his head. Don't. Neo looked at Obidus helplessly. Are you saying I shouldn't use any weapon other than you? A wave of emotions appeared in Neo's head. Excitement, happiness, trust, and jealousy. The sword was throwing a tantrum. Neo was exasperated. Can you let me use you then? Can't. I'm weak. Need to feed on you more. The train of thoughts appearing inside his head was unsteady. Talking seemed to take a lot out of Obidus. It returned to sleep after answering Neo's questions. You are quite demanding, aren't you? Neo chuckled. The sword ate the divine energy leaking from his body. He had to keep it close at all times. Well, it's durable. I can use it as a club if nothing else. He left the gym late into the night. After he took a shower, the other two dorm members entered. One was a young male with golden locks and the other had lavender hair. Both of them were extremely handsome. Their sour expression, soiled clothes, and bruises said quite a tale. Did these two go to the cafeteria together? Thank God, I ate in my room, Neo thought. Still, it's a welcome surprise to see them together. I thought the plot would have changed after I chose to be rank 1. Neo approached them with another set of towels. Thank you, said Arthur, the protagonist, tensely. He helped Felix walk and crashed on the couch with him. You two look terrible, Neo said while he ordered food. We had a fight in the cafeteria, Felix said. The delivery. Is it? Yeah, it's for you too. It's clear you used food to paint your clothes instead of eating it. Ha ha, the beating made me forget I hadn't eaten anything for a week, Arthur chuckled with a bitter sigh. Felix snapped his head towards Arthur. We didn't take a beating. We fought them. All right, Arthur let out a troubled smile. Before the delivery arrived, Neo used the kitchen and prepared coffee for them. I appreciate the coffee, but, Felix frowned. I need to sleep to be in my best form for tomorrow's battle royale. What about you? Neo turned to Arthur. I'll take it. Again, thank you. While they chatted casually, Neo could tell they were nervous around him. Did you two take a beating because you chose top 10 rank tokens? Neo asked. We weren't beaten. We just didn't fight back because the rules forbid battles before the competition, Felix retorted. And, you don't need to be sorry. While we had to choose the top 10 tokens because of your incident, we would have still been harassed if it didn't happen, Felix said awkwardly but bluntly. Yeah, it's my fault, Arthur sighed. Felix was involved because he was with me. Huh? No. It was because of me. Those guys were there to harass me. You got involved in my mess, Felix retorted. The three looked at each other awkwardly. All of them had reasons to be targeted by the students. Their expressions were saying you too? Turns out, they were all loners. I guess we don't need to know why the students are after you, Felix said to Neo. He turned to Arthur. But why would they target you? You are a new face. It's because of my name, I think. Everyone was shocked when I told them my full name. Arthur scratched his cheek. What is your name? Felix asked. While they spoke, the delivery arrived. Neo stood up and took the order from the door. The other two waited for him to return before they continued talking. Neo unpacked the food while Arthur opened his mouth. Arthur Kingsley. What? Felix jumped to his feet. His eyes and hands quivered as he pointed at Arthur. Why, your family name is Kingsley? Yeah. Is it a weird name? I don't know why everyone was reacting so strongly. You don't know? Neo, tell him. Felix stopped speaking when he noticed Neo unpacking the delivery calmly. Hey, he just said his name is Kingsley. The Kingsley. Why are you so composed? I'm shocked. See? Neo tried to fake a surprised expression which earned a chuckle from Arthur. Felix held his head, wondering what rotten luck he had to meet these lunatics. He took a deep breath. Sigh, do you really don't know what's special about Kingsley's surname? No. Were you living under a rock? Not a rock, but, yes, I was somewhere similar. Talking to Arthur made Felix's blood pressure high. He took repeated breaths to calm himself and spoke. Kingsley is the family name only the direct children of great sky god, Zeus, can use. Arthur tilted his head. And? It's not like anyone else can't use the family name. It is like that. There is no rule against it, but it is common sense to not use Kingsley as your family name. You aren't the son of great sky god, Zeus. You aren't even from the Zeus clan. Felix plopped to the sofa. He was tired. Why did he have to meet an idiot like Arthur? Felix's cause of getting harassed was nothing in front of Arthur's cause. He turned to Neo with an exhausted expression. Please don't tell me you chose rank 1 because of a stupid reason too? Chapter 41, New Quest. Neo shook his head and it brought a smile on Felix's face until Neo spoke. I wanted to train by fighting stronger enemies. What? Felix covered his face. Seeing his exaggerated actions, Neo smiled. While his answer was not a lie, his main aim was the star plum fruit. He could always fight stronger enemies. However, he could get star plum only from the competition. The clock pointed at midnight. Suddenly, a screen appeared before Neo. Quest: win the rank battle tournament and become the ruler of the first-year students. Reward: Essence Breath Spell, Immortal EXP plus 50. Failure: minus 90% stats for 1 week. Accept/reject? The rewards were generous. Essence Breath Spell would allow Neo to draw the divine energy from air. He would not need to depend on food to regain the lost divine energy. Immortal EXP would save him 50 days of work. The failure condition, however, was brutal. His stats would get suppressed for 7 days if he couldn't get the first rank. Going to the Underworld in that condition was no different from asking to be killed. I can reject the quest. There is no need to take such a risk. Who am I kidding? I'm going to accept it. Quest accepted. Felix called out to him. We should team up, he continued. It benefits me and both of you. The others will target me after I spent the day with Arthur. It's better for me to have allies. You two, on the other hand, don't belong to the god clans and don't know about the specialties of the students from them. I can reveal everything to you if you help me. His words were true. Neo's chances of becoming the first rank would increase if he had someone as strong as Arthur on his side. There was, however, one problem. Are you strong enough to? Before Neo could complete his words, the wall facing the yard exploded. A shadowy figure dashed into the room. Felix, closest to the wall, barely had time to block the attack. The shadow struck him in the chest and threw him across the room. Dust and gravel flew in the air. Just when the figure moved again, a bolt of golden lightning hit it in the chest. Felix! Are you alive? Arthur shouted while he fired the second lightning bolt to stall the figure. I don't think so. Felix stood up with a stagger. He held his chest and tried to stop the bleeding. A sigh of relief left Arthur's lips. He stared to the shadowy figure. Who attacks us? The tournament rules clearly said fighting is banned until tomorrow. The time is 12:01 a.m. Neo stood next to Arthur. It's already tomorrow. Both of them waited for the dust to settle. Arthur drew a sharp breath when the assaulter was revealed. A humanoid-shaped shadow. It wore a knight armor made of shadows and held a shadowy sword. A shadow summon. It's a otherworldly monster. Arthur's face hardened. How did it enter our world? The Shadow Knight crouched. It suddenly dashed, covering half of the hall in a split second, and slashed at Arthur. He didn't have time to use a shield spell. The sword was about to hit him when Neo appeared in front of him and blocked. A shockwave rippled. The metallic noise of the clash forced Arthur to cover his ears. Neo twisted the blade, causing the Shadow Knight's sword to slide down on the blade, and hit the Shadow Knight's sword's hilt. The sword fell from its hand. At the same time, it closed the gap and punched towards Neo's face with the other hand. Suddenly, a larger lightning bolt appeared from behind Neo. It hit the Shadow Knight and the knight's upper body exploded. Huff, huff, thanks for helping me, Arthur said. He had to use a stronger attack to defeat the Shadow Knight before it took them out. No problem. You covered for me too. Arthur noticed Neo's condition. Despite his calm expression, his palms were torn when he blocked the attack. He probably took internal damage too. Nevertheless, his quick reactions saved Arthur. Watch out! Felix called out to them. The Shadow Knight's body trembled. Its torso regenerated and became whole again. It's alive. Arthur prepared to cast spells. We need Holy Affinity to defeat it for good. You have Holy Affinity? I have yet to awaken it. Sorry. Figures. Neo bolted towards the regenerated Shadow Knight. Get me close to it. Neo said. Okay. But can you defeat it? Arthur casted multiple weaker lightning bolts. His precise divine energy control made Neo jealous. I have a plan. The Shadow Knight swung its sword in a large arc to stop the lightning bolts. The momentum of the attack caused the air to stir. Neo slid beneath its sword and behind it. The Shadow Knight, distracted by Arthur, couldn't respond immediately when Neo grabbed its nape and casted 2 stacks of Necrotic Touch. Arthur shouted. That's dangerous. Get away from. The monster froze. Cracks appeared on its body and it crumbled into nothingness. Arthur was left agape. What was that? It didn't look like Holy Affinity. Because it wasn't. Neo tried to control his breathing. He felt tired. Curse this damned body. I'm exhausted after a single fight. He approached Felix. Can you move? Cough, cough, forget about me. How did you defeat the Shadow Summon? Good, looks like you have enough energy. He picked the sword Felix dropped and gave it to him. Get ready. We aren't safe yet. The building suddenly shook. Noises of monsters appeared from the yard. Is that? Felix gulped. Yeah, there are more shadow summons. Neo helped Felix stand. Looks like the first student to target us is a shadow user. They stood at the edge of the broken wall. Felix covered his face with as if he wanted to cry. The yard was filled with shadow monsters. The ones with the bug shape were eating the building's foundation to bury the dormitory along with Neo, Arthur, and Felix. Chapter 42, Might of the Protagonist. Neo jumped down from the second floor. He didn't need to use Ocean's Embrace for such heights. A shadow centipede was crushed under his feet. Before it healed, other shadow summons pounced on him. Arcs of lightning bolts descended and swatted the monsters away. Neo entered the group of monsters. Felix and Arthur came down after him. "What's the plan this time?" Arthur shouted over the noises of monsters. "Look for the Shadow Summoner." Neo swung his sword to crush the Shadow Mantis. Behind him, Arthur and Felix split up for the search. Neo did not use Ocean's Embrace or Necrotic Touch. He had to conserve her divine energy, and he would face a worse situation when he entered Underworld. This was his chance to train. He grabbed the head of a shadow monster and smashed it into the ground. While he fought, Arthur shouted, "I can't find the summoner. What should we do?" Neo swung his sword in a wide arc to create a room for himself. The monsters backed away. "There are too many of them. I can't use my death affinity to locate the Shadow Summoner." His affinity warned him of dangers and allowed him to detect the bloodlust. However, it was useless in current situation. "Can you do something about the monsters?" Neo questioned. There was no answer. Neo, being swarmed by shadow monsters from all sides, could not see Arthur or Felix's condition. He doubted those two could find each other either. "I can," Arthur shouted after a while. "But it's dangerous. Felix and you will be hit too." "I can handle it." "What about Felix?" "Don't worry about me." "Do it." Felix's answer brought a frown on Neo's face. But he didn't delve on it. "Okay. Cover me for a minute." Arthur created a hand symbol and swiftly chanted a spell. Sparks of lightning leaked from his body. While he was defenseless, the monsters tried to attack him, only to be stopped by Neo, who rushed to buy time for Arthur. The air prickled. Neo's hair on the nape stood. He knew Arthur was using a powerful attack. The shadow monsters understood the same. They went feral and pounced on them without caring about their own safety. Neo used Ocean's Embrace. He put his body on the line to protect Arthur. Soon, Arthur spoke. "I'm done. Get away from me." His body was coated in golden lightning. It was bright enough to force Neo to wince. "Thunderburst," Arthur muttered. The lightning covering his body went berserk. Giant bolts of lightning flew out without rhyme and rhythm. The thundering orchestra continued for a few seconds. When it stopped, only the charred ground and a burnt smell were left. Arthur fell to his knee. His clothes were soaked in sweat and he was panting badly. "I can't." Huff. Huff, fight for a few. Huff, minutes. The shadow monsters were obliterated. Nonetheless, Neo could see shadows squirming on the ground. They were recovering. He had to be quick. Neo focused on his senses. He scanned the surroundings. Bloodlust. His gaze went to the tree at the end of area out of Arthur's last attack range. The shadow of the tree suddenly moved. It looked like a normal shadow. But Neo could see the thick bloodlust radiating from it with his eyes closed. A smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, the shadow started to run. It knew it was caught. It's him." "Go," Arthur urged Neo. Neo picked a stone from the ground, checked its weight, and threw it. The shadow tried to dodge only to tumble after a misstep. Before it could stand back, Neo was next to it. He grabbed the shadow's neck. "Let's look at our friend's face." He used a weakened necrotic touch. Not strong enough to kill him but make him feel the worst pain of his life. The shadow let go of the spell with a scream. Its real appearance was revealed to be a boy with sunken cheek, black hair, and black eyes. The boy grinned. Ha ha ha. You've lost, Frubnov.com. Neo realized something was wrong and looked back. Arthur was walking towards him, but Felix was missing. That's right. We've taken your friend hostage. The boy laughed. Don't try to fight me if you value your friend's life. Neo frowned. It wasn't Felix who said he could block Arthur's attack. I should have understood it sooner. Arthur's face hardened when he found out what was happening. Go search the area. His friends or maybe Felix might be nearby. I'll try to get information out of him. Arthur nodded at Neo's words. His muscles were sore and he could hardly stand straight. But there was no time to complain. Death happened every year during the tournament. If they were late, they might never see Felix again. Arthur laughed. The boy laughed when he saw the despair-filled expression on Arthur's face. He looked Neo in the eye. It's no use. We've already delivered your friend to the Zeus clan? Neo spoke calmly. The boy, Nathan, frowned at his composure. You think I'm joking? Your friend will die if you don't listen to me. Yeah. I don't care. Felix was weak, but not useless. The one thing he was best at was survival. Even cockroaches could learn from him. He got kidnapped and it's his responsibility to get away, Neo said. It was a good thing he sent Arthur away on a useless errand. He wouldn't have liked Neo's words. Why you are lying? Want a proof? Neo increased the intensity of necrotic touch. The boy grunted and bit his lips in order to suppress the screams threatening to overflow. I don't care if you or that guy dies. Nathan tried to use his shadow summons only to find himself unable to concentrate due to the pain. What do you want? Why are you doing this to me? He started to scream as if Neo had done something wrong to him. It confused Neo. Wasn't he the one who came to kill them? Why was he blaming him when he received the same treatment? Nevertheless, the question was a waste of time. There was another reason why Neo wanted to talk to Nathan alone. Chapter 43, Hoarder. There was another reason why Neo wanted to talk to Nathan alone. Give me your shadow spell. What? Nathan's glare was useless thanks to his teary eyes. You should know no family shares their spell to the outsiders. I won't give it to you. I'd rather die. Nathan shivered, not from the pain, but from the thought of what would his family to do him if he leaked the spell. Neo could take him time increasing the pain to force the spell out of Nathan. However, he didn't like torturing people and he had a faster method. You'd rather die? Neo's smile sent chills down Nathan's spine. The temperature plummeted. Nathan's teeth clattered and he sensed something was wrong. He looked below. The darkness beneath Neo's feet moved. It wasn't a shadow. Freewebble.cm. Nathan would have detected it with his shadow affinity if it was. Darkness element. Why can you use that accursed power? The darkness stretched. What are you going to do to me? Nothing much, Neo answered. But if you would rather die, I hope you will let me eat you. Nathan was unable to retort. He felt true fear for the first time in his life. As someone who delved into a dark type element, he knew what being devoured by darkness meant. You wouldn't dare. The teachers won't let you. They don't care if students die. Why would they care if I consume a soon-to-be-dead participant? Of course, if you were from a great god clan, they might have protected you. But I don't think you are? Nathan tried to get away from Neo's grip. However, the pain made him unable to put strength into his limbs. He soiled his clothes. Talk quickly. I don't have time to waste on you. Neo's cold words made Nathan lose all hope. He stopped struggling and opened his mouth. I have a Whisper-ranked Shadow Insect summon spell and an Echo-ranked Shadow Knight summon spell. It's... Neo listened to the explanation carefully. After memorizing the details, he tried to use the spell. He failed miserably. He couldn't sense his shadow affinity at all. I can't trigger the spell since I haven't awakened my shadow affinity yet. TSK, I was hoping to use the shadow summons to help me in the battles. When Nathan saw Neo standing silently, he spoke. It's not a fake spell. I swear if you give it to a shadow user they will be able to use the shadow insect summon spell immediately. The Shadow Knight summon spell might need a bit of training. What about the other spell? Neo interrupted. You kidnapped Felix right under our nose. It was my friend who did arg. The death mark on Nathan's neck flared. It was me. It was me. So, stop. Nathan panted. He explained. The spell, Shadow Snare, was a whisper-ranked spell. When it hit the target, they were teleported to a pre-marked location. Since it was the lowest-ranked spell, the target could resist the teleportation. Why was Felix teleported if the spell can be stopped? You need to have some amount of strength to resist. How can he, the weakest demigod in the history, do that? Neo clicked his tongue. Nathan and his friend targeted the weakest link of their group. Can you let me go? Nathan asked. I answered all of your questions. Neo shook his head. I need you to use your spells and help us rescue Felix. You said you didn't care about your friend. Neo didn't care. But Arthur would definitely want to save Felix. And the Zeus clan would attack Neo because he took the first rank token. One way or another, he was bound to clash with them. It was better to go with Arthur. When they finished the discussion, Arthur returned. He had a pale face. I can't find Felix or anyone else. I see. Guess we will go meet the Zeus clan members and get him back. It's them. Arthur couldn't believe Neo. They are students like us. How can do to these things? Morrigan was not the type to resort to cheap tricks. The kidnapping must have been the plan of someone else from Zeus clan. Bring that question up when we meet them. Neo patted Arthur's shoulder. Let's go. He turned to Nathan. Lead the way. Arthur was confused. Before he could question, Neo answered. He had a change of heart and decided to join our side. Nathan wanted to retort, but the slight pain from the death mark made him shut up. He had no choice but to follow their orders. Elder Glen Valley. Northwest region of designated area for the ranking tournament. What are you doing? Morrigan stared at the student, Daniel, bowing to her. Her gaze shifted to Felix who was tied behind him. I've brought gift for the Zeus clan. Daniel let out a crafty smile. My friends and I were deeply offended when a certain someone dared to take the rightful throne from the genius of Montaigne family. We decided something must be done. Thus, we, the devotee of the mighty Zeus clan, fought them valiantly and captured a traitor following that wretched devil. With this trash bastard on our hand, we can easily defeat those losers who dared to covet the throne of the ruler. Some of the Zeus clan members cringed at his words. However, Daniel continued to smile, proud of his achievement. This was the moment of his life. If he could get in their good graces, he would never have to worry about anything. Morrigan stepped forward. Her body disappeared and a faint noise of thunderbolt sounded before she reappeared before Daniel. Raise your head, she said. Daniel was dazed when he laid his eyes on her. Although he heard about the beauty of the Montaigne family's genius, he felt the rumors underplayed her elegance. The faint noise of thunderbolt echoed again. A blow hit Daniel in the chest and he was smashed into the tree behind him. The burnt smell and Daniel's blood-soaked coughs chilled Felix's heart. Chapter 44, Confidence or Overconfidence? Felix was bewildered. Why was she attacking her own people? He tried his best to understand the situation in order to escape, or survive at least. Morrigan approached Daniel. Why did you attack me? I was following your orders. My orders? While her voice was calm, the faint thunderbolt noise reverberated and another invisible attack landed on Daniel. There was no time to dodge. He felt as if he was about to die. I've made my words clear. Do not touch Neo Hargraves. He would die by my hands. Lies. I was clearly told by. Before he could complete his words, a sword pierced his neck. He gagged on his blood. No need to waste your time on idiots like him, Lucas said. He wiped the blood from his sword before returning it to the sheath. Why did you kill him? Morrigan asked. I relayed your words to everyone in the tournament and he still did what he wanted. We can't let them make mockery of our clan. Morrigan stared at his sly grin. It had to him who ordered Daniel to kidnap Felix behind her back. He killed Daniel to hide the proof. I don't remember asking you to intervene, she said and blasted him with a much stronger attack. Lucas was hit, unable to do anything. He crashed into a rock. I apologize. He smiled as he stood up. Watching him irritated Morrigan. She turned to Felix. Felix spoke before she could say anything. Wait. I can help you guys. Don't kill me. His expression mirrored his mental state. These Zeus clan lunatics. They killed a student for no reason. Fuck. I was following Arthur because he was strong. If I knew I would get involved in this mess, I wouldn't have approached him. Felix, a weakling, was confident in his ability to assess people's strength at a glance. He followed Arthur because he was strong. Only monstrous geniuses like Morrigan, Leonora, and Mars could defeat Arthur. Felix planned to hug Arthur's thigh and reach a higher rank with his help. But... damn it! I don't need your help, Morrigan said. You do. You definitely do. Felix shouted before she could refuse him again. Ask your siblings, Arthur is strong. Among those who harassed Felix and Arthur were Zeus clan members. Arthur only defended against their attacks. It was unthinkable for a no-name demigod to be able to stop geniuses like them easily. The Zeus clan members reacted. Don't lie. We didn't go all out. Zoe was interrupted by Morrigan. Is he stronger than you? Morrigan asked. No. Are you sure? Zoe bit her lips before she answered. I couldn't get a proper grasp on his strength. But I'm sure I'm stronger. I hope you didn't lie. Zoe and a few others shivered. Morrigan ignored them and looked at Felix. As you can see, we don't need your help. Now, please don't be so hasty. Lucas intervened with a smile. He held the wound to stop the bleeding. We might not need him. But there is no harm in taking precautions. Yes, that's right. I will help you guys. There is no need to eliminate me. I'm not your enemy. Felix did not feel ashamed of backstabbing Arthur and Neo. He was just trying to survive. Morrigan frowned. She stared at Felix and Lucas. Do whatever you want. But don't touch Neo Hargraves. Elder Glen Valley. Northwest region of designated area for the ranking tournament. Neo, Arthur, and Nathan were at top of a mountain with a steep cliff. They chose this place for teleportation mark on Neo's advice. Why here? Arthur asked. Does fighting on a mountain top give you a boost? Or are you planning on preparing traps? Something like that. The three descended down the mountain after Nathan was done. What are we going to do? I don't think it's a good idea for you two, us three to barge into their base, Nathan questioned. Arthur, curious, followed Nathan's gaze and turned to Neo. He knew Neo was weak physically. It was easy to notice. However, Neo's divine energy purity was high and it allowed him to use strong spells. Thanks to it and Neo's perfect directions during the previous battle, Arthur trusted him to have a plan. "Have you seen the members of Zeus clan?" Neo asked Arthur while they followed the mountain trail. "Yes. I saw them in the cafeteria." "Can you defeat them?" "I can. Easily." His swift and confident words shocked Nathan. The 10 members of Zeus clan participating in the tournament were geniuses among geniuses. They belonged to the top 0.1%. He could defeat those high and might existences? "Why don't you say your Kingsley name is real and you are great sky god, Zeus' son?" Nathan scoffed. "What if you have to fight all at once?" Neo questioned. "That I can't guarantee I will win." Arthur pursed his lips. "Actually, I take my words back. I am stronger than them, but there is one I can't see myself winning against." "Who is it?" "Morrigan de Montaigne. That's her name, I think." Neo went silent after hearing his words. "I will deal with her," Neo said. "Take care of others while you rescue Felix." "I can try, but are you sure? She has a lightning seed. I don't think we have another choice." They reached the mountain's base and entered the jungle. Nathan couldn't contain his curiosity anymore. "What is a lightning seed?" "It's a booster of sorts." Arthur tried to put his thoughts into words. "It gives a major raise to overall abilities. At her mastery level, she should be able to imbue her normal attacks with lightning." His vast knowledge shocked Nathan. Although he wanted to believe Arthur was lying, there was undeniable certainty behind his words. "Do you have that lightning seed?" "No. It's too draining to use." Neo could only sigh inaudibly. Lightning seed was one of the secret techniques of Montaigne family. If they knew Arthur was dissing it and calling it inefficient, they might have lost their sanity. It didn't take them long to reach the Zeus clan base. "We are here," Nathan said. Chapter 45, or a clash. "Okay," Neo nodded. "Follow the plan." "A plan?" Suddenly, the Crackled and Morrigan appeared next to them. "You think your plan, whatever it might be, has a chance to work?" Arthur reacted. He fired a small lightning bolt. Just as it was about to hit, Morrigan disappeared and reappeared at another place. The other Zeus clan members revealed themselves. They surrounded Neo, Arthur, and Nathan. "They were waiting for us," Neo thought. Arthur prepared his next attack. Before he could do anything, Neo stopped him. "Let me talk first." He looked at Morrigan and spoke. "We are not here to fight. Our friend has been kidnapped by some unscrupulous people. We are searching for him. Have you seen him anywhere?" "Maybe, maybe not." "Why should I tell you?" "Fair enough." Neo smiled when she answered back with his words. Suddenly, Zoe, a member of Zeus clan, stepped forward. "Hey!" Although she tried to hide it, she looked anxious as if she wanted to prove herself. "Speak with your heads down. You are talking to the people of Zeus clan." She let her aura slip out. The air crackled and the pressure descended on Neo and Arthur. She grinned when she saw Arthur's pale complexion. Suddenly, an aura, heavier than hers, appeared. It covered the area like thick blanket. Zoe felt as if she couldn't breathe. She stared at Neo, the source of the aura, with wide eyes. What is that aura?" The others realized something was wrong. They thought Neo was stupid to choose rank 1 token. However, his dense aura of death shocked everyone. It was almost tangible. Arthur and Morrigan, while not bewildered, were still surprised. The 9 Zeus clan members, except Morrigan, released their auras. Their combined presence bore down on Neo. Their expressions turned into an ugly grimace. Neo, even if only for a moment, could resist them alone. You fucking bastard. They could not let such a shameful situation be broadcasted to their families and the world. Their auras turned wild. The massive presences charged at Neo's aura and tried to subdue it in one go. Neo's sphere of presence shrunk. Just as he was about to lose completely, he, for the first time, released his aura of darkness. Instantly, his aura exploded and the Zeus clan member's aura was pushed back. The clash shook the trees and the shockwaves rippled as if a typhoon arrived. "I'll ask again," Neo said. "Have you seen my friend?" "Yeah, and we killed him." Zoe, unable to bear the defeat, charged. Her attack was interrupted by Arthur. "Do it!" he shouted. Suddenly, the divine energy in the air moved. They noticed Nathan at its source. Shadow Snare. The spell required a long time to cast. It should have been impossible to trigger it in front of the enemy. However, due to the aura clash with Neo, they unconsciously ignored the weak presence of Nathan. They were distracted and he successfully triggered the spell right under their noses. The shadows below Neo and Morrigan surged. They climbed up their bodies. "How about we settle this somewhere else?" Neo asked. "Fine." Morrigan didn't interrupt the teleportation. There was no need to be cautious. Neo's aura surprised her, but aura and actual strength were not always linked. Anyone could tell Neo was weak by looking at his bruises and wounds from the battle against Nathan's shadow summons. The two appeared over a tall cliff. Morrigan scanned the surroundings. "You should use the traps you've prepared." "There aren't any." Neo held his sword and dashed at her. Arthur looked at the Zeus clan members with a vigilant gaze. He covered Nathan behind himself. They prepared for battle until Lucas suddenly laughed. He held his stomach. "Ah, crazy idiots, did your plan involve splitting us off from Morrigan? Did you think you could defeat her if she was alone?" Since the remaining 9 members were not teleported, it was clear Neo and Arthur planned to deal with Morrigan first. The two probably thought it was better to eliminate the strongest opponent before dealing with others. The Zeus clan members stared at Arthur with mockery and pity. "I will explain it to you in layman terms since you aren't from God clans." Lucas smiled. The Zeus clan is divided into 3 families. Montaigne family, Valemont family, and Mistraven family. Every family sends 4 to 7 children to academy every year. These children are cream of the crop of their batch. But this year was different. Morrigan single-handedly defeated all participants from the Montaigne family. She left her opponents in a miserable state. They couldn't even join the academy anymore. This is why she is the only one from Montaigne family this year. Even all 9 of us together aren't her match. There is no way you and your friend can defeat her. Arthur grimaced when he heard Lucas. But he could do nothing except believe Neo. Lightning crackled around Arthur. "Are you seriously trying to fight us alone?" Lucas scoffed. "Yes." Arthur pointed his finger at Lucas and fired a lightning bolt. The lightning bolt was about to hit Lucas when it changed its path and flew towards Zoe. Arthur frowned. He lost control of the spell. Zoe absorbed the lightning bolt. Freebnoll.com. She smirked. "I can eat suckweak lightning easily, cough. Cough." She puked blood. Her eyes widened in horror when she saw her blood-stained hands. "Are you stupid?" Arthur looked down at her. "Even if you can overpower my lightning, absorbing others' divine energy is no different from eating poison." "Why you?" While his words were true, Zoe never encountered a similar situation. The absorption would harm her only when the opponent was far stronger than her. The faces of Zeus clan members hardened. Zoe, while weakest in the group, could fight against them on equal footing, and sometimes even win. Her strength was not too far from everyone else. Before they could react to the horrible realization, Arthur activated another spell. Banshee Scream. His voice tore through their eardrums and stunted them. Their vision shook. The noise of the spell continued to echo. They felt the ground spin beneath them. Focus! He has disappeared. Lucas shouted while he pressed his bleeding ears. He took out the shield and the sword. No matter where he looked, he couldn't find Arthur. Invisibility? It was an advanced technique of air element. Lightning, sound, air. He can use 3 elements? How? There is no way he is a no-name demigod. Lucas commanded. Use your senses to search for divine energy activation. He will sneak attack anytime. Arg! Zoe screamed. She held her bleeding torso. Lucas ran to her and checked her injuries. A physical wound. Judging from the size, it was made with a dagger. Hiding and attacking. This isn't how a mage fights. Lucas felt his common sense being challenged. Why could Arthur, an assassin, use 3 elements perfectly? He was curious, afraid, and bewildered. While he wasted his time dazed, another member was attacked. But just when Arthur cut Harrison's tendons, he received a sword slash to his chest. I've got him! Harrison shouted. Arthur jumped back with a pained face. The blood dripping from his wound revealed his location. It made his invisibility useless. I took 2 of them out in a surprise attack. It's good enough. He cancelled the invisibility spell and used a lightning flare spell. The flash blinded the group. Lucas didn't make the previous mistake. He didn't wait. Closing his eyes, he rushed towards Arthur and attacked. He couldn't let Arthur take the initiative. Their swords clashed and a shockwave. Sword? Arthur had a sword? Lucas opened his eyes as soon as he could see again. Damn it! A shadow knight stood in front of him. Arthur had, somehow, disappeared. Chapter 46, Who do you think will win? It didn't take long for Lucas to subdue the Shadow Knight. Arthur never attacked him during that time, even though it was a perfect opportunity. Where is the Shadow Summoner? Lucas felt something was wrong. Could it be possible for Arthur to use the invisibility on the Shadow Summoner? If that's true, it has to be a resonance, or maybe a reverberation-ranked spell. How could Arthur have a reverberation-ranked spell? Normal demigods would never see in it their lifetime. Lucas bit his lips, unable to understand the situation, when he heard Orion's shout. Snap out of it, Lucas! Don't just stand stupidly. You are our leader after Morrigan disappeared. Give us orders. Lucas nodded. He scanned the area while the others covered him from all sides. They prepared for a sneak attack from Arthur or Nathan. Time passed. Nothing happened. Suddenly, Lucas came to a realization. Damn it! He went to rescue his friend. Dozens of shadow monsters sprang up from the ground before Lucas and others rushed to Felix's location. The monsters blocked their path. They are stalling for time. Ignore them. When they reached their destination, they found it empty. The area should have been locked with Morrigan's 8-trigram lightning prison spell. After she got teleported, she was too far and couldn't maintain the prison. TCH, they got lucky. Who would have known Morrigan's whim would cost us this way? Lucas didn't know all of this was planned by Neo. From choosing a faraway place for teleportation to cancel the prison spell, to ordering Arthur to fight everyone alone as Neo knew about his invisibility, to... well, it doesn't matter. Felix should know what is good for him. Felix had no choice but to betray his friends. Lucas was sure of it. Arthur, Felix, and Nathan ran through the jungle. They continued to move without looking back. Hey, let's take a break, Felix said while panting. His endurance was at rock bottom after suffering at the hand of Zeus clan members. It didn't help the last time he ate was over a day ago. He was hungry, hurt, and on a run from Zeus clan. You don't look good. Arthur passed him fruits. He found them after foraging in the forest. Felix ate like a starved wolf. He felt a heavenly taste burst into his mouth when he took a bit from the ripened mango. Thanks. They continued to move away from the Zeus clan's base after the rest. On the way, Felix noticed Nathan staring at him. What? What about the guy who kidnapped you? He is dead. How did he die? The Zeus clan participant, Lucas D. Valemont, attacked him when he said the Zeus clan ordered the kidnapping. But he was the one who... Nathan sighed and didn't speak further. There was nothing he could do even if it was unfair. He continued to run with a gloomy face. They had been on the run for a few hours when Arthur stopped. He frowned. Why aren't they coming after us? I thought they would want to get revenge. They are probably waiting for me to backstab you. Felix's answer made Arthur go wide-eyed. He shrugged. They are members of the Great God Clan and I'm a wastrel of the weakest God Clan. If I don't do what they told me to, they'll make my life hell after the competition ends. What? Arthur suddenly took a step back. Are you going to betray me? Watching the guy, who fought several Zeus clan members without flinching, afraid, made Felix chuckle. He shook his head. Of course not. My life is already hell. They can't make it worse than it already is. Felix might have betrayed Arthur before. But, after seeing his strength with his own eyes, he changed his plans. And... Felix took out rank tokens from his pocket. They don't have time to come after us if they want to receive a rank. Arthur could help but exclaim. Why do you have so many rank tokens? I stole them when they weren't paying attention. Felix grinned. Student Council Office. Demigod Academy. Amelia stared at the broadcast with a clenched fist. She didn't notice her nails digging into her palms. Percival, who sat next to her, stared at her through the side eye while drinking coffee. This year's ranking tournament is quite different, isn't it, Fiabnovel.cm? He continued. The Zeus clan was made a complete fool and the Poseidon clan isn't trying to get a high rank. The other clans are moving quietly because they are worried about Zeus clan's warning. Out of all tournaments, this year's might be the least brutal one. But isn't that wrong? I find this year's tournament the most exciting. He grinned. The wastrel of Aphrodite clan played the Zeus clan for a fool. An unknown demigod with the family name of Kingsley appeared. Surprisingly, he might be on par with the geniuses of this generation. And finally him. Neo was displayed in the broadcast. The demigod involved in the controversy of Mermaid Country, the younger brother of Hargraves Corporation CEO, and a crazy bastard who was trying to fight the strongest genius alone. Amelia didn't answer. She didn't notice him talking. Her focus was directed at the screen displaying Neo's battle against Morrigan. Are you worried about him? Amelia's head snapped towards him. Why yes, I guess. He tried to help Mother, so I'd rather not see him lose. According to what she told Percival, Neo tried to save her mother. He had to escape the country with Amelia after he failed, and the rebels placed a bounty on him to catch him. Percival slid the curtains. He could see the students outside staring at the broadcast with bated breath. Everyone knew the genius of Morrigan family. There was no way Neo could win. That's what made the battle exciting. They couldn't wait to see why he was so confident. Quite a few students placed bets on the possible victor and loser. Who do you think will win? Amelia asked. Percival was the student council president and the ruler of second year. She believed he could predict the result with his extensive battle experience. If he is going to do what I think he will, he might win. But he stared at her. He will die. His answer made Amelia concerned and relieved. Because. Is that so? Neo was immortal. Chapter 47, The Winning Move. Orbs of lightning floated behind Morrigan. Electrical discharge shot out of them. Neo used the ocean's embrace before the attack hit him. His senses flared. He dodged the ones he could dodge and twisted his body to avoid the fatal hits. A grunt escaped his lips. Morrigan frowned when she saw him relatively unharmed. How are you standing? The attack should have been enough to deal with him. Neo's defense couldn't be credited to the spell alone. Your mana purity is higher than mine, she said. That's why you are so sturdy. Her frown worsened. Even if his purity was high, his total divine energy was nothing compared to her. She could tire him out Neo to defeat him. However, it wasn't her style. There is no shield that won't break. The faint noise of a thunderbolt reverberated. Morrigan disappeared. Neo barely had time to raise the sword. A heavy blow struck his blade. He saw Morrigan's figure for a split second before she disappeared again and the air crackled. Neo twisted his hand to block the attack coming from behind. The air crackled again. His senses calmed down. Morrigan appeared far from his location. She stared at him with a tight frown. She is irritated, Neo thought bitterly. I guess she hates how her attacks failed twice. The simple blows rattled his bones and his muscles were nearly torn apart. He couldn't help but feel he was royally fucked. How high is her grade? Grade 2 or grade 1? Morrigan took a step. She appeared before him in an instant and brought her sword down. Neo swung his blade. The clash created shockwaves. Morrigan's eyes glowed. The world slowed down for her, and she continued to move at normal pace. Neo responded to her attack in slow motion. He let the non-lethal attacks land on the ocean's embrace while he diverted her strong attacks by a hairbreadth. He is ignoring the feints, Morrigan thought. It was as if Neo knew which attack would take him out of the fight and he dodged only those. His death affinity was working wonders, not that Morrigan knew. Sparks flew in the air. From a bystander point of view, their sword clashed hundreds of times in a few seconds. Cuts appeared on Neo's body and blood began to pool beneath his feet. It was wrong. He wasn't going down as easily as she had thought. Morrigan didn't want to use spells, not against a weaker opponent. It would sully her name. But that's it. I'm done holding back, Morrigan said. She kicked Neo in the stomach. The blow, swift, strong, and precise, knocked air out his lungs and threw him back. His body rolled in the dirt. He stabbed the sword into the ground to stop himself. Suddenly, he twisted his head and a lightning spear whizzed past his cheek. The attack flew behind him before it exploded. Lightning shrapnel dug into Neo's back. He ignored the pain and made a hand sign. Darkness. The shadows beneath his feet slithered. Heed my call. They shot forward, coiling and twisting like snakes. Black lines appeared on the ground. They circled Morrigan and suddenly flew out and formed a dome. Neo changed his hand signs as soon as Morrigan was captured inside the darkness domain. Devour. The dome of darkness shrunk rapidly. In midst of his attack, Neo heard a fleeting whisper. Render. Cracks appeared on the dome of darkness and golden light slipped out. A beat later, the dome exploded. The world was dyed in a golden flash. Morrigan stepped out the crumbling dome. She couldn't find Neo and noticed several domes of darkness on the cliff. Trying to hide now? She raised her foot, Sparks of lightning gathered under her soul. The golden lightning continued to shrink and compress until Morrigan stomped. It went underground. But instead of dispersing, the lightning surged again and returned to the surface. The ground split apart. Continuous thunder echoed. The random discharge of lightning from the ground destroyed multiple domes of darkness at once. Neo's figure, hidden inside the dome near the cliff's edge, was revealed. "Let's end this," she said. Morrigan dashed towards him. Just when Neo tried to block her, Morrigan used physical reinforcement spell. Her speed and strength improved drastically. She changed the sword path midway. Neo couldn't react on time. The blade stabbed into his stomach. Morrigan swung the sword to the side and slashed it out of his waist. Ark! Neo bit his lips. Blood gushed out from his injury. Ocean's embrace could barely provide him any defense against her. The difference in their stats was too vast. Neo tried to use necrotic touch on her, only for her to dodge easily. She rammed the blade into his forearm. "What is that disgusting spell?" Morrigan froze. She couldn't pull out her sword from Neo's forearm. It was stuck between the gap of his bones. Was it on purpose? She looked up at Neo's face. "You have a defensive spell." His words brought an ominous premonition. "Use it and..." She suddenly noticed they were on the cliff's edge. "Hey! Try not to die." Neo used his other hand to bring her in a tight hug and he stepped back. His feet landed on empty air. They fell off the cliff before Morrigan could do anything. "Ugh. I feel like shit." Neo tried to stand. His body wouldn't listen to him. He raised his head and looked around. Green trees, red dirt, and a corpse. Clarity returned to his mind. The red dirt was his blood soaked into the mud. He heard a groan. The corpse moved. Morrigan stood up with a stagger. Her figure was covered in blood, her right hand was not facing it the correct direction, and she glared at him with intense hatred. She took a step towards him. It was slow and painful. Neo stood up with a grunt and got ready to fight. The sword stabbed into his arm fell off somewhere during the fall and blood continued to flow out of the injury on his stomach. Both of them had a foot in grave. Neo punched towards Morrigan's head. Despite being heavily injured and out of divine energy, she dodged and hit his chin with an uppercut. Neo stumbled. His vision spun and he fell to his knees. She kicked him in the stomach. Neo grabbed her foot before she could hit his injury again and wrestled her into a hold. Chapter 48, End of the Brawl. A clear snap resounded. Neo looked at Morrigan's broken leg with wide eyes. Her injuries must have been bad if the bone broke with a slight pull. "You?" She bit her lips. Just when Neo thought he won, his stomach burned. The feeling was the same as a hot knife, stabbed into his injury, being twisted. He looked down. Faint lightning sparks slithered around his injury. This damned woman. She used lightning seed's energy when she stabbed me. Morrigan's divine energy, rampaging inside his body, wouldn't disperse unlike normal situations. She could kill him if the situation continued. Neo grunted. He wrung his blood dry to use divine energy. He touched her with necrotic touch. Morrigan, within his hold, could not dodge. She let out a subdued scream when the death mark appeared on her leg. At the same time, she used her divine energy to mess up Neo's inside. She glared at him. "Stop if you don't want to die." "You first." Neo increased the intensity of necrotic touch. The two did not back down. To break the stalemate, Neo used the darkness. The shadows on the ground quivered. That was all. Neo, after losing too much blood, had only a bit of divine energy left, and he used it for necrotic touch. The appearance of darkness elements surprised Morrigan. She let the control of her divine energy slip. Neo used the chance to increase the necrotic touch's intensity to maximum. He waited for her to retaliate. But nothing happened. Morrigan was knocked out. Neo let go of the hold and sprawled on the ground. He stared at the sky. "Ha, this is crazy." Neo won. Against the strongest demigod of his generation. He defeated Morrigan. He basked in the glory of victory until the reality slammed him down. His injuries hurt and he lost too much blood. I can cauterize the wound with necrotic touch, but he was in no condition to fight. If someone found him, they wouldn't hesitate to take him out. After all, Neo painted a target on his back when he chose the rank 1 token. I need to hide until I recover to a better state. He pushed his lead-like limbs and staggered to his feet. The injury on his stomach was not lethal, or maybe it was, and he couldn't think straight due to anemia. Neo was about to leave when his eyes wandered to Morrigan. She was alive. Anyone who found her would rescue her to curry favor with Zeus clan. But there was no guarantee it would happen. It was possible for her to die of blood loss because no one found her. He covered his face, trying to think if he should do it or not. Damn it. He was fucked if she died. The Morrigan family would come after him. Not to mention, he would lose a powerful future ally. "Hey, wake up." Neo hit her cheeks. There was no response. With no other choice, he carried her on his back. Fuck, she is heavy. Blood trickled from the corner of his lips. His eyes were bloodshot and his ears rang. Wasn't carrying a girl supposed to make him feel something positive? Why did he feel like shit? Neo did not know for how long he kept walking. It was night when he found a cave after he followed the cliff's base for hours. He entered the cave. The tunnel was long and there was no sign of a monster living in it. Neo placed Morrigan inside before he left. He retraced his steps and removed the tracks, brought some fruits, and took a few bushes to hide the cave's entrance. Morrigan was awake when he returned. He tossed her the apple and ate the other one. There is no need to fight. Both of us are out of divine energy and we lack blood to recover it anytime soon. I know you must have a breathing technique. But don't forget your leg is broken. There is no way you can fight anymore. She glared at him and used physical reinforcement spell. Her muscles tightened. They crushed the broken bones and sent jolts of pain across her leg. She cancelled the spell and coughed blood. Her body went into seizure since she forcefully used divine energy. Neo waited for her to recover a bit. Eat? He gave her the apple she dropped. You can't recover if you don't eat. Morrigan's gaze alternated between his face and the apples. Tears welled in her eyes. She took the apple and nibbled on it silently. Neo was left frozen from shock. He couldn't believe the scene before his eyes. Morrigan, the future war empress, cried. Her sobs grew louder. Are you okay? Shut up. Hick. Don't want to talk to you. Hick. She nibbled on the apple while her tears stained the ground. I was the stupid one. Hick. IT tried to save him and what did I get in return? Hick. He almost killed me, she mumbled. What do you mean? I'll make your stomach explode if you try to talk to me again. She glared at him with red puffy eyes. Neo could feel the lingering energy from her lightning seed inside him. She wasn't joking. He decided to shut up. Morrigan continued to cry. She turned to him after she ate the apple. Her gaze was locked at the uneaten apple in his hand. You can have it. She ate the apple with small bites. You are stupid, she said after a long time. Morrigan stopped crying. Her eyes were swollen. Are you going to talk now? He asked. No, she stared at him. I don't want to talk to you. That was their last conversation of the day. Morrigan entered meditation to recover her divine energy. What did she mean she was helping me? He had an idea to what it was. Maybe. Bonus chapter goals for September. Every 300 power stones equals plus 2 bonus chapters. Every 100 golden tickets equals plus 3 bonus chapters. Chapter 49, I don't trust you. Maybe it's true. Morrigan repeatedly warned others to not touch Neo. Did she do that because she was worried Neo, a weak demigod, would die if hundreds of demigod attacked him at once? No, that's not possible. Morrigan wasn't so kind. But this injury. Neo traced the wound on his stomach. It nearly split his torso in half, and somehow the injury wasn't lethal. The attack missed his vital points. If she didn't do this on purpose, it has to be a crazy coincidence. Neo found it hard to believe Morrigan would make a mistake like this. It had to be intentional. Damn it. Morrigan had to punish Neo. He insulted the Zeus clan by trying to take the first rank. She tried to find a way to punish him on the live broadcast while her true intentions were different. She didn't want to kill him. In return, Neo nearly ended her life. I'm just imagining nonsense. The wound could be a coincidence, or maybe she had other intentions. He shouldn't come to a conclusion without hearing her side. Neo turned away from Morrigan. He trained his darkness affinity to pass time. The shadows stretched and spread out. It was difficult to sustain the domain of darkness for a long period of time. The longer he maintained darkness, the harder it got to control. The shadow slithered and tried to devour him. Strange noises spoke to him. He cancelled the domain of darkness when he reached his limit. The darkness and the noises disappeared. Why are you using that element? Morrigan spoke to him. Her complexion improved. It seemed hours went by while he was immersed in training. I have an affinity for it. That's your only reason? Morrigan looked like she had a lot to say. Don't use it too much. She pursed her lips. When you devour others, the darkness devours you. Stop while you still can. Thank you for the advice. Neo had no intention of stopping. The two went silent. Before Neo could return to the training, Morrigan spoke. I'm hungry. Go, get me something to eat. Neo didn't move. I'm hurt because of you. Take responsibility. She stared at him with silent hate. Neo was about to tell her off when suddenly his stomach rumbled. He sighed. I lost my sword when I fell. Guess I'll go and search for it while looking for something to eat. He left the cave under Morrigan's watchful eyes. It was night. He went around collecting fruits from the trees. There was no clue about Obitus. I can't call it back since our connection isn't strong yet. He wanted to curse at himself. I lost a God Slayer weapon. Neo could only wait for the tournament to end to get his sword. While outside, Neo made sure to not leave tracks or engage in battles. His divine energy was far from sufficient. He stood in front of a tree. Can I recover the divine energy if I devour it? Neo used the darkness. The ground turned pitch black and the tree sunk into it at a slow pace. He could feel himself reaching his limit when he tried to eat something as big as a tree. It tasted like a dry bark. Wow, fuck. The tree didn't restore his stamina or divine energy. If anything, he felt more tired. His mental energy took a huge hit after he devoured a living being. Note to self, don't eat trees. Neo returned with the fruits he collected. He gave a few to Morrigan. She started meditation after eating her fill. Neo trained his darkness element. Their routines were simple. They would train and recover all day. Neo would leave at night to collect fruit and return before sunrise. He did it to reduce his chances of encountering students. After all, he was in no condition to fight. Consuming only fruits barely recovered any divine energy. Moreover, he did not sleep a wink. He couldn't trust his back to Morrigan. There was no guarantee she wouldn't try to take his rank token when he let his guard down. Similarly, Morrigan, wary of him, never slept. The two rarely talked. They only trained. Living inside the closed cave and being forced to sneak around at night was burdening Neo. His mental state was worsening. Neo had not seen the sun in days. He was slowly beginning to lose his sense of time. Every day it was the same dark cave, same dark night, and same dark forest. His physical condition took a turn for worse. Cough. Cough. He began to puke blood every few hours. While the wound on his stomach was not lethal, he had been moving around without receiving any medication. Morrigan was not any better. Her internal injuries were a lot worse than she let him know. As days went by, she started to have trouble breathing and a fever came over her. "Hey, just sleep," he said to her. "I don't trust you." She spoke with a barely audible voice. Her injuries worsened over time and she lost a lot of energy. Cough. Cough. Fair enough, Neo spoke. "I don't trust you either." No matter how nice or kind she was, she would still want the first rank. Neo could not sleep in front of her and risk the reward he was about to get. During past days, he tried to find another cave or a hiding location. But he failed. "Wake up. Let's eat." Neo brought fruits from outside. Morrigan didn't respond. He got closer to her and noticed she was barely conscious. Her body was burning from fever. "Well, I'm not any better myself." Neo was already physically weak. The tournament pushed him beyond his limits. He laid Morrigan in a better position and sat beside her. On the bright side, I can finally sleep. Cough. Cough. Neo wanted to sleep. He dug his nails into his arm to keep himself from falling unconscious. Or else, he might wake up in the underworld. Morrigan groaned in her sleep. "Wake up, sleeping princess." He talked to her. "You lost quite easily for someone who was the strongest of our generations." Shut up." She mumbled in her sleep. "I suppose it's normal. There is no way I would lose. I didn't lose." Her expression twisted and she showed her signature frown. Chapter 50, Quest completed. Neo let out a smile. "Oh? So, how about this?" The one who sleeps first would lose. They had to stay awake no matter what. Falling unconsciousness in their state would kill them. "Hey, princess, why aren't you saying anything?" Neo burned his energy to talk. He kept asking her questions, taunting her, making sure she would respond and not fall asleep. There was no deep reason behind his actions. After surviving for days together, he didn't want her to die. Neo felt it. He was close to his limit. Death was just around the corner. For her and for him. Suddenly, he heard a chime. Quest completed. Essence Breath spell acquired. Immortal EXP plus 50. Grade 5 Immortal has been mastered. Initiating upgrade. Neo screamed. He clutched his heart and bled from his orifices. He lacked divine energy for the rank up. His body began to eat itself to compensate for it. He felt like he was being stabbed with thousands of needles. Neo tried his best to stop his rank up. Suddenly, the pain stopped. Insufficient energy. Temporarily stopping the upgrade. Neo sighed in relief. The pain washed away all sleepiness. It, however, weakened him. Neo chuckled. He was at death's doorstep. But the quest confirmed it. The tournament finished. Neo won. He won. An unfamiliar presence appeared inside the cave while he was high from dopamine. Ah, you're laughing in that state? The man, half horse and half human, picked him up carefully. I guess you need to be that crazy to challenge the great god clans. He returned Obitus to the barely conscious Neo and smiled. Congratulations, kid. You are the victor of the 526th ranking tournament. Rejoice, today, you've made history. Sarni Maze. Beneath Mountain Columbus. Elizabeth moved through the maze. Her heels clacked against the broken tiles. The walls on the sides were painted with murals. They spoke of the future, of an age where the gods disappeared, and a world heading to its doom. She reached giant door. They creaked when she pushed them. Waves of thick divine energy hit her when she stepped into the room. A trident, made of blue ethereal metal, floated in the center, chained. It leaked divine energy strong enough to obliterate weaker demigods as soon as they got close. Elizabeth held the trident. The chain snapped. Otherworldly power flowed into her body through the trident. It rampaged. The divine energy inside the room went berserk. Cracks appeared on the floor and the pillars supporting the roof shook. Stop. The divine energy calmed with Elizabeth's one command. After claiming the trident, she looked at the final murals at the roof. They showed the tale of 4 horsemen. Death, the first horseman, rode the red horse. Conquest, the second horseman, rode the white horse. Famine, the third horseman, rode the purple horse. War, the fourth horseman, rode the golden horse. Elizabeth's eyes were fixed at the first horseman. The Sarni maze hidden beneath the Mount Columbus was created by Elizabeth's ancestor during the Age of Gods. It was a warning for the future. Death. Is it him? Elizabeth tightened her grip around the trident and slashed upwards. The ceiling was destroyed along with the murals. Infirmary. Demigod Academy. The smell of alcohol and antiseptic stung Neo's nose. He opened his eyes. Cough. Cough. The noise alarmed Henry, who sat beside him. Don't try to move, dipshit. Henry grabbed Neo's forehead and forced him to stop moving. He only let go when Neo nodded. Henry returned to his seat after clicking his tongue. 5 broken bones, 20 lacerations, swelling at multiple locations, anemic, starved, and mild traumatic brain injury. It's a miracle you survived a week in that condition. Fucking asshole, what's the point of winning the tournament if you are the one who was beaten the most? What? Cough. Cough. What about Morrigan? Henry's face hardened when he heard Neo's question. He glared at Neo. Is that the first thing you ask after waking up? I'm sorry? How are you, brother? Ahahaha, aren't you happy I won? Henry glared at him silently. I'm fine. Don't worry. Stop speaking if you don't want me to bash your face in. Neo shut his mouth. Henry clicked his tongue. His hands moved towards the pocket, but he remembered his location and stopped. Sigh, fuck. I can't even smoke here. Fuck. Henry stood up. He picked 2 stacks of documents from the table and threw them at Neo's infirmary bed. That is your speech for tomorrow's opening ceremony. The first one is given by the Academy. Don't use it. It's full of bullcrap. Read the other one I wrote. Coincidentally, Henry's speech was one only page long, while the Academy-issued speech was of 5 pages. Neo didn't have to be a genius to know Henry's speech's contents. I understand. Neo continued. But what about Morrigan? Don't say her fucking name in front of me. I don't care why your stupid ass helped the bitch who tried to kill you. Just be happy I'm not murdering you for being a dumbass. Henry's anger answered Neo. He wouldn't have been so restless if Morrigan died. So she survived. Neo was relieved. Her death would have affected the future negatively. Fuck, I can't stand seeing you like this. Why is it taking so long to heal you? Freebnovel.cm. Henry was pissed off as he wasn't allowed to use his healers to heal Neo. Apparently, Neo, having dark-type affinities, couldn't be healed with holy affinity. It would destroy his body. They had to use elixirs and medicines to save Neo. The fact that he cauterized the wound on his forearm and let the injury on his stomach fester for a week made it harder to heal him. If Henry hadn't been annoyed after seeing his brother nearly dying on the broadcast, the incompetence of Demigod Academy did the job. I'm okay, Neo spoke. Calm down. You should be thankful you are okay, bitch. Or else, I would have resurrected you and killed you with my own hands. Neo smiled bitterly. It was a good thing the broadcast showed only battles. Had Henry seen Neo suffering for a week, he might have just broken into the tournament area and wreaked havoc. Smiling, Neo shifted his gaze to the doors. He could see 2 people peeking into the room. Chapter 51, Rewards. Henry followed his gaze. TSK, you can talk to them. They were pretty worried about you. He opened the door, revealing Arthur and Felix behind it, and left. Felix ran up to Neo with an excited face. You defeated Morrigan. I saw the fight. It was awesome. Everyone's going crazy over your battle. Arthur came behind Felix. He stared at Neo awkwardly. Congratulations. Thanks. Felix noticed the awkwardness. He didn't understand the reason for it. Congrats for the first rank. You might not know it, but you are the first ruler who isn't from Zeus clan or Poseidon clan. You've made history. Felix was evidently excited. What about you two? Neo asked. I'm glad you asked. Felix grinned. The Zeus clan members couldn't find us until the end. And since I stole their rank tokens, they had a hard time in the tournament. Felix's actions in the tournament were more or less as Neo expected. He continued. Also, guess our ranks? Top 10. Yup. I'm rank 2 and Arthur is rank 3. Felix laughed. Though, in my case, Arthur let me have the second rank. It wasn't much, Arthur commented. Neo clicked his tongue. Look at him acting humble. I bet he would have attacked me during the last days for the first rank if we were together, Neo thought. Arthur noticed Neo staring at him. He let out an embarrassed smile. I don't know if I should be happy or sad. The students are calling us the fraud triad. Neo was confused. Seeing him, Arthur explained. Neo used trickery to defeat Morrigan. Felix became rank 2 because Arthur helped him. Arthur, despite having Kingsley in his name, wasn't from Zeus clan. All 3 of them were frauds. Hence, the fraud triad. Heh, let them be. They are just jealous, Felix snorted. Neo nodded. The 3 ate lunch together. Arthur and Felix left after it. Rest well. We will come to pick you up tomorrow. Let's go the entrance ceremony together. Neo waved at them. After they left, Neo checked his rewards. Essence Breath. Rank, Tremor. Mastery, Apprentice. Effect allows user to breathe in ambient divine energy and purify it. Another tremor ranked spell. Neo massaged his forehead. It would have been better if it was a low-ranked spell. Tremor-ranked spells required tremendous time and effort to be learned. On the other hand, Whisper-ranked and Echo-ranked spells could be learned effortlessly. It was easy to raise their masteries. Moreover, low-ranked spells would help him learn divine energy control. High-ranked spells were too complicated to be used regularly as a practice tool for divine energy control. Immortal. EXP 103/100. Neo could start his breakthrough anytime. He decided to wait until he received the Star Plum fruit. Consuming the fruit before the breakthrough would increase his gains. Neo closed his eyes and practiced the Essence Breath spell. He took a deep breath. Small motes of divine energy entered his lungs. From there, he pushed the divine energy into the blood vessels. It was only a tiny amount. He repeated the cycle. Late into the night, Henry arrived with dinner. They ate together. Henry grumbled the academy wouldn't let him stay over and left after telling Neo good night. Left alone, Neo resumed the Essence Breath spell training. He fell asleep without realizing it. Felix and Arthur came in the morning to wake him up. They brought the academy uniform with them. Neo's uniform was different. He wore the black pants, a black shirt, and a black coat. The tie, also black, had red patterns similar to the coat. What is this? Why is it all black? The rulers could decide their uniform color and design. It was a privilege given to only first-ranked students. Your brother chose the design. He said it was your favorite color. I see. The uniform was, strictly speaking, stylish. Nevertheless, Neo felt embarrassed. Even with the cast, he wore the uniform easily. The cloth stretched without ripping itself apart. Neo, cast on one arm and crutch on another, left with Arthur and Felix. They walked towards the destination. The closer they got to the audience hall, the more students began to appear. All of them pointed at Neo, Arthur, and Felix. Neo didn't need to use his death affinity to sense their bloodlust and negative intentions. The top 3 ranks were revered designations in the Demigod Academy. Having 3 frauds as the top 3 was an insult to the academy as well as the students. Oh, Neo spoke. I forgot to bring the speech. Before Arthur and Felix could say anything, he waved his hand. Let's just go. I'll improvise on the spot. If it was before, he might have been intimidated. Giving a speech in front of thousands of students would have made him nervous. But after dying and facing worse threats, he didn't feel anything. The hall was massive and it was filled to the brim. Neo noticed only a single teacher next to the podium. The old man wore a cap and a knitted sweater while he read a newspaper. He noticed Neo, stood up, and went to the podium at the stage. Quiet, he said into the mic. The ruler will give his speech. You lot will receive your rewards after that. He returned to seat and picked up the newspaper. It didn't look like he had anything more to say. Arthur and Felix left. They sat on the front line seats. Neo could see some familiar faces there. Leonora, Lucas, Harrison, and a few more. Most of the Zeus clan members were between rank 20-30. They took a big hit. Shifting his gaze, he stared at empty space above Leonora's head. His affinities didn't react. So I can't see her spirit. Neo scanned the other seats while he approached the podium. He didn't see Morrigan anywhere. What he saw was hostility, mockery, and derision in the eyes of most of the students. Ahem, ewanvel.com. He tapped the mic to check if it was working. I'll skip the pleasantries. His eyes landed on Lucas. I'm sure most of you know about me from the registration day. A trickster. A fraud. A weakling. All of you must have seen my battle with Morrigan de Montaigne, and there must be a lot you would want to say. If they fought Neo, they could defeat him. If he fought Morrigan again, he would lose. But no one accepted him as the true first rank. He cheated. That's what their eyes were saying. I don't give a fuck what you think. Shut up and keep your heads down like the loser you are. Chapter 52, Entrance Ceremony. The air turned hostile. Thousands of students glared at Neo. Neo didn't shrink back. He welcomed their ire. What? Why are you all looking at me like that? Is it because I called you losers? Neo swept his gaze around the hall. He saw clenched fists, strained expressions, and the hundreds of auras waiting to explode. You called me a fraud, a weakling. What about you who are ranked below me? Neo smirked. Useless trash that can't be recycled. That's what you all are. Someone who lost to a weakling. Their angry expression made Neo smile. That's right. Get angry. You must be hoping for a chance to prove you aren't a trash. But you all know I won against Morrigan even if I used traps. There is no way you can defeat who triumphed over her. All of you need to train to become stronger if you want to defeat me and survive the calamity that would soon arrive. Neo knew his actions would put him in danger. However, he was ready to gamble his life if he could push the students to grow stronger. They, after living a luxurious life, became conceited. Only a defeat against a no-name demigod like him could take them down from their high horses. Some of the students were about to shout when suddenly the doors opened. A young man followed by Amelia walked in. He clapped once to draw attention of everyone. Okay, that's enough for the ruler's speech. Percival, the student council president, smiled bitterly. Crazy bastard. He stared at Neo. Was he planning to start a fight? Thankfully, he was peeking into the entrance ceremony. Although his actions were against the rule, he saved the dignity of the entrance ceremony with the interruption. Neo Hargraves, thank you for your kind words. I will take it from here, Percival said. Neo nodded and sat beside Arthur and Felix. After Percival took the stage, he spoke the actual entrance ceremony speech. Most of the students ignored Percival. Their attention and hatred were aimed at Neo. Their stares sting, Felix said. Arthur smiled ruefully. He couldn't agree more. Suddenly, they heard Harrison's comment. Fucking frauds thinking they are hot shit. Don't be like that, Harrison. There are some people who don't know they were lucky to succeed and think it was their skill. Even if they are foolish, we shouldn't admonish them, Lucas replied. Harrison snickered. I'm sorry, he said. Ah, I can smell the jealousy in air, Felix spoke. Must be some sore losers. Arthur spat. His attempts to suppress the laugh only served to irritate Harrison. Hey, you. Percival's aura suddenly descended over the first row. He stared at them with a side eye while he continued his speech. Shut up, his gaze said. His masterful control made it so no one, except the students in the first row, would know he used his aura. Felix and Harrison groaned. The others were not much better. After warning them against causing a commotion, Percival retracted his aura. The entrance ceremony ended. Neo and others were guided to their dormitories. They arrived at a crossroad. Each road takes us to one of the 5 dormitories, the guide explained. He had a lower half body of a horse and the upper body of a human. Neo recognized him as the one who saved him and Morrigan in the tournament. The dormitories will be divided according to your ranks, Damien said. Seraphim Hall for rank 110. Cherubim Hall for rank 11-100. Archangel Hall for rank 101-500. Guardian Hall for rank 501-1000. Celestial Hall for rank 1001 1876. Neo, Arthur, and Felix were brought to the Seraphim Hall. The building stretched as far as Neo could see. It had an empty area in the middle, which was large enough to house a cafe, a pool, a common training area, and an entertainment zone. Is that all? Harrison questioned Damien. I thought the top 10 would receive better facilities than this. Yes, after all, this isn't the Zeus clan's villa, but the dormitory for students training in Demigod Academy. Tisk, useless. Damien continued to smile without retorting. After he explained the basic rules of the dormitory, he gave everyone a few palm-sized boxes. These are your rewards. You must use them on yourself. If it's found you shared or sold it, there would be heavy penalties. He left after the explanation. The students split up. What will you guys do? Felix asked. I'm not sure. Arthur shook his head. I'll decide after listening to you two. Then how about we go to the gaming zone? It will be fun. Arthur nodded with a subdued expression. Games. Are you for real? You don't know what games are? I'm sorry. My circumstances are complicated. Listening to him, Felix decided they would go to the gaming zone. He turned to Neo. You are coming too, right? I can't. Neo showed his reward box. Star plum fruit needs to be consumed a week after it's plucked. I don't know how many days passed since the Academy got their hands on it, so I'll consume it now. Felix's excitement reduced. He made Neo promise he would come along with them next time. We'll come to your room before the dinner. Let's go together. See you later. Bye. The two left. Neo went towards his room. It was similar to the knockoff dorm he used before the tournament. Only this one was bigger and had more facilities like a TV, a refrigerator, and king-sized beds. Neo sat cross-legged on the training room's ground. He opened the reward box. There was a golden pearl inside it. It had a sweet, intoxicating aroma. Neo put it into his mouth. The sweetness rolled over his tongue. He let go of the hold over his core. Restarting upgrade. Neo bit down on the star plum fruit. Divine energy rushed out of it endlessly. His body devoured everything like a black hole. His injuries healed rapidly. He gained muscles and his complexion improved. A sense of unforgettable comfort surged inside him. His body evolved and his divine energy pool increased. Unique skill Immortal Grade 5 has been upgraded to Immortal Grade 4. Rank, Grade 5 Awakened, Grade 4 Awakened. Chapter 53, Grade 5 Mythic Purity. The rush of divine energy increased over time. It enveloped Neo in a golden hue. He took a deep breath and sucked the divine energy surrounding him at once. His core bloated like a balloon about to burst. He compressed the divine energy and forced it to stay inside the core. When the compression reached the limit, he let go and the divine energy exploded into the surroundings. It was denser than a moment ago. Neo sucked it in again and compressed it. He let it all out when he was done. After repeating the process several times, his core cracked. It let out a thunderous roar and shattered. Another core, larger, formed from its pieces and it stored his dense divine energy. Divine Energy Purity, Grade 1 Awakened, Grade 5 Mythic. Neo's blood gained a strong shade of gold. His skin became fair and his scars disappeared. He could tell his affinities became stronger. Specifically, his attunement to his elements increased. Neo opened his eyes slowly. He let out a putrid breath and noticed his body covered in black gunk. His nose scrunched. It smells. Neo was about to take a bath when suddenly a faint lightning bolt hit his window. He saw Felix and Arthur below at the ground. Scanning the area, he could see several students who were similarly staring at Neo's window. What was that? Felix shouted to ensure his voice reached the third floor. Your divine energy just went berserk. Are you okay? Yeah, I had a breakthrough. My divine energy didn't go berserk. Felix went silent. He, along with Arthur, stared at Neo with wide eyes. Fruitbubble.cm. Breakthrough? Felix spoke with trembling voice. You were successful in digesting the star plum fruit? Neo nodded. Mythic purity? Felix questioned in disbelief. Yeah. Wow, fuck. Felix covered his face. He suddenly turned around and laughed hysterically. Ah, everyone, you called him a weakling? No, he is far stronger than all of you. I bet none of you have grade 1 divine purity, let alone grade 5 mythic purity. Harrison and Lucas frowned and left without saying a word. The other students, irritated by Felix's boasting, returned to their rooms. Neo just shook his head. We'll have a party tonight. It's your treat. Felix shouted before Neo left. Okay. Neo closed the window. He smiled at Felix's antics. After he returned from the bath, he cleaned the room. It took a bit of time to remove the smell. I've achieved my goal of mythic purity. Neo sat on the sofa and opened a drink. He let himself rest as a reward for the hard work he did during the tournament. There are still 2.5 days left. What should I do now? Underworld was anything but safe. Neo knew he had to prepare more if he wanted to complete Barbato's training. Since my combat techniques should be sufficient, I should focus on survival. Food and water. Neo needed them after he lost the Underworld's blessing. Battles exhausted him greatly. It made him hungry and thirsty. He could ignore hunger for the 12 hours he spent in Underworld. Water, however, was a problem. I guess that decides it. I'll learn to create water. It should be possible with my water affinity. And I'll use the remaining time to awaken my shadow affinity. Neo needed training manuals. He was about to visit the library when someone rang his doorbell. Delivery. Please sign this, Damien said. Neo took the parcel and returned inside. This sender's address. It's the previous Neo. The parcel was sent from the apartment where Neo woke up in this world. It was sent 1 day before his arrival. Neo opened the parcel. The box was empty save for the slip of paper at the bottom. What's this? The paper had 9 dots similar to a phone's lock pattern. A line joined multiple dots. Is this my phone's password? Neo checked. The pattern wasn't for the phone. Strange. Why send this? The suspicious timing and address of the parcel made Neo frown. Looking back, Neo never knew what happened to the original Neo. He, according to Henry, was an introvert, who often acted as if he lost his memories and ran away from home. It was against his usual self to register for the Demigod Academy. Suddenly, a thought appeared in Neo's head. He looked at the paper in his hand. Is it the private app password? He used the Akashic Record, internet, to know how to open the privacy settings. After watching a tutorial, he opened the private app space. It asked for a pattern-type password. Neo used the pattern on the slip of paper. The pattern worked. There was a single video in the private space. Why am I nervous? Neo noticed his heart beating loudly. He gulped. There had to be a reason why the previous Neo left a video behind and used a roundabout way to send the password. It was as if he knew someone else would possess his body. No, that is impossible. Neo took a deep breath to calm himself. He clicked on the video. The recording started with a static noise. It showed an apartment. The original Neo sat on the sofa. He scratched his face repeatedly, leaving red marks over his face that caused him to bleed. His eyes shook and he seemed to be out of breath. He was afraid. If you are seeing this video, then I am dead. The original Neo took a deep breath. He tried to smile, but it only revealed the intense fear he was trying to hide. I'm leaving this video as a warning for my successor. Run away. There was a noise as if something fell in the kitchen. The original Neo jumped and tried to run away. He came back after a few seconds. He smiled bitterly. I guess you must be thinking I'm pathetic. He. His body shivered. Sorry. Is the video weird? I guess I'll start from the beginning. He picked the camera and held it in his hand. His sunken cheeks and hollow eyes made him look like a corpse. I'm Neo Clinton, the second person to possess Neo Hargraves. Chapter 54, Neo Clinton. He. You must be shocked, right? He scratched his cheek. I'm the same as you. My world was destroyed by and I suddenly woke up in this body. Neo paused the video. It glitched when Neo Clinton revealed the name of those who destroyed his world. I couldn't hear it. He replayed the video from 10 seconds ago and listened carefully. I'm the same as you. My world was destroyed by and I suddenly woke up in this body. Again? The video glitched and he couldn't hear the identity. Neo bit his lips. His world could have been destroyed by the zombie apocalypse. Was it done by someone intentionally? He had to know the answer. No matter how many times he replayed the video, it would glitch weirdly. Neo sighed and decided to watch the complete video. It must been hard, right? Trying to survive in a dying world only to die and wake up in a world with a horrible family. Neo Clinton smiled. I don't know who you are. But run away and hide. You can't defeat them. No one can defeat them. He gulped. It really doesn't matter though. I will die, you will die, everyone will die. Still, I hope you will survive. This message is to warn you of something else. Someone is after Neo Hargraves' life. The original Neo Hargraves and my predecessor were killed by that person. Freewebble.cm. I don't know who it is. But that person will definitely come after you. Neo Clinton took a deep breath. Please, survive for as long as possible. I don't want to be forgotten, so, please, live for me. The video ended. Neo put down his phone and massaged his brows. Someone murdered the original Neo and the other two people who possessed the body of original Neo? Despite receiving the shocking news, Neo kept his calm. I can't trust this video. It's too weird. It's entirely possible the original Neo found out about someone aiming for his life. Coupled with his weak personality, the shock might have made him insane. He started to think the story of two non-existent people possessing his body, and left the video behind not knowing someone would actually possess his body. It sounded like a far-stretched theory to Neo. However, it had a high chance of being correct. After all, wouldn't Henry notice if his brother's personality changed 3 times? And, if Neo Clinton was afraid of people forgetting him, he could have revealed he wasn't Neo Hargraves. He didn't do that. There were too many strange points in the video. Sigh. Neo burned the slip of paper on the kitchen stove. I can't do anything either way. It's not like I can confirm the truth about the video. He clicked his tongue and decided to focus on the task at hand. The library was far from the Seraphim Hall. Neo used the Akashic Record, internet, app for the navigation. It took him time to reach his destination. The campus was horrendously large. Neo smiled. He didn't tire out after walking. The breakthrough gave a nice boost to his physical condition. He felt like tearing up. The day where he could run without feeling like dying wasn't far off. On the way, Neo checked his status. Neo Hargraves. Rank, Grade 4 Awakened. Divine Energy Purity, Grade 5 Mythic. Stats. Strength, 23. Speed, 24. Dexterity, 18. Constitution, 16. Luck, 0. Affinity, Death, Shadow, Darkness, Void, Water. Magic Spell, Necrotic Touch, Ocean's Embrace, Essence Breath. Bloodline, Monarch of Death. Unique Skill, Death, Immortal. Quest, Barbados Training, Part 1. His stats increased by 7. It was, as expected, a big jump. When one's rank increases, their stats receive a boost, but it is only a side effect. Divine Energy Pool and unique skills are the ones that get a huge amplifications. Neo could tell his divine energy reserves doubled after the breakthrough. I bet my skill got a huge. Immortal. EXP 0/150. Effect, you gain an extra life every 24 hours, max stack 4. What? The stack increased by 1. That's it. Neo really wanted to cry. He expected something like this to happen and it still made his heart break. Unique skills upgraded in a linear fashion. It is only when they evolve that they change drastically. Like how death became immortal. Neo reached the library with a heavy heart. Today is a holiday. The library is closed. The guard was about to tell him off until he saw Neo's clothes. Ruler of the first years. He bowed and opened the door. Welcome, Sir Ruler. The library, while closed, could be used by special students like top 10 students or student council members. Now where are the books on water element and shadow element? The reception was empty. While Neo was trying to find a solution to his predicament, he noticed Percival and Amelia coming down from the second floor. Neo? Amelia noticed him first. Whom? Percival followed her gaze. Oh my, if it isn't the suicide-loving first year. They came up to Neo. What are you doing here? Percival asked. Looking for books on water element and shadow element. Percival smiled, half shocked, half surprised. You can already use death and darkness, and you are trying to use more elements? Wow, maybe I should call you the crazy suicide-loving first year. You'll confuse him if you explain it like that. Amelia shook her head. She turned to Neo. Sorry, he doesn't mean bad. He is just annoyed his tournament victor predictions were wrong. They weren't wrong, just slightly off. No one could have expected his defense spell to be strong enough to survive the fall, Percival retorted. Not even the great me. Amelia ignored him like the air and checked Neo. Why are you outside? Your injuries shouldn't be healed already. They did. Neo released a bit of his divine energy. I had a breakthrough. Amelia and Percival understood he healed after the rank up. However, they couldn't help but be surprised at Neo's attitude. Chapter 55, Elizabeth's Arrival. Anyone would be jumping around and boasting if they reached mythic purity, not to mention Neo was far ahead of others. Yet, he didn't do that and continued to train. Whatever, it's nothing special. Percival let out a mocking smile. I had mythic purity far before others. The great me attained it before joining the academy. Amelia was exasperated. She never expected much from Percival, but he managed to hit a new low today. Don't be jealous of your juniors, she sighed. Percival shrugged and left. He told her to explain library rules to Neo before she returned. The library is divided into 2 floors. First years can only use the first floor. You can get spellbooks for all 108 elements from the library, but only if you have the element's affinity. You must pay to rent the spellbooks and you can't share them with others. Since you don't have any credits, you can't take anything. Neo frowned when he listened to her explanation. I don't need spellbooks, only books with basic elemental knowledge. I need credits for them too, he asked. Yes, Amelia smiled bitterly. The academy is based on meritocracy. You get rewards if you show results, but you don't get anything if there are no results. Credits could be earned through missions or be awarded by professors. Neo had to wait until tomorrow, when the classes started, if he wanted to earn credits. Seeing his frown, Amelia got closer to him. Show me your phone. Just do it. Neo took out his smartphone. Amelia clicked on her phone a few times and held it above Neo's phone. A notification arrived. Amelia added you to her friend list. You are now friends with Amelia. Amelia has sent 10 credits. You've exhausted 20% of your credit transfer limit. Oh? Amelia spoke. The new ruler gets 50 credits transfer limit? I'm jealous. She tapped her phone on her chin and smiled. Anyway, congrats on becoming the ruler. Think of the credits as a gift from me. You should be able to buy the books you need with them. Thanks. Don't mind it. She left after explaining a few more rules to Neo. Alone inside the library, Neo went around the library to get 2 books. He didn't waste much time since Amelia told him where he could find them. Water Element, How to Use Your Affinity. For Toddlers. Shadow Element, Awaken My Powers. He went to the reception. The table had an empty box. Following Amelia's advice, he placed the book inside, and typed his name on the keyboard next to the box. The box flashed a light on Neo to confirm his identity. A notification arrived on his phone. 2 books have been rented. 10 credits deducted. Deadline to return the book, 1 month. He left the library. The guard at the door confirmed the completion of renting process before Neo was allowed to leave with the books. Neo returned to his room and opened the water element book first. What he needed now was not a spell. He only wanted to learn to create water using his water affinity. Magic was similar to architecture. An architect could create a house with his own experience, or he could use precise equipments to build the house. Spells were a magician's equipment. A demigod could use a water affinity spell to create water, or they could use their experience to produce water without a spell. It depended on one's mastery over the element and the complexity of the magic they wanted to use. Creating water was the most basic process. There was no need for a spell to achieve it. I should start training. Neo took a deep breath. He kept the book aside. His veins glowed and he burned his divine energy. An unfrequented area on the border of Demigod Academy. Elizabeth moved through the place. She held a large gig bag on her back and had her presence suppressed. While she was trying to secretly visit Neo and Amelia, she suddenly sensed a powerful presence moving towards her at a rapid speed. A beat later, a gigantic phoenix appeared in the sky. It blotted out the sun with its huge body and stared at Elizabeth. An old woman, barely 150 centimeters, with bob-cut hairstyle and a face full of wrinkles, jumped down from the phoenix's back. She landed in front of Elizabeth. "TSK, I thought you were dead," the old woman, Charlotte, said. Watching Elizabeth's silence, Charlotte became livid. "You never visited your master in ages, and now you did. You won't even greet your master? It is good to see you, master. If you are happy, then stop making a face as if you stepped on shit." Charlotte raised her cane and shouted. She huffed. "Anyway, why are you here?" "To meet them." Her answer made Charlotte frown. That's all? Charlotte asked. What will you do after you meet your daughter and that boy? I'll return. Return to where, you dumb girl? The entire world thinks you are dead. Where are you going to live? Are you thinking of wasting your life while living in hiding after you finally left that damned country behind? Charlotte stopped shouting. Freebubble.com. She was out of breath. Her glare was aimed at Elizabeth. Then what should I do? Elizabeth asked. If I stay with them, I'll only put them in danger. She couldn't ask for help. Not after ghosting Charlotte for decades. TSK, you might have become a queen, but you are still foolish. I can't believe you faked your death without any contingency plan. Charlotte, the principal of Demigod Academy, turned around. She whistled and the phoenix flew down. Follow me. I knew you would come to meet them, so I prepared a disguise and a job for you. You are going to be the teacher of the first years now and live here, she said. Charlotte jumped on the phoenix's back. Elizabeth didn't follow her immediately. She didn't know how to respond. Even though she never fulfilled any duty of a disciple, her master still cared for her. Thank you. Chapter 56, Late Night Dinner. Neo exhaled as he lay on his back. Damn, this is fucking tough. It had been hours since he started training. He made zero progress. Water element and shadow element. Neo could not manipulate them at all. I can use Ocean's Embrace, even if it's a water affinity spell, because Elizabeth ingrained the technique on my magic circuits. Otherwise, I can't use water element. He knew it was normal. Only 2 weeks passed since he came to this world. His speed was already fast. It would be too much to expect a newbie like him to gain mastery over 4 elements so quickly. Sigh, why am I trying to find excuses again? It doesn't matter if my growth rate is good. There is no genius on a battlefield, only victors and losers. My growth pace doesn't matter if I can't win. Neo had to do better. His enemies wouldn't wait for him to grow stronger. He had to break through his limits if he wanted to survive and win. Sighing, Neo stood up. I'll eat something and refill my energy before I start training again. The cafeteria would be open even though it was night. He left the room. Arthur and Felix sat on the bench outside his room. The two were asleep, with their Felix leaning his head on Arthur's shoulder. Jan, how did your training go? Felix opened his eyes when he noticed Neo's presence. So, Neo answered. What are you two doing here? Waiting for you to treat us. Felix yawned before he continued. We would have come earlier, but we met the student council vice president. She told us you were training and we shouldn't disturb you. So, we've been waiting for you to come out for dinner after your training ended. Felix yawned while he tried to wake up Arthur. The protagonist was half asleep. He only nodded and his eyes remained closed. Did you guys eat anything? No, we were waiting for you. Felix continued to yawn. He was only a little better than Arthur. Then, let's go eat, Neo smiled bitterly. He didn't expect them to wait for him until the midnight. The Seraphim Hall had its own cafeteria. Are you going to treat us? I can't. I don't have credits, Neo told Felix. The cafeteria had specific meals that were provided for free. If the students wanted to eat something different, they had to buy it. Most of the times, the meals differed for everyone. After all, they had a choice to get high quality and limited amount meal set, or low quality and high amount meal set. Jan, let's just eat what we can get. We can have the treat later. The trio entered the cafeteria. Felix had to support Arthur throughout the way, since he walked with his eyes closed, half asleep, and almost hit several walls face first. He is completely different right now since he is sleepy, Felix smiled wryly. Neo nodded. Arthur was like a kid who couldn't stay awake past the bedtime. The door of the cafeteria tingled. They walked towards the counter when suddenly they saw Morrigan. She sat on the seat at the front. Her plate was filled with dozens of bread pieces. She wore black leggings and black tank top that revealed her navel. Her body was covered in sweat and a white towel rested at her neck. Her cheeks were stuffed, filled to the brim with the bread. Morrigan gulped the food and froze. She exchanged gazes with Neo and Felix. Neo went to the counter after staring at her for a few seconds. Felix followed after him. Hey, we should go. I'm not hungry anymore. Felix noticed Morrigan's murderous gaze at them before he whispered. Let's get out. She looks angry. Wait for me. I'll get my food first. Neo ordered 4 burgers. Felix altered his gaze between Neo and Morrigan. Unlike Neo, Felix knew what was happening with her. She had been called back to the Zeus clan as she lost the first rank, and to a low rank, no-name demigod at that. Rumors were circulating that she was no longer the leader of Zeus clan's circle inside the academy. From a revered genius to a laughingstock. Neo destroyed her life. Sigh, I'll get something to eat too, Felix said. He followed Neo closely and made sure to stay away from Morrigan. Until Neo sat in front of her. What do you want? Morrigan frowned. Neo didn't talk and focused on eating. Felix sat next to him nervously. He couldn't eat any under Morrigan's stare. Suddenly, Arthur laughed. He woke up and stared at Morrigan's plate. You eat like a pig. His head drooped and fell asleep. Felix closed his eyes. His expression was one of a soldier about to die. He thought Morrigan would attack without hesitation until he saw her lowering her head. Her ears were bright red. She stared at the ground, almost as if she wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. Don't mind him. He talks nonsense when he is asleep, Neo spoke up. He passed 2 of his burgers to Morrigan. What is this? You can have them. It must have been exhausting training late into the night. She glared at him, but it wasn't scary when she was on verge of tears. It was weird for her to show so many emotions. He wanted to get closer to her and find out why she was different from the novel. And what was better way to befriend a glutton than to feed them? Morrigan pursed her lips. Her dignity and emotions told her to flip the table and leave. You don't need it? Neo grabbed the plate with burgers. He was about to pull it back when Morrigan suddenly grabbed the plate. Rewabove.com. Tears welled up in her eyes. Morrigan didn't say anything. She wanted to refuse, but couldn't. Neo let go. He didn't say anything else, since he didn't want to make things awkward for Morrigan. He left with Felix when they finished their dinner. Wow, she's different from rumors, Felix muttered. How so? Chapter 57, Who is she? She's more normal than I thought, his smile faded and he frowned. Though it's weird how she didn't seem angry with you. Neo agreed with him. It didn't feel like Morrigan cared if she won or lost. She was the opposite of the bloodthirsty, power-seeking Morrigan he knew. Good night. Sleep well. They split up after a bit. Felix took Arthur, saying he would bring him to his room. After returning to the room, Neo trained for a bit and slept. He woke up in the morning. The classes start today, he said to himself. I still can't use water in shadow. Guess I need to ask for help from the teacher. He wanted to sigh. The classrooms were assigned when he was unconscious after the tournament. Neo was in the class with the main cast. Their teacher was an extremist who favored God Clan's descendants. Arthur faced a lot of problems in the novel thanks to him, and now I will too. He initially didn't want to ask for help from the teacher. But there was no choice left. Just as he was about to leave, there was a loud knock on the door. Neo! There is a problem. He opened the door and found Arthur on the other side. Arthur was drenched in sweat while his face was filled with concerns. What happened? I can't find Felix. I've searched for him everywhere and there is no clue where he went. He isn't even picking up his phone. Arthur became restless. Do you think the Zeus clan got him? He asked worriedly. There was a high chance Felix was targeted, since he made a fool out of Zeus clan and he was the weakest among the three. Calm down, Neo added when his words failed to assure Arthur. The Academy's principal can monitor the whole Academy premises at all times. There is no way the Zeus clan members will act out while she is watching. Then, where is Felix? Arthur asked. He might be busy. We should go to the class. I bet we will find him there. Arthur wanted to ask why Neo was so sure. But he decided to believe his words for now. They entered the classroom. The chatty atmosphere turned deathly silent as soon as they stepped in. Neo ignored them. He wanted to sit at the backbench. Unfortunately, he had to choose the middle seats in order to be with Felix and Arthur. Arthur on the right, Neo in the center, and Felix would sit on the left when he came. It feels weird to receive so much attention from the main cast, he thought. Neo was not going to push away Arthur just because he was the protagonist. He saw no reason to not befriend the future leader of humanity. While he was waiting for the class to start, he turned to Arthur. I'm stuck with affinity control. Can you help with that? Yes? Of course, I will help if I can. Neo explained his problem with water and shadow affinity. He did not want to ask for help from the homeroom teacher if possible. Oh, just that? You have to feel your affinity and ask it to work. That's all. You should be able to use water affinity with this method since you can use its spell already. Neo wanted to punch Arthur. Did he not know not everyone was a genius like him? Noticing his expression, Arthur gave more solutions. They were all useless. While they chatted, the main cast arrived. Morrigan scanned the classroom as she stood at the doorstep. Her gaze hovered on Neo. A beat later, she sat on the front seat. After her, Leonora entered the class. She wore a jacket over the academy uniform and walked with her head down. Leonora sat at the backbench Neo planned to sit. A few minutes later, a boy, with red flaming hair and a wild aura about him, arrived. He went to the back of the classroom. Can I sit here? He asked Leonora while pointing at the seat next to her. She raised her head and looked at him with a nervous expression. And no, please keep your you ugly face away from my eyesight. Mars was stunned. The students knew not to laugh. Except for one of them. PFFTT. Arthur's attempts at suppressing his laughter were worse than Neo's excuses. Before Mars could say anything to him, a hand hit Arthur's back. I told you my jokes are funny. The girl, beautiful and proportionate, with lavender hair, continued to hit his back. She turned to Mars. Sorry if we interrupted you. I had a bet with him. Mars nodded, still unable to recover from Leonora's answer, and he took another seat. Thanks, Arthur told the girl. He understood she saved him from a troublesome matter. But who are you? I've never seen you before, he said. You don't recognize me? The girl seemed surprised at Arthur's confusion. Dude, it's me. Did you forget I have Aphrodite bloodline? She said. Arthur tilted his head, unable to understand her words. He turned to Neo for an explanation. The Aphrodite bloodline's first unique skill allows them to change their gender. Oh. Arthur stared at the girl, then at Neo, then back at the girl. Felix. He was too shocked to form proper words. I'm really curious about your childhood now. How can you not know about my clan skill? Felix shook her head and sat to left of Neo. Soon, the class was filled with students. At exactly 9:30, the homeroom teacher entered the class. Her black hair with dark blue undershade and her red eyes complemented her perfect nose, small lips, and cold expression. She wore a light blue shirt, a black tie, a leg-slit skirt, and a fashionable overcoat that went well with her clothes. Good morning, I'm Anna Rose, your homeroom teacher. She stood at the podium and swept her gaze around. Her eyes stopped at Neo for a brief second. Chapter 58, First Class on Aura Manifestation. Neo didn't notice her gaze. His mind was preoccupied with other thoughts. Anna Rose. Who is she? This was the first time he heard about her. What happened to the original homeroom teacher of the class? The present changed. It was not the same as Neo knew. Did our homeroom teacher change because of my actions? A butterfly effect. Small flaps of a butterfly could cause tsunamis on the other side of the world. Neo's minor actions might possibly change the future drastically. He would lose the advantage of knowing the future if this continued. But so it began. Neo smiled. It's possible for me to change the future. I don't know how much changes the fate would allow, but this confirms my actions aren't meaningless. Neo never wanted to maintain the status quo. The future was a meaningless world ravaged by wars and destruction where the protagonist failed. The heroes died. The gods fell. Nobody could stop the calamities. So, Neo would protect his future by taking the matters in his own hands. We'll take the attendance before starting the class, Anna said. After the attendance, Anna explained about the curriculum. The first month classes will teach about the basics you've already learned. It is to allow students from outside of God clans to catch up to their peers. She continued. There is no minimum compulsory attendance. But beware, the professors might hold a grudge if you keep bunking their classes. Neo listened carefully. While he knew everything beforehand, he needed to make sure there was no gap between his knowledge and the actual information. Credits are the currency used inside Demigod Academy. You can buy anything with them. Spellbooks, equipment, holidays, extra lessons from the professors. There is no limit to what the credits can buy. Just remember one thing. You need to pay with credits if you want to sit in exams. If you don't have any credits, you won't be allowed to take the exam and you will be failed. Now, I'll explain about the Templar course. The students straightened their backs and focused on her words. All of them came to the academy to receive the Junior Templar certificate. It was important. You can convert 1,000 credits into a star. Only those with 3 stars or above can attempt the Junior Templar exam. If you are able to gain 5 stars, you can become a Junior Templar without challenging the Junior Templar exam. You will receive credits for completing missions, special tasks, or they will be awarded by the professors. So work hard. The explanation was easy to understand. It took a few minutes to complete. Some students asked about their doubts. Anna answered them patiently. After half an hour, Anna changed the topic. Since the explanation has been given, we will start the class. I will be teaching you about aura and aura manipulation. It's your core subject for the first semester. Everyone grew visibly excited. Aura manipulation was an advanced branch of elemental manipulation. It was easy to use aura to intimidate others. However, that was just the beginning. High-level demigods used aura attacks to battle their foes. We'll start with basic elemental control today. I want all of you to use your secondary elements and manifest its aura. The students followed her words. Neo closed his eyes and tried to do the same. death and darkness. He was familiar with them. They were his primary elements. His mastery over water element was poor, thus it was a secondary element for him. Minutes ticked by. Neo couldn't do anything at all. Unlike others, he failed to manifest the slightest bit of aura using water affinity. Anna noticed him. She picked a piece of chalk and drew on the blackboard. Elemental manipulation is divided into 3 steps: core, god blood, magic circuits. Her words drew the attention of the class. This information was not in the books Neo took from the library. He tuned out the distractions and focused on the class. Core helps you convert your non-elemental divine energy into elemental divine energy. Neo frowned. That sounded too easy. It was something he never heard before, and he doubted it was so simple to use elemental divine energy. He had been training for days and he had been unsuccessful. Still, he followed Anna's words. He controlled his divine energy and pushed it into his core. His mind went through a tremendous change. He felt enlightened. As if he was a blind man who could suddenly see, or if he found the wallet he was searching for inside his pocket. How didn't I notice this sooner? Neo felt bewildered. Whenever he used spells, he had been using his core to create elemental divine energy. It was a gap. He was directly fed with information of spells. The instant mastery allowed him to use the spells without former training. In exchange, it left huge holes in his basic knowledge. Anna stared at Neo expressionlessly. Her eyes gleamed at his success. Your god blood carries the elemental divine energy and it distributes the energy throughout your body. The amount of divine energy your god blood can store determines your divine energy reserves. The purity of the divine energy is decided by the concentration of divine energy per unit, god blood. The process of infusing divine energy with water element was slow and tiresome. He was not dejected at his snail-like pace. After all, he could finally sense his water element. It was a huge progress compared to a day ago where he couldn't feel his water affinity at all. He, however, still couldn't use the water element-infused aura. The lecture continued. Magic circuits are the outlets that allow you to pour your divine energy out of your body into the surroundings. They are like muscles. The more you use a magic circuit on a certain part of your body, like your palms, the faster you can let out your divine energy through your palms. Neo closed his eyes. He tried to sense the magic circuits on his body. After locating a few of them, he pushed out his water element-infused divine energy. He manifested a pale blue aura. Chapter 59, Aura Blade. A smile appeared on Neo's face. After manifesting the aura, he tried to create water. Neo failed. He tried again. And again. And again. The result was the same. I guess I'm still far off from reaching the necessary level. Neo smiled bitterly. He had a lot to learn. When he was busy practicing, Anna explained. Looks like all of you can use your auras. Now, I want you to create an aura blade. The faces of students hardened. Aura blade was the first combat technique of aura manifestation branch. A person needed months of training to manifest an aura blade. Take your time. It's a difficult technique, so there is no need to feel pressured to create an aura blade in today's class, Anna said. They practiced. Only Morrigan, Arthur, Lucas, Harrison, and Mars could create an aura blade among the 60 students. The students felt the gap between geniuses and themselves. While their eyes wandered around, someone spoke. Hey, look at him. The student pointed at Neo. He was enveloped in a pale blue aura. His aura was weak and it flickered like a candle flame soon to be extinguished. The level of one's elemental mastery determined one's aura strength. Neo's control over water element, even as a secondary affinity, was far below average. Harrison laughed. Look at our ruler. The fraud can't do anything if he isn't cheating. Harrison's words broke Neo's focus. Disturbed, Neo's aura shattered. It only made Harrison laugh more. I can't believe someone could lose to a fraud like him. Morrigan ignored the jab. Neo was about to do the same when suddenly Anna opened her mouth. Student Harrison, every person has their own speciality and weakness. There is no need to put someone down because they cannot measure up to you in your speciality. Her words made Harrison crease his brows. What? I didn't say anything wrong. You can ask anyone in this class. That weakling became the ruler because he cheated. That's his only speciality. Oh wait, he has a loud mouth too. A few students snickered. Their mocking gazes were aimed at Neo. Neo pursed his lips. He was about to ignore them when his eyes met Anna. Both of you come up on the stage, she said. Neo didn't understand her intentions, but he followed her words. He stood next to the podium alongside Harrison. Anna turned to the class. They will now demonstrate the usage of Aura Blade. She turned to Harrison. You first. Okay. Harrison smirked at Neo before he took the stage. He picked a ruler from the professor's table and held it like a sword. A grunt escaped his lips and lightning manifested around his body. It wasn't a spell, just plain lightning elemental manifestation. Suddenly, the lightning sparks crackled. They twisted and collapsed into themselves. The air tingled with an electrifying dizziness and the room was bathed into a golden glow. When the berserk lightning returned to control, the ruler in the Harrison's hand underwent massive changes. It was wrapped in small, solid golden lightning. The lightning moved slowly and in a conspicuous pattern. Harrison slashed. A small lightning arc shot out of the ruler and split the professor's table into two halves. The attack continued to move forward. It left a deep burrow in the wall before it disappeared. The students broke out of the trance when Harrison coughed to grab their attention. They clapped enthusiastically. Harrison gave the ruler to Neo and let out a victorious smirk. This is what an actual genius can do. It's not something the likes of you frauds can ever hope to achieve. Neo agreed with Harrison. Partially at least. Aura Blade was a dividing line between talent and mediocrity. The only way for a talentless person like him to use Aura Blade was to familiarize himself with the element to the point it became a second nature to him. Neo, your turn, Anna said. He exhaled. Why was the professor doing this? There was no way he could use Aura Blade. The students stared at Neo. Their gazes revealed their expectations of him. They were waiting for him to fail. You can use it. Your mastery over your element is good enough, Anna whispered. Just follow my words. Neo knew his limits. He could not use an Aura Blade. Maybe she just wanted to make fun of him. He was wrong to think of her as a diligent teacher. She might have replaced the previous homeroom teacher, but she was just as bad. Unleash your aura, she said. Freednovel.cm. Neo followed her words. A heavy aura of death descended. The students stopped smiling. Their expressions contorted and a few of them frothed from their mouth. They groaned, unable to handle the pressure. That's wrong. Compress your divine energy inside your core to the limit before releasing it, she advised. Suddenly, the aura pressing over the room was sucked into Neo's body. A thin line of sweat formed on his forehead. He never tried to limit his death aura before and it was hard to control. Still, Neo was familiar with death. He survived in Underworld where death was rampant and he experienced death multiple times. If mastery over the element was a condition of using Aura Blade. What? Harrison gasped. Faint sparks of red lightning flickered around Neo's palm. Red lightning. The students couldn't believe their eyes. Not after seeing Neo's poor mastery over water element. They thought his primary element's aura would be no different. But a aura blade? The red lightning crackled silently. It twisted like a snake, vicious, poisonous, and like death itself. The ruler in Neo's hand crumbled into dust. Neo was left gasping for breath after the red lightning disappeared. His hands shivered uncontrollably. He almost fell from exhaustion. However, no one laughed at him anymore. They couldn't. "I hope now you know why you shouldn't make fun of others," Anna told Harrison before she turned to the class. "Most of the students can't use Aura Blade, but it isn't because they have no talent. You all lack the resources and teaching of the God clans. It's a given you are lacking in comparison to the geniuses of your generation. Don't put yourself down. With sufficient time and training at the academy, your results will be able to catch up to your peers quickly." Chapter 60, Information about Missions. Harrison's expression twisted into an ugly grimace. He glared at Neo. The students from outside of God clans looked at Neo in a different light. They didn't see him as a fraud anymore. Their gazes carried respect towards him. That's it for today's aura manipulation class. We'll go to the mission hall now, Anna said. The students followed her out of the classroom. Felix and Arthur approached Neo. "That was amazing." Felix smiled. "Yeah, your aura is strong. It makes me shiver every time I feel it," Arthur said. Neo nodded with a pale face. He was breathing heavily and drenched in sweat. Creating an aura blade exhausted him greatly. "I should be able to create water if I train now," he thought. The trio reached the mission hall with the class. It was a huge pavilion with countless students going to and fro. That's the mission board. You can see the available missions on it. Anna pointed a giant hologram floating in the air. There were thousands of missions on it. Dozens of missions were being taken every second and new missions continued to replace them. For the first semester, you are only allowed to take missions inside the academy. The missions are divided into EFA ranks on the basis of difficulties. Anna explained the reward system. A rank mission equals 6 credits. B rank mission equals 5 credits. C rank mission equals 4 credits. D rank mission equals 3 credits. E rank mission equals 2 credits. F rank mission equals 1 credits. The credits were awarded by the Academy on the mission's successful completion. That was not all. The person who posted the mission would give separate rewards. C rank and higher missions can be accepted by teams with 5 members minimum. The team leader will get twice the credits for mission completion. You all have a week to headhunt your team members. The team members can't be changed until the next semester. Think carefully before choosing your teams. Anna suddenly stopped speaking. She looked the students in their eyes. Her gaze made them shiver. Forcing others to join your team or prohibiting others from joining a team is strictly banned. If it's revealed anyone blackmailed the students, be ready for severe punishments. Some of the students did not understand why Anna was confident in catching the rule breakers. Their friends explained the reason to them. After knowing the academy principal could observe the academy grounds at all times, they trembled with disgust and fear. "Speak up if anyone has a doubt," Anna said. Lucas raised his hands. "What about S-rank missions and higher?" Anna stared at him silently. "We can't choose them?" he asked again. "You can choose an S-rank mission if 3 of your team members are top 100 students. But I won't recommend them due to their difficulty." "What about SS rank and SSS rank missions?" Lucas ignored Anna's warning and asked. "You need to meet special requirements for them. The requirements will be released after you complete an S-rank mission." Neo, on the side, frowned. He wondered if he should reveal the requirements to Arthur and Felix. Arthur might not be hit by the requirement, but Felix would. "Don't take too many credits from others," Neo said to the two. In the end, he decided to give an ambiguous advice. Arthur didn't understand the underlying meaning behind Neo's words. Felix, on the other hand, had an epiphany. "Smart bastard," Neo thought as he stared at Felix. "How did you know?" Felix asked. "Know what? I don't understand what you mean by that." Felix didn't ask further questions when Neo made it clear he wouldn't reveal the source of information. The class was dismissed for the day. "Let's go and search for two other teammates," Felix said to Neo and Arthur. She expected it to be a given for them to form a team. But... "Sorry, I don't want to be in Neo's team." "Wait, why? Isn't it good for friends to stick together? Neo's rank might be low, but..." "That's not the reason." Arthur faced Neo with an apologetic face. "Sorry, Neo. I want to be the ruler. It's the reason I came to the academy. I've confirmed it from student council president that I can buy the first rank with credits. It costs an exorbitant price. I need to be the team leader if I want to earn enough credits for the first rank." "I see. Guess we have to form different teams." Neo made it clear he had no intentions of giving up the position of team leader. Just like Arthur, he had his own reasons. "Felix, whose team will you join?" Neo questioned. Felix frowned. She tried to soothe them, but Neo and Arthur were adamant about forming different teams. "Damn it. Arthur is the obvious choice, but I don't want to take sides. The moment I choose one of them, I will fall out of the favor with the other one." Felix tried to think of a solution. She opened her mouth. "Then I will form my own too." "What?" Arthur's reaction was just as Felix predicted. Felix sneaked a peek at Neo to look at his expression. This guy is always maintaining that cold face. I can't even understand what goes through his mind, Felix thought. It was a risky move to say she would form a team. Despite the risk of actually being left alone, she decided to move forward with the plan. "If you two think it's better to be alone, I should leave too." "What are you saying, Felix?" "You are we." Arthur stopped speaking before he said anything inappropriate. However, it was clear what he was about to say. "I'm weak?" Felix smiled bitterly. "Yeah, that's right. I need to be protected by you too. But that's why I'm trying to leave. You won't be able to give your best on missions if you have to worry about protecting me." "That's not true. Don't lie. Both of us know you were about to call me weak, and there is no need to feel bad, because it's the truth." Arthur bit his lips. He turned to Neo for help. "Stop being annoying, Felix." Arthur's eyes shot wide open when he heard Neo. Neo continued to speak before Arthur could stop him. Chapter 61, Headhunting Teammates for S-Rank Missions. "Yes, you are weak. And what's wrong with that? We are at the academy, we joined this place to become stronger. Being weak just means you can only climb higher from your current position. And stop misunderstanding us. We aren't protecting you because you are weak, but because you are our friend." Neo's sharp words surprised Felix. Felix planned to have them make her forcefully stay in their teams to protect her. She thought Arthur would stop her, not Neo. Maybe he was more compassionate than she thought? "Just stay in Arthur's team. I'm the main target of the Zeus clan members. It's safer for you if you are with Arthur." Stop refusing. It's annoying." "Why yeah, no, you aren't annoying. Anyway, Felix joined my team. I'm not teaming up with Neo because I want to be the ruler. I have no grudge against him and we aren't fighting." Felix's expression contorted as if she had to make a difficult decision. Got them good, she thought internally. After a long time, Felix sighed. Okay. Arthur was relieved after hearing her answer. Neo, on the other hand, didn't know if he should laugh or cry. There was no way he would hold a grudge because Felix chose to team with Arthur. Her actions were the creation of her needless overcaution. The trio chatted. Felix and Arthur left after a bit of time passed to find teammates. I'm alone now. Neo's time was running out. He had to train quickly and reach sufficient mastery in water element before he entered Underworld tomorrow. However, he couldn't leave the mission hall. The top 100 students would form teams today itself. If he delayed searching for team members, he would not be able to take on S-rank missions. Who will be willing to join my team? Neo thought. He looked around and realized. Am I overthinking it, or is everyone trying to stay away from me? The students kept away from Neo. They turned away when he made eye contact with them. It was going to be hard to find teammates. I guess I'll go to people I know and try my luck with them. Neo looked around for Morrigan. It was easy to locate her. She was being ostracized like him. Looks like your friends didn't like you lost to me. Neo approached her. She noticed his presence and frowned. What do you want? I want you in my team. It's not like you have a choice if you want to take on S-rank missions. The Zeus clan members won't let other students join you. Morrigan pursed her lips. After she fell out of favor with her family, the attitude of the Zeus clan students took a turn. They were trying to put her down. Neo's offer was a godsend. There was just one problem. I don't want to join the team of someone weaker than me. Besides, I don't care about credits or ranks. She turned around and left. Neo was left stunned. What the fuck is wrong with her? Why is she so different from the Morrigan of the novel? Massaging his temples, he was about to look for other teammates until he noticed Leonora. She stood in a secluded corner of the mission hall. freewebnovel.com. Her face was hidden under the hoodie. She was playing a game on the Switch and used earphones to drown the noise of the mission hall. Should I try it? The chances of making a team with her are low, but if I play my card right, I should be able to do it. He was about to meet her when a boy, buffed and giant, with dark blue hair stopped him. Where do you think you are going? The boy, Christian, questioned. Go away. Even if you are a ruler, there are some things you shouldn't do. Christian continued. Miss is the leader of the Poseidon clan's faction. You are insulting us if you try to recruit her. Zeus clan was already an enemy with Neo. If Poseidon clan joined the fray, he would be facing two great god clans alone. But when did he care about such things? Neo was about to forcefully remove Christian from his path when suddenly he heard a voice. Christian, let him come here. Leonora, the girl who disliked any and every person, was looking straight at Neo. 5 minutes ago. This sucks. Leonora wore the earphones and took out the Switch from her pocket. She started the game after she leaned against the wall. Ugh, why do I have to attend classes? I wish I could stay in my room all day. Leonora saw students moving around to find teammates. She clicked her tongue. The top 100 students were almost all from god clans. Their families decided their teammates before they entered the academy. Noisy. She increased the volume and focused on the game. Suddenly, a flying whale, otherworldly in appearance, came out of the wall and covered half of the mission hall's roof. Nobody could see or sense the whale. Leonora, shouldn't you try to talk to others now that you are outside? The whale's voice, sweet and lyrical, sounded inside Leonora's head. I don't want to. All of them look like idiots, Leonora answered. The whale, Ruby, sighed. She worried Leonora's introverted nature was taking a turn for worse with each day. She was about to reprimand her lightly when suddenly she stopped. Her gaze focused on the black-haired, red-eyed boy. Ruby flew down and circled Neo. "What are you doing?" Leonora questioned. "I'm trying to find out if he can see me. He made eye contact with me during the entrance ceremony. That must have been a coincidence. Stop worrying about it and go rest." "Hayes, you've really become not so sweet anymore, Leonora." "Really? That's a good thing if it stops others from approaching me." Ruby continued to monitor Neo. When he was rejected by Morrigan and tried to approach Leonora, she spoke. "Join his team. We need to keep an eye on him." "No. It sounds like work, and Dad will throw a fit if I join a team other than with my clanmates." Leonora did not even bother to ask for reason behind Ruby's suggestion. Chapter 62, Invisible Bloodlust. Her laziness exasperated Ruby. "You will regret it if you let the boy move on his own," Ruby explained in simpler words. Mastery over elements was done by experiencing the element and getting as close to them as possible. Death element was the same. Neo's high mastery over it signified he killed thousands, if not tens of thousands, of people. His murders were probably being hidden by his brother. Letting someone as dangerous as Neo roam unsupervised was asking for a disaster to occur. That's what you are worried about? I don't need to monitor him. The principal and teachers probably are keeping an eye on him at all times. Hayes, is this the naivety of childhood or the complacent of the strong? The spirit sighs irked Leonora. Ruby spoke before Leonora could complain. You of all people should know one can bend the rules. It's easy for that boy to harm others without breaking rules. Moreover, his brother is not to be trifled with. The boy is moving around as if nothing happened even after the commotion in the country of mermaids. If he wants, he can act as he wished in the academy too. Leonora doubted Neo could do anything on the academy ground. However, Ruby's words planted the seed of doubt in her heart. What if Neo's brother could really save him from consequences? Wouldn't that mean he would go berserk in the academy whenever he felt like it? Oh, it feels like trouble is soon to arrive. Leonora spoke as if the matter had nothing to do with her. Leonora, the boy antagonized the Lightning Clan already. There is no guarantee he will not target your clan next. If he starts a storm, the responsibility to deal with the aftermath will fall over you. Leonora stiffened. As the de facto leader of Poseidon Clan Circle, all problems inside the academy were to be solved by her. She didn't like work and ignored everything. But, if Neo was actually a mass murder, and he aimed for her clanmates, she would have no choice but to intervene. Her hands trembled at the thought of soon-to-arrive workload. And no. What should I do? I don't want to work. Join his team. If you keep an eye on him at all times, you can stop him before he does anything. Leonora thought about it. Ruby's words made sense. However, unbeknown to her, Ruby's words were a lie to trick her. Her intentions were to stick close to Neo so as to fruibnull.com. His sword, what is it? It's a spirit, but not a spirit at the same time. I need to find out and eliminate them both if it's something dangerous. Christian, let him come here. Hearing her words, Christian frowned. He let Neo pass. But Neo didn't move. What was that? I definitely sensed bloodlust aimed at me. Neo scanned the area with his senses. He couldn't find the source of the bloodlust. Suddenly, a voice appeared inside his head. Spirit. Aiming. For us. Both, dangerous. Obaida's presence became strong when it spoke. However, it returned to sleep soon after. The few words were enough for Neo to know Ruby, Leonora's spirit, was the source of the bloodlust. Spirits were born from the elemental seeds. They were autonomous beings and could support their masters in day-to-day life as well as combat. The only weakness of a spirit was it could not stray too far from its master. What is it? Why did you stop? Neo didn't know why Ruby's bloodlust leaked. There was a chance she wanted to kill him. Why? He didn't know. Was it okay to recruit Leonora if it meant being in close proximity to Ruby? Neo weighed both options before he made the decision. I think it should be clear, but I'll say it for the sake of it. He approached her. I want to recruit you. Okay. He felt a bit surprised at her quick answer. It confirmed his suspicions. Ruby must have advised Leonora to team up with me. It feels like that spirit is up to no good. Wait, miss. You can't do that. Christian reacted. The Patriarch would kill me if you go against Patriarch's words again. Please just team up with us. Noisy. Shut up. Christian closed his mouth when she stared at him in the eye. Stuck between a hard place and a rock, he really wanted to cry. Neo looked at him with a sympathetic gaze. Poor guy. It's not like he can force Leonora since he is weaker than her. After receiving the confirmation, Neo sent the team form to Leonora. She had to sign it with her name. The verification process would take a day. She would officially become his teammate after that. Right, give me your number too. WHY? She looked at him suspiciously. I need to contact you for missions. Why else would I want your number? Oh. She was about to give him her number when she remembered something. I have a condition if you want me to join your team. I won't do any W work. You need to handle everything yourself. Neo more or less expected it from her. Her original plan was to join the Poseidon clan members' team and let them do all the work. He nodded. I'm fine with it. I just want your name for S-rank missions. You can join them if you want or not. Wait, let me join your team too. Christian interrupted. He looked at Neo with a desperate gaze. The Patriarch will behead me if he found out I let Miss join your team. I might be able to survive if I tell him I joined the team with Miss and I will protect her on the missions. Don't worry. I will do all my duties as a team member. I'm rank 25, and I'm pretty strong. Please, let me be your teammate. It was weird to see someone with a big body like Christian almost on the verge of tears. Besides, Christian's actual strength was in top 10. He took 25th rank as Leonora originally planned to take 24th rank, and he couldn't rank higher than the leader of his circle. Chapter 63, Coffin of Darkness. Neo sent the team form to Christian. He filled it immediately and shook Neo's hand. Thanks you. You just saved my neck. It's no problem. I'm happy to have a strong teammate. While Christian didn't show it, Neo's amicable attitude surprised him. He thought Neo would be a stuck-up kid who was drunk on his strength. His personality will take him far. I guess it's a good choice to let Miss join his team. Sigh, it's not like Miss will listen to me if I tell her to not team up with him. Neo's team became qualified for S-rank mission. Now he just had to wait for the team form to be verified. We still have 2 spots left. Should I bring some people from my clan to join us? Christian asked. Neo shook his head. If 4 out of 5 people belonged to Poseidon clan, his team would be branded as a member of their faction, and he would become their underling in others' eyes. I will find the other 2 members by myself. Neo exchanged contacts with Christian and left. He could fill the remaining spots with random team members. I need to train. I don't have much time left. Just as he was about to step out of the mission hall, a boy with red flaming hair blocked his path. Let me join your team. Mars grinned. He continued with fervor. I have decided you will be my rival. Okay. Neo exchanged contact with Mars, sent him the team form, and left before Mars could react. There is no way I'm waiting for that battle fanatic to talk. I bet he would ask for a spar. Mars chose the 100th rank since his clan ordered him to. His actual combat ability was way higher. Even if Mars had a few screws loose, he was worth teaming up with. Neo entered his dorm room and locked it from inside. He stepped into the training hall. Finally, I can train. Neo used the Essence Breath spell to recover his divine energy. There was something Neo had to check before he trained his water element. Darkness. He formed the necessary hand sign. Come. The divine energy rushed into his core. After being infused with darkness element, it spread throughout his body. The hand sign blocked the magic circuits on Neo's hands. It acted like a valve, and the divine energy, with nowhere to go, rushed towards his feet. His magic circuits on the sole of the feet were the most developed after the magic circuits on the palms. The darkness spread out and formed a domain beneath his feet. Neo opened his eyes. He stared at the darkness. So this is why I had to use the hand signs. Spells were fascinating. Neo had been using them without understanding how they worked. Repeated usage of necrotic touch developed the magic circuits on his palms. Ocean's Embrace did the same for all of his magic circuits. It was why he could use darkness in one go when he tried. Because the magic circuits on his feet grew after he used Ocean's Embrace over and over again. I failed to trigger necrotic touch when I tried it for the first time as my magic circuits were completely dormant. It was all interconnected. Everything happened for a reason. Neo couldn't contain his excitement. He started training to grow stronger. He didn't want to be mediocre. But now he wanted to learn about spells and elemental affinities too. The feeling of becoming stronger and the knowledge he gained along the way was intoxicating. He couldn't get enough of it. Focus, I'm getting sidetracked. Neo switched his hand sign and boosted the infusion inside his core. The darkness spread out endlessly. It reached the walls, climbed and continued to cover the roof. The entire room was shrouded in darkness by the end. Neo's expression twisted when he tried to maintain the coffin of darkness. The technique could be used to trap enemies. He used it against Morrigan in the ranking competition. Unfortunately, she shattered his coffin of darkness effortlessly. He had to increase the mastery of the technique if he did not want the situation to repeat. After training for hours, he got the gist of it. This much should be enough for darkness. He let go of the hand signs and switched the infusion inside his core. From darkness to water. Fruabnovel.com. The output of his divine energy shrunk instantly. He had trouble maintaining a steady pace of conversion and the process was slow. His brows creased. Hours passed. And finally, water droplets dripped from his palms. The success broke Neo's focus and the conversion stopped. He fell to his back, drained physically and out of divine energy. A smile blossomed on his face. I did it! He stared at the status window to know the time. 8 hours, 26 minutes left until the quest is terminated. 8 hours. It was enough time to brush up his water creating skill to a usable level. 0 hours, 10 minutes left until the quest is terminated. Neo sat on the sofa. The time was nearly up. He would soon go to the Underworld and face enemies who could possibly kill him. I've done everything I can. Neo trained using his darkness and water. He practiced his spells and refilled his divine energy reserves. There was just one thing he didn't do. Practice Aura Blade. It was a high-level technique and too draining on his divine energy pool. He would have practiced it if he had a week. A day was too short. Neo stared at the pen and paper on the table. He picked them up to write his will. What should I leave? It needs to be something useful, since this time I might just die. But I don't feel it would be right for me to leave a heartfelt letter behind while posing as Neo Hargraves. Despite his calm words, his arms were trembling. He couldn't forget the brutal death. The feeling of his flesh being torn apart as the gremlins ate him alive was etched into his brain. The only reason he could sleep was because he exhausted himself to the limit every day. Otherwise, he would remember the scene of his death when he closed his eyes. Neo took a deep breath. He picked the pen and wrote. Chapter 64, Hellish Battle. To the dearest brother in the world. Sorry for leaving before you. Please don't be reckless and do anything that would make me sad. I wish you would live a peaceful life, get married, and spend your life happily in my place. He chuckled at his words. Why was the letter so sorrowful? It was almost as if Neo believed he couldn't return. He shook his head. His preparations were complete. There was a high chance he would win against the gremlins. Still, it never hurt to be prepared. Should I leave a letter for Elizabeth and Amelia? Nothing came to his mind after he wrote their names on the paper. While he was thinking hard, the timer reached 10 seconds. There was no time left. Neo crossed out their names and activated Death Skill. He felt a shift. Cold air stung his skin and immense pain shot through his body. He appeared in the middle of the gremlin camp and fell to his knees. The injuries, the broken fingers, cleaved ear, shattered shoulder, he sustained last time he was in Underworld healed. At the cost of his divine energy. Neo's blood was wrung dry. He vision spun and he heaved his empty stomach. Nauseous, fatigued, distressed. It was the worst possible way to begin the mission. The gremlins noticed him. Those little critters circled him. Neo had no choice. He had to fight in his current condition. Taking a deep breath, he activated Essence Breath Spell. The divine energy-rich air of Underworld entered his lungs and pumped his blood. He moved slowly at first. It was not easy to move while using the spell, but this was why he had been training. When an evolved gremlin approached him cautiously, Neo grabbed its head and smashed it into the ground, killing it in one go. The gremlins became livid. They screeched like a banshee. Neo did not wait for them to organize their ranks and dived into their midst. He tightened his grip around Obidus and slashed. Why was Obidus here? There was no time to think. Neo, surrounded, swung the sword in a wide arc to push the gremlins back. He was about to attack again when a noose came flying at him. Last time, it was those noose that done him in. Neo twisted his waist to dodge the rope. He grabbed it when it missed him and pulled the rope with a snap. 5 gremlins came flying. He broke their vital organs with the sheathed sword. Suddenly, his senses rang crazily. He let go of the essence breath without thinking and activated Ocean's Embrace. The blade failed to pierce his back. Neo turned around to look at the confused evolved gremlin's face. These bastards only know how to attack from behind, freeupnovel.com. He crippled the evolved gremlin with a kick to its knee and bashed its face with the hilt of the sword. The other gremlins attacked at the same time. But Neo was able to ignore them thanks to the Ocean's Embrace. The monsters tried to form formations before attacking Neo. It gave him time to compose himself. It's good the Essence Breath spell is tremor ranked. I should be able to use Ocean's Embrace for 20 minutes with the divine energy I've recovered. He fought like mad berserker. Even with the Ocean's Embrace, he was losing his stamina at a rapid pace. There was no time to hold back. The gremlins soon realized Neo was capable of dodging the ropes. They changed tactics. Dozens of evolved gremlins rushed at him from all sides. The monsters tried to hold him down. Learning from the last time, Neo swiftly dodged the ones who tried to grab his limbs and killed them with the combination of necrotic touch and his sword's bashes. Fuck! These guys are infinite. Neo was running out of breath. There was no end to endless wave of gremlins. Scorching heat stung Neo's skin and his senses warned him. He raised his head. The giant fireball floated in the sky. Shit! Neo's eyes widened. He tried to escape the fireball's area of impact. The evolved gremlins threw themselves at him. They wouldn't let him take a step, let alone escape. Neo clenched his fist. He had to take the gamble. He cancelled his spells and fused his divine energy with death affinity. He compressed the energy within his core to the limit. Blood trickled down his lips. He ignored the gremlins attacking him. His stamina and divine energy rapidly decreased. And red lightning crackled around his sword silently. Neo slashed. There was no impact. No attack flew out of his sword. The gremlins surrounding him suddenly fell like dolls with their strings cut. Death. It claimed them without warning. Neo, exhausted and on the verge of fainting, bolted out of the area. The fireball hit the ground before he could leave its area of impact completely. He used the ocean's embrace. Neo blanked out when the exploding fireball crashed against him. Cough. Cough. He woke up, smashed into the wooden wall of the camp, half of his clothes burned from the blistering heat and his skin black and charred. Cough. Cough. Neo's throat, dry, stung when he coughed. His nostrils burned and he couldn't breathe. His limbs creaked when he tried to move. Crazy monsters. They took out their own to kill me. Neo noticed blood and pus leaking out of his cracked skin as he stood. He tried to ignore the pain and used essence breath. His divine energy reserves started to recover. He stood up and scanned the area. Half of the camp was destroyed by the fireball. The gremlins were in worse condition than him. Except the evolved gremlins, barely any normal gremlin survived. The survivors didn't attack Neo. They were busy devouring their kin to recover. Neo ignored them. He trudged his feet towards the source of the death affinity's warning. The one who aimed the fireball. The leader of the gremlins. It stared at Neo with a mocking gaze. Chapter 65, Even if I die, I will win. The monster, twice the size of Neo, held a staff in its hand. Found you. The corner of Neo's lips rose. He formed the hand sign. Darkness, come. The shadows expanded like a blooming flower. They formed a dome, trapping Neo and the great gremlin inside. Carrier? The great gremlin realized something was wrong. The prey that should have been scared, trembling in his boots, injured and unable to fight back, was looking down at it. The great gremlin's instincts warned it. It raised its staff and chanted spells in its own language. Multiple small icicles formed behind it. Neo didn't run. He didn't try to cover the distance between the great gremlin and himself. He raised his sword above his head. He burned his god blood and infused his divine energy with death element. Red lightning materialized around his blade. Carrier. The great gremlin attacked. The icicles pierced Neo's limbs. Blood poured out of his injuries. His arms shook and he could barely stand straight. However, his gaze remained firm. The red lightning flared like a great bonfire. Neo compressed darkness alongside death inside his core. Wisps of black flame flickered on his blade. Carrier. The great gremlin realized it was in danger. It tried to run only to be blocked by the coffin of darkness. The monster attacked when suddenly Neo slashed. Nothing happened. The great gremlin chanted a fireball spell. It thought Neo's attack failed when Neo puked blood and fell to his knees. Finally, the human lowered his gaze. It was about to attack when it stopped moving. A red line, running from the top of its head to the base of its stomach, appeared on its body. The monster split into two vertical halves. Huff! Huff! Neo couldn't maintain the coffin of darkness anymore. The darkness returned to his shadow. He won. But there was no time to rest or bask in the glory of victory. When the coffin of darkness disappeared, the surviving gremlins surrounded Neo. They stared at the corpse of the great gremlin, fear evident in their eyes, and didn't approach Neo instantly. These fuckers. They are waiting for me to die from exhaustion. Neo bit his lips. The pain brought clarity to his mind. He used his sword as support to stand. His blood trickled out. And it lured the gremlins. The monsters tried to act sanely and waited until Neo could not move. However, a single brave, greedy gremlin gulped. It rushed towards Neo, intoxicated by the smell of Neo's blood. Not wanting to lose their prey, the horde of gremlins followed after the first one. Neo smiled bitterly. He grabbed his sword and prepared to fight. He could use Immortal and run away to the world of living. But he vowed. Today, he would win. Even if he had to die. He didn't want to feel the sense of defeat he felt last time. He would rather die than become a loser. The first gremlin reached Neo. It pounced on him and sunk its teeth into his shoulder. Neo snapped its neck with one hand. The next gremlin arrived. He bashed its head with the sword. An attack from behind landed on his hand and Neo lost the blade. Neo turned around and punched the gremlin's head. The monster face burst open like a balloon. Suddenly, two gremlins jumped on his back and a third one clawed his feet. They tried to drink his blood. Move! Neo's limbs were as heavy as lead. They wouldn't move. Don't fail me now. Neo grabbed the leg of gremlins on his back and pulled. He smashed them on the monster at his feet. Countless more gremlins arrived. They, wounded from the great gremlin's attack and intoxicated with his blood, did not work together. Instead, they attacked each other and tried to stop their kin from devouring Neo. The human was theirs alone. They did not want to share. Seconds. Minutes. Hours. Neo didn't know how much time passed. When he came to his senses, he was drenched in the blood of gremlins and he was the last man standing. The gremlins were all dead. He couldn't feel his limbs and his innards slipped out of the wound on his torso. His vision was covered with darkness. Neo wanted to rest. He wanted to close his eyes and let go. Hadn't he done enough? But not now. If he fell after everything, how would be that any different from being defeated? He dug his nails into his flesh. He used the pain to awaken his senses. And darkness. Heed my sea, call. The shadows bloomed slowly. Neo devoured the corpse near him. Countless voices spoke to him. The jarring cacophony made him feel like pulling his hair out. Insanity. It was devouring him. Neo held on. In the past, Neo never took the easy way out. He fought until the end, even if he could escape. He challenged students stronger than him, even if he was the weakest, and he trained, even if he felt like dying. Those actions were not meaningless. His will, tempered by his actions, protected him. Strength +1. Agility +1. The voices grew louder. Neo started to see hallucinations. Phantom pain surged throughout his body. Will +1. Muscle mass +1. Dynamic vision +2. He continued to devour the corpses. He gained primary stats, shown in the status window, and the hidden secondary stats. The darkness started to go out of control. It devoured Neo alongside the corpses. The insanity was overtaking him. And he held on. He continued to devour. For that one stat. The only way for him to survive. Finally. Regeneration +3. Neo saw the light at the end of the tunnel. His vision improved and he could breathe again. He let go of the darkness and crashed to the ground. His breaths were shallow and he was wounded badly. However, he was healing. Slowly, but definitely. Neo used Essence Breath spell while he waited for his body to recover. Chapter 66, Creeping Insanity. He sat up after a few hours. Fortunately, the heavy amount of gremlin blood covering him hid the smell of his blood. I feel like shit. He looked around. There were hundreds of corpses left for him to devour. I shouldn't do that. I'll go insane if I try to devour anything else. Rewebnol.c sigma m. His eyes wandered to the body of Great Gremlin. Even if he couldn't devour others, he should devour it. He trudged to the corpse and called upon the darkness. Theer coming who ima livu ario anethasqui w ilifalilo fall falilifal you will daw ilde varionu ildi. His blood vessels burned and he felt they would burst. Constitution +1. Spellcasting speed +1. Right hand magic circuit +4. Neo gasped. He took a mouthful of air and stood with the support of his sword. Suddenly, a gremlin appeared before him. He slashed. The attack passed through the monster without any resistance and it disappeared like a mirage. Terrible pain surged in his left hand. He looked down and saw his fingers crushed. These injuries were healed. Why do I have them again? A huge shadow fell over Neo. The giant hand came down from the sky and grabbed him. It picked him up and... Wake up. Don't let yourself be consumed. Obaida's voice woke him up. His eyes snapped open. Hallucinations? After he devoured the great goblin, everything was a hallucination. There was no gremlin left alive, his hand was not wounded, and the giant monster did not return. All of them were illusions. His mind, on the brink of insanity, showed him. Time limit reached. You will be forcibly revived. Neo woke up in his dorm. 12 hours passed already? He felt tired. The clock struck 12 and he regained the 4th stack of Immortal. Alert! You've left the quest area. Please return within 5 days, or the quest will be terminated. Unlike last time, where he got 10 days of time limit, it have to 5 days. A sigh escaped Neo's lips. Barbados' training was far more brutal than he predicted. He gained a huge boost in stats, both primary and secondary, but it wasn't without risks. A smile appeared on his face. I did it. I won. Neo didn't face a shameful defeat like last time. He emerged victorious and returned with his head held high. His blood burned with excitement. He won against hundreds of enemies. I can do it if I try, huh? He was no longer the same Neo as the one in the past. Neo could say with confidence he wasn't mediocre anymore. He felt his eyes burn as he tried to hold back tears. His efforts weren't useless. As long as he worked hard, he was rewarded. The rush of adrenaline and dopamine erased his sleep. He used Essence Breath to recover his divine energy before returning to Underworld. Erg. Neo groaned. His divine energy was rapidly reduced to heal his broken body. It feels like shit, he said with a smile. The gremlin camp looked like it experienced a war. Half of the wooden walls and monsters were burned, remaining half were chewed out by their kin, and the rest had their bones and heads bashed in by Neo. This reminds me. Why is Obidus here? He looked down. The sword was at his waist. Obidus was a spirit technically. Spirits consumed a portion of their master's soul to grow. They replaced the missing portion of the soul and became the better half of their master. Since Obidus is my spirit, does that mean it can visit and leave Underworld along with me? It was good news. Neo roamed the destroyed camp of gremlins. The area, filled with blood and corpses, would soon attract monsters. I need to leave. It was regrettable he couldn't devour them, but he knew better than to get greedy and risk losing himself to the darkness. Right, I almost forgot about the flag. The first flag he put inside the flagpost was still present. It was encapsulated in a transparent white dome. The dome was sturdy and it withstood Neo's attacks. Thankfully, it looks like my job is done after I insert the flag into the flagposts. He stared at the 4 remaining flags in his pocket. The first checkpoint nearly killed him. Neo had a feeling the next flagposts were going to be worse. He left the gremlin camp. Strangely enough, he did not encounter any monster on the way. It's too quiet. He did not find the next flagpost after 6 hours search. Where the hell is it? Neo, parched, created water and drank it to quench his thirst. I should look for a high vantage point and see if I can find flagposts from there. He found a small hill after searching a bit. Just as he was about to climb, one of the flags buzzed. It flew out and pointed at the top of the hill. The second flagpost is there? Neo squinted. He could see something similar to a flagpost on the top. There was just one problem. Isn't this too easy? There are no monsters and I don't sense any traps. Worrying about it wouldn't solve anything. Neo took a step and climbed the hill. It took half day to reach halfway. This place is weird. It feels like it's sapping my strength. 1/4 of the distance was still left after last 6 hours. His time in Underworld was up. Neo waited for him to be teleported back to the world of living. He was going to return as soon as he arrived. But... nothing happened. He was not revived. A sense of unease appeared in Neo's heart. He opened his mouth. Status. The blue screen did not pop up. He repeated different words. The result was the same. He tried to use his spells, affinities, and divine energy. He couldn't do anything. What is happening? The mountain was weird. Neo had to get off. He turned around and looked at the path he walked only to realize a horrible truth. Chapter 67, Devouring Darkness. The path downwards was miles away. Neo recalled something. The hill was small. He should have reached the top within a few minutes. However, he completed only 3/4 of the way after 12 hours of walking. It was impossible unless... This is the second trial. An opponent worse than hundreds of gremlins combined. An enemy he couldn't defeat with physical strength. The flagpost was at the top. Neo decided to climb upwards. Minutes turned into hours, and hours into days. After the second day, he did not feel like he was making any progress. No matter how much he walked, the distance to the top wouldn't reduce. It's a good thing I can create water, or I might have died already, Neo said on the 4th day. Surprisingly, water element was the only element he could use. He could only generate water and do nothing else with the element. It was as if his ability was being restricted by a higher power. A week went by. Neo was starting to feel hungry. As a grade 4 awakened demigod, he could live without water and food longer than humans. There was, however, a limit. Fuck, should I just climb down? On the 9th day, Neo realized he might have walked over 100 miles. The distance between him and the base of the hill continued to increase. Besides, there was no guarantee he could climb downhill. There should be a limit to how much this mountain can stretch. If I keep climbing, I'm bound to reach the top. 20 days passed. Neo's stomach hurt. He felt weak and fatigued. He continued to climb. After 50 days, the pain intensified to the point he couldn't stand straight. He felt frail, his body shivered uncontrollably, and it was cold. Neo started to lose his focus by the 68th day. He would frequently go into daze and sleepwalk. He hit his limit on the 85th day. Taking a breath sent throes of agony across his body, let alone walking. By the 90th day, the pain disappeared. He felt emptiness gnawing inside him, eating at his emotions, leaving him numb. I have to reach the top. Neo repeated the same words to himself for the past 3 months. He diverted all of his attention and energy to climb even a step higher. Apex. Zenith. The top. He would reach it. At the 100th day, Neo stopped breathing. He didn't even realize he died. Neo's eyes snapped open. He fell to his knees, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, and shivering uncontrollably. Time until you are forcefully revived, 5 hours and 26 minutes. Neo was back. To the base of the hill. How? He couldn't believe the screen floating before his eyes. 3 months ago, he started climbing when 5 hours and 29 minutes were left until his revival. So, why? Why did only 3 minutes pass when, in truth, he experienced 3 months? Neo stared at the mountain. He expanded his senses in. The hill is shrouded in darkness. He bit his lips. All of it had been hallucination created by the darkness. The months of pain, agony, and despair had been nothing but a lie. Neo just stood with his head down. He didn't move for a few minutes. That damned Barbados. He gave me a hellish trial. Neo woke up from the hallucinations through pure luck. If he tried to climb the mountain again, there was no guarantee he would wake up again. The second trial was far worse than the first trial. Unless he found a way to resist the darkness. No way. Resist the darkness? Neo stopped speaking. He suddenly understood the method to clear the second trial. It gave him shivers. Fucking hell. How is this training? He is trying to kill me. The only way to resist the darkness was to increase his mastery over it. The hill was coated in thick miasma of darkness. It was unsuitable for training. The gremlins. I need to devour all of them. If I don't go insane, my mastery over darkness would gain a huge boost. Barbados did not leave him a choice. The trial was made in a way where it forced Neo to devour every gremlin to increase his mastery of darkness element. Neo returned to camp of gremlins. He saw 3 quadrupedal monsters, with pinkish skin, blazing red eyes, and sharp teeth, feeding on the corpses. The monsters pounced on Neo when they noticed him. Neo let them bite his ocean's embrace and finished them with necrotic touch. He gazed at the hundreds of corpses. There was no way he could remain sane after devouring them. But it was the only path ahead. Before devouring the corpses, Neo repaired the camp's boundary using the wood from the trees. There was a high chance monsters would come after smelling the blood. Not only Neo had to fight the insanity of darkness, he had to protect the corpses from being stolen by the monsters. This much should be enough. He stared at the crude walls. They could barely provide any defense. Their only job was to warn Neo if someone broke through them to enter the camp. I should start. Neo formed the Enma Tenin hand sign. Darkness, come. The shadows bloomed. They spread out in a controlled manner and covered a small area around Neo. He absorbed the 6 corpses he placed inside his domain. The whispers returned. They spoke to Neo. Suddenly, Neo felt his emotions slipping out of his control. Anger, fear, jealousy. Emotions that weren't his own invaded his mind. He found himself unable to control his urges. He wanted to wreak havoc. Impulses of destruction and rage fueled his heart. The corpses, completely devoured, disappeared, and they took the voices along with them. After the foreign emotions vanished, Neo snapped out of the rage. He realized his mind had been influenced by the darkness. His body shivered. He felt cold. So very cold. Digestion +1. Hearing +2. 6 corpses devoured. Over 300 corpses remained. Chapter 68, Forged Through the Flames of Darkness. Neo took a deep breath. He waited for his emotions to calm down before starting again. The darkness devoured the monsters. He ate a small amount. The voices screeched inside his head. It felt like his mind was torn apart hundreds of times and each piece was forced to listen to a different jarring voice. Right hand dexterity +1. Vision +2. Black blood, tainted by darkness, dripped from his eyes. Neo tried to rein the rampaging darkness. Phantom pain surged through his body. Hallucinations of his deaths appeared in front of his eyes. Neo bit his tongue. He hoped the pain would help him hold on to his sanity. Darkness. Devour. He moved to another set of corpses. Thousands of images appeared inside his head. The lives of gremlins, their feasts, their traditions of consuming their kin, the memories of the prey they devoured. Everything was inserted into his head in a split second. Neo felt his head split. Ah, arg, ugh. He groaned. His body stiffened. His eyes turned pitch black and he frothed from the mouth. Neo lost control over the darkness. It climbed his feet and wrapped around his body like a cocoon. The shadows, limited in range by Neo, suddenly spread far out and covered the entire gremlin camp. Neo tried to stop it. But he failed. The darkness began to devour the hundreds of gremlins at once. Neo screamed. He dug his nails into his face and doubled over. No matter how much he tried, the darkness did not let go of its hold over him. It pulled him into the abyss of insanity. Slowly. Mercilessly. Relentlessly. Neo could not resist. The darkness was overwhelming. He felt he was falling into an endless pit. The pain did not help. Just when he thought it was over for him, he heard a voice. Don't give up. Remember your vow. Obaitis spoke to him. A black light flew towards him in the endless sea of darkness. Win, you have to reach the zenith. Even if you have to die. I will win. Neo felt as if he reached an epiphany. He stopped resisting the darkness. He no longer tried to halt the flow of the endless darkness. Instead, he molded its flow. He let the darkness devour. Not himself. Not the monsters. Itself. He used the darkness to devour the darkness. The darkness grew frenzied and tried to retaliate. But Neo persisted. He accepted the gluttony of darkness. He let it paint himself in its color. In exchange, he told it to eat itself. Black flames burst over Neo's body. The divine energy in the air trembled and the aura flames of darkness burned brightly. They devoured themselves. The darkness shrunk. It let go of its clutches over Neo. The energy, concentrated, grew smaller and got compressed. The aura flames shrunk until they became a pea-sized seed. The seed of darkness entered Neo's core. Free of the maddening noises and the countless images, Neo fell to the ground. He lost consciousness. Countless screens flashed before his closed eyes. Taste Bud +1, Sprint +1, Punch Power +3, Water Affinity +1, Health +2, Reaction Speed +1, Breath Control +4, Flexibility +1, Reflexes +0, Libido +4, Grip Strength +2, Endurance +1, Immune Strength +2, Cold Resistance +5, Bone Density +1, Skin Toughness +0, Lung Capacity +4, Blood Circulation +5, Jump Height +1, Hand-Eye Coordination +0, Sweat Efficiency +2, Metabolism +1, Tactical Sensitivity +1, Hydration Efficiency +1, Sleep Quality +4, Agility +3, Adrenal Response +1, Body Temperature Regulation +2, Posture +4, Height +3, Tendon Strength +2, Core Strength +1, Oxygen Efficiency +3, Regeneration +2, Nail Growth Rate +0, Peripheral Awareness +2, Bladder Control +4, Tongue Dexterity +5, Blood Clotting Speed +2, Bone Healing Speed +1, Pheromone Sensitivity +1, Limb Strength +1, Jaw Strength +0, Pupil Response Rate +3, Gait Stability +1, Fatigue Resistance +3, Finger Strength +1, Body Symmetry +5, Bowl Control +2, Neck Strength +1, Spine Strength +1, Limb Coordination +1, Hormone Regulation +3, Bone Flexibility +2. Hundreds of corpses were devoured by Neo. His body healed completely. While he was in sleep, wisps of black flames materialized around Obaitis. The sword, hungry, did its best. The black flames entered Neo's body. They reached his core and took out the newly formed Seed of Darkness. Neo grunted. Obaitis retracted its black flames and held the Seed of Darkness within its clutches. There is no need for two spirits to serve a master. The black flames of Obaitis devoured the seed. The sword burped before it returned to sleep. Time limit exceeded. Forcefully reviving Neo Hargraves. Neo woke up in the world of living. He groaned. Warning! You have left the quest area. Please return to the quest area within 5 days. Or else, the quest rewards will be forfeited. The time limit is 5 days. It wasn't halved. Last time, it changed from 10 days to 5 days. Neo did not understand the criteria behind the time limit. He stood up with a stagger. The lingering effects of darkness were still there. At the same time, Neo felt power coursing through his veins. His primary stats barely increased, but he could tell he grew stronger. A lot stronger. My secondary stats gained a substantial boost. It meant only one thing. Neo succeeded in devouring the corpses. He looked at his body and tried to sense the changes. While he was being devoured, he could barely think straight. He did not remember half of the things that occurred back then. I think I saw Obaitis' spirit. He stared at his sword. It looked the same as before. But he could tell. Obaitis was a step closer to completion. At this rate, he should be able to pull the blade out of the sheath soon. What about the Seed of Darkness? I'm sure I created one. He sensed his core. It was empty. There was no Seed of Darkness inside. Did I hallucinate about forming a seed? The theory made sense. However, it made him question one thing. Chapter 69, Attempting Second Trial Again. Neo couldn't understand it. How did he survive the darkness if he didn't create a Seed of Darkness? Did Obaitis save me? It was the only answer he could think of. He looked at the sword. Obaitis, what happened back then? There was no answer. The sword's spirit was asleep. It must have spent a lot of energy to help me back then, Neo smiled. Thank you. Foreign emotions appeared inside his head.